Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Good Logic. Thank you for joining me today as we continue the ongoing saga of the murder trial. Murder. Say murder. Say murder. Yeah, that's a pretty dated reference. We should probably open things up. Let me pull that out here. Say murder. Is this live? This looks live. No, that's not right. That's not right. That's not the right one. I guess maybe this is it. Okay, fine. They're not live yet. It has to be right. They've just been going live for an hour. I'm going to check a different spot. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything here. Check Longcock. Okay. Good morning, y'all. We start with Let's Go, Brandon. That's a warm way to start the morning. Well, this trial just got a little later and lighter in its loafers. You're welcome. I'll send you a link on Civil. I'll happily have you join me in here. No pressure, but if you'd like to join, my pleasure to have you. I'm not seeing the trial starting just yet. We're supposed to open this morning, those who are curious, supposed to open this morning with oral arguments about basically what is going to be allowed in. There's questions with respect to whether they're going to allow in evidence about the roadside kill. Yesterday, near the end of the day, there was large discussions, and the judge ended up weighing in with respect to one particular witness who was on the stand, which was the sister-in-law of Alex Murdaugh, as to whether or not she could testify. And at the time, he said that she could testify about he said that the door had been kicked open about cousin Eddie and the terrible case of roadside assistance. That's what they should call it. They should call it roadside assistance because, you have your Kevorkian type of assisted children in Asia, young people in Asia, assisted. So this is roadside assistance. It's a whole different kind of roadside assistance. Definitely going to refer to that incident as roadside assistance when he tried having his drug dealer kill him so that his son Buster would collect on $10 million in insurance proceeds. So I don't see this here yet. I got a big "We'll be right back" up on the screen. So they're going to be right back on Law and Crime. Let me share screen here. I did not send my invite out as of yet to our good friend Steve Gosney. So I do want to share that with him. Copy. Steve with the email. Not cool, Steve. Andrew said he's going to be driving by a little late. He's got like snow in his area, so he's gonna be a little late. He's confirmed that he's gonna be coming. He will be ignoring Kamala Harris and he'll be coming. Okay. So the interesting thing about today, sorry, I'm still like, oh, just when I say that.
May now be seated.
Good morning. Ready.
We're supposed to
first?
There's gonna be oral arguments now.
I'm happy to go first. Obviously,
Your Honor, since we filed a memo and we have not added to it, I'd be more than happy for the Attorney General to go first.
That was very loud to me. It's time for you all to hit the like and subscribe.
I sent a memo early this morning. Hopefully, you've had a chance to
Get that out of
see
your
that.
system.
A lot of it reiterates what we had previously filed in our prior motions. And again, as it relates to this particular evidence, as I argued yesterday, consciousness of guilt is a very recognized class of evidence as admissible evidence of motive and identity in South Carolina courts. Obviously, that we've cited a number of cases in more classic senses of consciousness of guilt evidence, such as witness intimidation, flight. But any sort of evasive action, any sort of action to evade detection or throw off the scent has been admissible in our courts. Your Honor,
but that's not
I see
action
the clerk from Barnwell here, and I had a murder case in front of her not too long ago, or it's been a while.
It's not throwing off any scent.
In any event, in that particular case, the defendant had actually found in his car was a voodoo root that said, had on there, protect me from murder charges, save me, judge, early, protect me from murder charges. And ultimately, that was admitted and in an unpublished opinion.
That seems a lot more specific.
Of consciousness of guilt and evasive conduct.
To what
it meant to the
like the voodoo thing.
So I just point that out as an example as to how expansive
save me from the murder
be.
charges.
When we look at this case, and again, one thing about this case, Your Honor, is it's intricate and complex on a scale that I think none of us have ever seen. And so we have to look at it within that vein and in that context. And what we have here, Your Honor, why this is relevant evidence of consciousness of guilt, it really doesn't matter what exactly happened on the side of the road, because that's not the focus of what the state is seeking to do. What the state is seeking to do, what we believe is relevant and admissible under these rules, is to show what the defendant.
Yikes! What happened?
What the defendant said about it, and the fact that was not true.
Did you
and
see
what
that?
he said about it, of course, was that he was on the side of the road. He had a flat tire.
DMCA takedown notice.
A car that has run flats.
That's awesome.
That he was changing the tire, and that a nice man stopped, offering help, and then all of a sudden he was shot in the back of the head. And obviously, the initial reaction we've heard from Ms. Proctor, we've heard and can hear from other witnesses, and the initial reaction was that, oh my gosh, the real killers are back, the bad guys are back, they've now targeted Alec. And the other thing that's crucial about this that connects it all together is not only does he make that claim, that statement about being targeted by an unknown assailant, as things were heating up on him in this investigation, that then causes people to immediately assume that he's been targeted and it has nothing, in no way could he be responsible for Moselle. But we also have to look at the symmetry of this particular event with what happened on June the 7th. And on June the 7th, as we know, and Your Honor's heard extensive testimony, both in camera and in this trial, He is confronted about the fares fees that morning. There's all kinds of circumstances that have been put into evidence that are moving as to a perfect storm arriving on that day. And of course, what happens that night? Maggie and Paul are murdered. Community rallies. Everything changes. We have the same thing happening on September 3rd and September 4th, because finally, despite his best efforts, the law firm has become privy and wise to what's been going on with his years of embezzlement and theft. They confront him. But more importantly, if we go back to those fares fees, which are very crucial and temporally connected to everything that happened on June 7th, is the fact that you've heard testimony from Chris Wilson that he is calling Mr. Murdaugh, trying to get to meet with him because he wants to know what's up. He particularly wants to know what about the $192,000 of those fares fees that he covered for Mr. Murdaugh. And they have that confrontation on the porch of Alameda that afternoon, or early, right before noon, as was testified to. And what happens? Yet again, within a couple of hours, the side of the road happens, and everyone is rushing to Alex Murdaugh's aid again. The fact that he had just been exposed for embezzlement is quickly forgotten about. And of course, everybody's assuming, oh my gosh, it must be the real bad guys, when in fact, it was him all along. And so that is extremely relevant evidence. And it's also been, just to add into the calculus, Your Honor, is we do have the concept of what's been opened the door, what issues have been joined by the defense and put up here. And of course, that's how this issue all arose yesterday with the testimony of Miss Marianne Proctor. So we think it's very admissible as clear consciousness of guilt evidence. It's admissible under 404. I've also argued, without getting in great detail, when we talk about that symmetry, we talk about common scheme or plan. And again, this isn't the kind of common scheme or plan that is typical, but we have to look at this case through a lens that recognizes just the intricacies of
we don't get a 50% like viewers ratio, Joe gets drunk and you'll be watching Law and Cox by noon.
So all those legal theories, Your Honor, we would assert justify admission of this evidence. I will also say that this express this to the defense, that it's the state's intent to really quickly move from point A to point B. We're not here to try to litigate what happened on the side of the road in its entirety. I believe that the testimony about this could be done in just over an hour, and that includes playing the recorded statement. There's a number of recorded statements, not trying to play all of those. It would just be simply having the agent come in, relate the story that Alex Murdaugh told to 911 and told to law enforcement, that initial story about the unknown assailant, the fact that the investigation continued and additional information came to light.
Apparently, he's very important.
And that he was eventually confronted with that. And then there's a recorded statement at the end in which he admits that, in fact, what he had told law enforcement was a lie. And so I'm trying it would be a very focused presentation to just get from point A to point B for purposes of this trial and the relevance that it has to this trial. So for those reasons, Your Honor, we would assert that limited presentation is admissible for those purposes.
Unlimited number.
Court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
The state, and we agree that State versus Cartwright would be applicable to this situation. And it has 4 criteria about a suicide. They seem to think that the unmistakable nexus exists by clear and convincing evidence linking the suicide attempt to a guilty conscience about the murders. The facts are that he was confronted by the law firm on Friday, fired on Friday, and then persuades, I don't know much persuasion was needed, Eddie Smith to shoot him in the head, thinking that it would get his son, Buster Murdaugh, $12 million in insurance money that would otherwise be excluded by the suicide exemption in his insurance policy. So all this is linked to is the financial crimes, not the murder. We're here trying to murder. And yet all the evidence, not all, but a significant amount of the evidence we've heard over the last 3.5 weeks has been about the financial crimes. This is guilty knowledge of the financial crimes, not the murder. And this under 404, 403 analysis under Cartwright would not be admissible. I'd further say this, if he's looking for a common scheme,
you mentioned Cartwright, right?
When he's about to be found out or
That's the key
or
thing.
being found out,
That's the key case.
he would have
Steve
killed
mentioned
Buster
yesterday.
based on his
Two-part
theory.
test, which part
To
three?
distract. This is a distraction. This is an end. And clearly, you haven't heard the taped interview that he initiated from Detox in Atlanta, in which he explained he was killing himself to get this money for Buster because his financial crimes had been found out. This is 3 months after the murder. This is in September. It's not connected by time.
He's not hitting hard enough on Cartwright.
404, 403 analysis.
Cartwright gives him a
certainly
win.
it's not evidence of
it's blinding the
knowledge
judge.
about.
He mentioned it,
his
but
own
he's
statement
not really-
has nothing
the
to do with
focus.
the murder. It's
Yeah.
only about the financial
Step
crime.
3 of
And,
Cartwright says there has to be
he
there has to
contacted
be a very
Sway.
clear nexus.
And on that recording, myself, Mr. Griffin,
I'm trying to remember
Mr.
the exact
Murdaugh,
language.
from Detox. He finally had detoxed and wasn't on drugs anymore. And he has a great detailed statement about Eddie Smith buying the drugs for him over a number of years, millions of dollars worth, and how Eddie didn't hesitate to shoot him in the head on the side of the road. I don't know how that is relevant. Now, maybe the drug piece is, but they've got statements from Eddie Smith about what drugs he bought and what he did with those. So we would oppose going forward on any roadside shooting.
Roadside
evidence.
assistance.
We think the prejudicial far outweighs the probative, and we'd ask Your Honor to not allow them to do that.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, very quickly, I
And
do want to
unmistakable
distinguish again
nexus
between
exists.
what Mr. Harpootlian
Clear
keeps
and
wanting to
convincing
argue about, and
evidence
that's
linked to a
the
suicide attempt.
prospect
guilty
of there
conscience.
being some sort of
With this
suicide
intent.
on the side of the road. Again, the state's real focus is not exactly on what happened on the side of the road. What's important, and this is, I think, different from a typical Cartwright such situation, is what the defendant said about it. And the fact that he immediately tells this lie about him being targeted by an unknown assailant. And that is what directly connects it back to Moselle. And that's immediately what everybody assumed. That everyone, the first thing that jumped in their mind is that connection back to Moselle.
He's trying
that
to
connection
distinguish from
is unmistakable.
Cartwright
So it's not as much about a traditional type of Cartwright analysis.
That was
That's not
nice,
what I'm arguing here.
that was
What
a
I'm
nice
arguing here
self-lift.
is his explanation for what
unmistakable
happened
because it's
and the
unmistakable.
fact that that ultimately was not true. And that nexus, I believe, is very clear. I think the other one would be clear too, but that former nexus is the stronger one, and that is the focus of what the state is trying to offer here today.
Your Honor, just briefly, this is character evidence, which is
Everything that guy
precluded
just said is bullshit.
under, the only exception to 404, 403, Your Honor's allowed in, is motive. Why did he do it? It's just incredible, because if you put this up, you're going to hear from one of the SWAT agents when he woke up in the hospital and his skull had been fractured. He had a brain bleed.
Audio.
This is when he concocted that story. He expected never to wake up. So, this was a scheme to draw up. No, if there was a scheme, it was created after Eddie Smith meant to shoot him. Actually, if he'd been a millimeter to the left, his brains would have been blown out. He just missed, but knocked him out, fractured his skull. That's all I have.
All right, those are not the facts. He's telling that story at the scene to people who show up. He's out of the gate.
So that's not
what
lying
he's
to
saying,
police.
That he was attacked by an unknown assailant. There's an ambulance video where the deputy comes in, and that's exactly the
I'll
story
raise
he
our
tells.
volume.
This is not.
I would concede he's correct. Once he realizes he's still alive, he tells that story. But obviously, he didn't intend to be still alive. In other
Bought
words,
a
it's
new
not
mic
scheme that was
interface and
concocted.
hope that would help with sound balancing issues.
any
So
point.
if it does, I'll let you know.
The scheme, if it's a scheme, was concocted after he realized he wasn't dead.
Well, the financial evidence was allowed on the issue of motive. This evidence, I find, goes beyond motive
Yes.
or is not evidence of motive,
Yes.
more toward common scheme or plan. It does not survive the logical relevancy test, and it goes more toward showing the propensity to commit
Good. Propensity meaning
violent acts. which would cause it not to survive.
Say the line,
403
surprise me.
analysis.
He's saying it. It's coming.
I believe that to allow this evidence is a bridge too far.
Thank you.
Going down this
Thank you.
path of allowing essentially any and all evidence in. We have guardrails. The court is to
Really? Now there's guardrails?
You know what?
Well, at least we found them
guardrails to
eventually.
keep
I mean,
things
give credit where
reasonable
credit's due, I
realm.
guess.
And I
Drives
believe
like a
this,
blind
as I
man.
stated, will be
Found
a
the
bridge too
guardrail.
far. It does not meet the logical relevancy test. I agree with the defense that it would be admissible, perhaps, if the trial was a trial on the financial theft issues, but not on the murder. So I grant the motion to exclude this evidence at this time.
Bazinga.
Of course, as we
Wow,
have
I mean,
seen, things change.
Color me surprised. Good job,
Absolutely.
Judge.
Yeah.
Understood, Your Honor.
This is delicious irony. Slimeball prosecutor being tried by a slimeball prosecutor. That's pretty true.
Can we tell the
They're
jurors
both
10 or
slimeballs.
10:30?
I think we said 10:30, Your Honor.
10:30. Yeah.
I said 10, Mr. Waters said 10:30. So if there's any acrimony here, please focus it where it belongs.
So Alex is a liar, but the dude agreed to kill him and
routinely
deals drugs
underestimate
to totally
the time,
honest.
So the one time I overestimated.
And should be listened to. Okay, dude.
We tested the jurors this morning, and happy to say that they all tested negative. So we're in good shape with the jury.
I hope our volume levels are better now. I
Any
really,
other matters we
Me
need
and
to,
myself and Andrew.
discuss during this lifetime?
Yes, I just think Mr. Waters and I were talking extensively about when he's going to rest his case. We think that should be, or he thinks that should be, he thinks tomorrow morning. I'm
we get to,
maybe tomorrow afternoon, but on Friday, we expect to start our case. And to that end, if something were to happen between now and Friday morning, we are flying in experts, and don't need to tell Your Honor how expensive that process is. So even if they don't finish, we may ask the court to allow our witness. It's a footwear expert. It's not anything of explosive. But if he's here and they can't finish by Friday afternoon, we ask the court at that time to allow him to testify out of order, simply to save thousands of dollars of him have to come back the following Tuesday. I haven't asked Mr. Waters about that, but I want to put it on.
I mean, I'm certainly going to be within reason accommodating to the defense and things like that.
Great. I just thought I ought to mention it so it doesn't look like a surprise to the court.
If they're finishing tomorrow morning,
Anything
so
else?
the defense, but the defense says they're not starting till Friday.
Stand by.
it is
Your Honor.
weird. Usually they insist that defense is like, okay. And like in federal court during the Maxwell trial, Judge Nathan said to the defense at one point, like at 4:00 in the afternoon, and she would stop at 5 on the dime. Like she would not go to 5:01. Like I think one time she went to like 5:03, and she spent a minute and a half of that 5:03 apologizing for the lateness.
We have anything, Your Honor.
But she was like, if you don't have a witness to
We'll
go,
take a
you're resting.
Recess then
You're done.
for about 15, 20, or 30
I respect
minutes.
that.
Or 37
I respect
minutes.
that.
The jury is
As long
here.
as that rule is
So if you
understood
are
in
ready to go,
advance.
we can start
Yeah.
before 10:30.
I mean, if they're all here, that's fine. If I can maybe just have about 10 minutes to reset and 10, 15 minutes, and then we can get started.
All right. We'll take about 15 minutes then.
I will say, a lot of times, like we think that, while I'm referencing Judge Nathan from the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, I will say that, being like pretty much the only attorney who was in the room for that trial, that, a lot of people assume that when we see an appointment by, this type of president or that type of president, we're going to see necessarily a leaning in trial court in one way or another. And it doesn't always play out that way, because I'll tell you right now, Judge Nathan, who I think was actually brought up to this right after the case was brought up to the Second Circuit. She was appointed. I'm not sure it was by Obama or Clinton, but definitely It was definitely a left. It was definitely appointed by a Democrat, and she was very fair. I was blown away by how fair and balanced she was to the state and the defense, and just call after call. I was very impressed with the way she handled herself in that case. So her appointment to the Second Circuit, after watching her in action for 3 weeks, I was applauding, because she, you know what, she did great. She did great work. So we don't always know how people are going to. We assume that politics is always going to be predominant in how judges are going to handle themselves, but it's not always the case. So.
And what happened yesterday afternoon after I had to leave? There was a Mary Proctor witness. Anything interesting happen?
So when you left, Mary Proctor was the sister-in-law, right? And her husband came and testified also. So there was all these different issues which were being raised, and questions as to whether or not the door had been kicked open for testimony to come in about this cousin Eddie. Are you familiar with the cousin Eddie roadside assistant story? Okay, so
Eddie, is Eddie the drug dealer who shot him?
Yeah.
On the road? Yeah, okay. I'm generally familiar with the story.
Right. So they basically came. The state claimed that the defense kicked open the door to talking about this, about the roadside attempted suicide, because what happened was on cross-examination, the defense asked a question basically talking about, like, how they felt about about Alex's reaction to the murder, and why they felt this, and or something to that effect. And she started saying, well, we felt at first, we were surprised he was so fixated on exonerating Paul for the boat accident, and then all that started to change in September. And on redirect, the state started asking what happened in September, and the state got up and started objecting, saying, you can't talk about that's talking, and they sent the jury out, and they had the whole back and forth, and the question was raised: did the defense kick the door open? And when they actually read back the question, that the court reporter read back the question to figure it out, and the judge, surprising to those of us who tried cases, said, yeah, he kicked the door open by asking that question. It's like there was no way he could have known. It was surprising to those of us here on the panel, because there was no way he could have anticipated that she's going to say that she felt one way about it, and then her feelings about it changed later on because of that specific incident. And don't ask that. It
almost feels orchestrated by the state. Right?
Yes.
Hey, make sure you mention September. So
yeah, and that's what I actually said, exactly that. If the judge is going to call this them opening the door, that's motivating a prosecutor who's working with a what we'll call a friendly witness, so a witness who's friendly to the interests of the state, to basically try to kick that door open. That say, look, when I ask you about this topic, you can't talk about it. But when the defense asks you about it, try to wend your answer towards mentioning something about it, and that will thereby enable us to bring this in. And if you have a friendly witness, you could really, as you said, orchestrate it in order to try and get in evidence and claim that, well, the reason we're getting this in is because the defense asked about it. I thought it was terrible. And once it came in, we know with a slippery slope with this judge, it seemed as if, bringing cousin Eddie in next and to actually testify about his role. Cousin Eddie is a reference to Eddie, the drug dealer, which is Alex's drug dealer, the one who tried attempting the suicide. That it didn't seem too far further down this slippery slope towards actually getting enabling him to testify, which was so not helpful for anyone understanding whether or not Alex killed his wife and son 3 months before he tried killing himself. So, the state also said that they wanted to bring that witness questions about his infidelity and his opiate usage. And his infidelity was 15 years earlier. So the judge said, basically, I'm not going to let you ask about the infidelity, but I will allow. He did allow some questions about the opiate usage, and then they brought in, I think, her husband, and they basically had him just verify the audio on the testimony on that Snapchat thing that's Alex Murdaugh there. Nothing else. It was like just a 10-minute witness or less. And finally, they sent the jury out, and for the day, he said, "I'm sending you early for Valentine's Day." It was like 4:30 or so, and then they started arguing about this thing. And he said, "All right, submit your papers, and we'll hash this out tomorrow." But they started presenting the same arguments, and that's when Steve Gosney brought up the Cartwright case, and we were looking through that a little bit. So there's your summation.
All right, great, cool.
Yeah,
It was a very good summary. Well done.
thank you.
Put me up.
Thank you. Yeah,
I should do that every day.
We should. It's like yesterday on Murdaugh Murder.
Like a soap opera, right? The first 5 minutes is a
That's right.
recap of the previous day's show.
Yeah, no, it's really important because you know what? No one who has the part of the function that we're serving here for our viewing audience is that they can't. No one who has the time to sit and watch this.
I'm honestly impressed that you have the attention span at this point, because my attention span with respect to this trial went away a long time ago. And all I hear anymore is just wah, 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 wah. So the fact that you're able to recall that with that level of detail is impressive. So well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's Go Brandon says, as predicted, this guy can't make legal arguments. Run through the test, ask the judge if he would like to overturn the Supreme Court, then argue nexus. Yeah, as I said, I have deep respect for the defense's trial work, but their ability to argue some of these things, let's face it. I mean, I understand the judge might seem to be leaning one way or another. Some of the ways they couch their arguments sometimes about these legal issues, I felt could have been a little bit stronger. I like their abilities at cross-examination. That's been marvelous. That's been, better than you could have hoped, than anyone could have, any defendant could hope for. But their ability to argue some of these legal issues has been so-so, and the results clearly have not been great. Now, you can say that they're fighting a losing battle and that no one would win, and that's possible. We don't know. But, we saw just now, I agree with Let's Go Brandon. He should have pounded the third element of the Cartwright case and been like, this is classic lack of nexus here, which, Cartwright says means you cannot start talking about this whole suicide. And he's trying to backdoor some other basis that we want to talk about for this reason or that reason. Cartwright doesn't make that distinction as to why it is you're bringing the suicide in. So Gates so far above says, wait, I thought this was a financial trial with a subplot of murder. A lot of us started to think that. Randall Gully says, if you're going to have someone shoot you and try and tie it back to the murders, you wouldn't say shoot me in the head, but just graze me. You would have them shoot anywhere but the head. This is true. I mean, the concept that this
shoot
was
me in the head but graze me seems like a very questionable strategy.
Yeah. it's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. Just was checking on the trial. Thank you so much for the super chat, Jay Bolts. Scott Bain says, so is this ruling on an admission that yesterday's ruling was an error? Would think sisters shouldn't have been questioned on this for the same reasons. You're asking a very good question. I guess if you want to give the judge credit, which I understand for good reasons, many of you won't want to give him credit.
Yeah, you
can say that this is inconsistent. It's possible he gave leeway specifically for that witness, saying that to the extent testimony was elicited by the defense, so that now that testimony, as far as how this witness feels, what made her feel this way, once he starts talking about what made him feel that way, so the state then has the right to get her to explain that further. But just the reason it was being allowed in. So, and here's if the judge wants to defend the seeming inconsistency here, here's how he could do it logically and reasonably. That this is not illogical. It's not illogical for him to say, look, I think that this topic is something that Supreme Court is not allowing us to go into. But if there's testimony that is specifically referencing it, because we and on void, and and when they questioned her outside the presence of the jury, she clearly is talking about where she was going, and it's showing her state of mind. It's coming in to show her own the witness's state of mind, not trying to figure out what Alex's state of mind is, but to show the witness's own state of mind about things that she was testifying about after she'd been asked about state of mind by Alex Murdaugh. So once he's talking about her state of mind, even though her state of mind has flown off in this crazy direction, it's about we're fleshing out further her state of mind. So for that purpose, I will allow reference to be made to it. But to now start bringing in brand new evidence about that roadside assistance, that in order to reflect on what Alex's state of mind is, that's now a bridge too far. So the difference is he's allowing the testimony in to reflect the witness's state of mind on something she's already referenced, and keeping it out with respect to trying to speculate about Alex's state of mind. And the whole point is the whole point of the third part of the Cartwright test is you can't be speculating about whether or not it's tied in. There has to be clear and convincing evidence that there's a direct nexus to this crime. So in that sense, I think there is a logical distinction for the judge to make if he wants to try and justify an apparent inconsistency. But I'll take thoughts from you guys on
I think one of the things you could say also is that with respect to that nexus element, whatever can be said for the financial stuff, this is further along the path of disconnected. So my thoughts on the financial stuff and the tie with the nexus is, I think the judge went too far. But I think that this also is even further away. So if the judge is erring, they're erring in a consistent manner. They think that if the line is actually here, and they're going past that, but not even further, they think the line is in a different place. But where they think the line is, they're behaving consistently. I'm not sure if I expressed.
Imagine how short this trial would have been.
Yeah. No joke. No, and I think what you're trying to say is wherever that line most of us might think should be as to how far down this slippery slope, I guess this judge, what Kurt is really saying is the leash he has beyond that line eventually has an end point, and apparently we just found that sweet spot there between having a witness flesh out her thoughts about the suicide versus actually having direct testimony come in for the purpose of telling the jury about the suicide. So,
well, just keep in mind, the state is obviously desperate to get this in, like they are all this ancillary evidence. They're going to be looking sharp-eyed for any opportunity to re-argue this issue.
Yeah.
Because another statement by a different witness arguably could kick open the door.
Yeah,
so they're not done yet.
The judge did just basically warn the defense in so many words. It's like, be careful. So
that's true. That's a good point. Thank you so much for the super chat, Alan. Cheers from Legal Vices. Don't forget to hit the like. You're looking very good today, Legal Vices. Gonna say. Thank you very, very much, and salute to you. The cheers. I'm assuming he's an Aussie now, just based on the cheers and referencing Legal Vices, because cheers is yeah, that's something I hear. You tend to hear from the Aussies. Squizgar, Kurt hears wah 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 wah. Has he had a stroke like Fetterman? I think that's doubtful. All right, so there we go. Anyway,
I might have during this trial. It's possible.
And no one would blame you. No one would blame you at all. So what do you guys think about the judge allowing, or seemingly, it sounded like he was describing that he was going to allow them, that even if they wrap up tomorrow morning, that he's going to allow the defense to basically close court early and begin its defense on Friday. Do you
that seems strange. That seems strange to me. I didn't understand that at all. It's like, if you really think the state's going to be done, by tomorrow or Friday, like by Thursday morning or Thursday afternoon, then why wouldn't you start calling witnesses immediately?
But who are they going to call? Who's not an expert witness that needs to be flown in? That might be the complication.
Well, all of their witnesses are expert witnesses?
I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think who are they going to call? Buster?
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
Buster doesn't have firsthand knowledge of what happened at the killings. They're going to call Bubba,
I'm trying to figure out who.
killing dog.
I'm trying to figure out who they're
Buster
going to
would
call in
have
general.
firsthand knowledge of Alex Murdaugh's behavior in the immediate aftermath. He would have knowledge of the consistency of his own father's behavior. He's an expert, presumably, on his father's baseline and how he acts and stuff like that, and could comment about things that he did, or could comment about how his father was permissively allowing the police to look at anything they wanted, and how he heard him say, look at anything, look at stuff, and how he's cooperating, and all that
But we've
stuff.
heard all
So,
that.
yeah, but why not hear it again to some extent?
Well, because now you're subjecting Buster to cross, and Buster may know
Yeah.
things that they don't want out.
Maybe that's possible, but it seems like the defense's story has been that this is a loving father who loved his family and treated them all really, really well, and so I would imagine that would be the testimony.
Or maybe you want to close with that.
Fair.
Possibly. Rummel rant here. Keller too says emotional impact testimony from family members should never be in a trial. Family impact statements are not relevant. Morning, guys. Morning. Thank you so much for the rant, and I wholly agree that family impact should never be part of the whole calculus. That's designed to gin up emotion from the jury rather than cold logic and reason, which is what we ideally should be seeing from them. So,
But normally, family impact is
in sentencing,
testimony about the victim, not the defendant.
Yeah, that's true.
So if the state called Buster to talk about his pain in losing his mother and brother, that would be family impact evidence. If Buster's being called by the defense to talk about his father's possible motives or state of, that's not family impact testimony.
Well, I mean, you can talk about the testimony from the sister and her husband yesterday, and frankly, when
I
I
didn't
was
hear it, so.
Yeah, what I was listening to, it sounded mostly like family impact. They were trying to basically additionally ask questions about different things that Maggie had said about her concerns about finances, and again, maybe I'm not understanding the federal rules of procedure, but to me, this is not just because she's dead and unavailable. That doesn't mean that everything she ever said is automatically an exception to hearsay, and that's how this court seems to treat these things, because it was
right.
It
Now,
seems like that's where she came in.
Categories of information that are
There's
allowed.
4 categories and didn't seem to fit with any of that. But speaking of a 4th category, it doesn't seem to fit
not
in.
fitting.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Kurt, long time no see.
How you doing?
How are you, my friend Jeff?
Good. Good to see we have no hat Branca here today.
We have no
No
hat
hat.
Yeah.
with a tie. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got a message from Alan saying cheers from Legal Vices.
Well, I think the message was to you.
So you were the one saying cheers? Did you send it? Is that officially was that a Legal Vices sanctioned chat? I guess.
I think what he meant was, here's the $50 I didn't give to Legal Vices during his stream a minute ago.
Oh, I'll take that all
that's what he
day.
meant to say.
I'll take that all day. Maybe he was saying he found me through you. That's probably what he means to say. That's how I'm going to take it.
Yeah, it's like a commission. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something.
All right.
Wait, that's not how commissions work.
Don't worry about it.
So that means Legal Vices is pulling his weight here. I could ask questions of the rest of you guys.
I don't know if I can pull that much, but I do my best.
Yeah. Let's go. Brandon says,
I just roll hoses in a particularly precise manner. That's all I do.
yeah, but do we really need the state? Do we really know the state is going to finish on time? Are we doing OnStar data today or tomorrow, you think?
Oh, God.
Is that really coming
on time? Do you mean 7 days ago? That on time?
They just said, I don't know if you heard, but they just told the court that they expect to wrap up by tomorrow morning. And the defense said, when they say that, we're assuming they mean tomorrow afternoon. So we'll start our trial on Friday. We'll start a defense on Friday, which to me sounds like they're not ready to start the defense tomorrow. But
the OnStar testimony has to be a big nothing.
The
burger,
OnStar day
or
is
they
going
would-
to tell us nothing.
They would have rushed it in. It would have been the next witness.
It's going to tell us nothing. It's at best just going to confirm the timeline. I mean, if they know, if they have GPS, so they have exact times and exact locations, it'll further narrow down the timeline. To
I know we
more
probably already
precision,
talked
but
about it.
You're
What was
only.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kurt. Finish it.
No, I was just gonna say, like, in the timeline we've got like this 16 minutes, so you're gonna get it to a slightly more precise number, but not by
I'm just
much.
What was the ultimate culmination of the hose roller guy? What was the grand reason
Well,
for him to be there?
that the water on the ground shouldn't have been there because water doesn't pool there, and so it must have been washed off very, very. I suppose that what we got was that the water must be really, really fresh water. It must have been cleaned very, very recently.
And he would never leave a hose like that ever. Paul might, but he wouldn't.
Except in the video where the hose is not kept properly, which was before the murder. So,
yeah. Whoops. I wanted to ask you guys. Have you?
So in
ever
other words,
seen-
Kurt, nothing, right? Surprise.
Have you ever seen a state's case seem so disjointed and so out of order, where we have absolutely no way of understanding why this witness is coming now, and then the next witness? It seems like they literally just had a list of witnesses and different points they want to bring in. And they were like, all right, we're just going to we'll spin the wheel, and whoever comes up, that's who we're going to throw out there. And we're going to hear from a family member now, and then we're going to hear from the phone person, and then we're going to hear from the pathologist, and then we're going to hear from another family member, and then we're going to hear. It's just, there's no semblance. And this is such a confusing case, and when you have a confusing case and such a paper thin explanation on motive and paper thin circumstantial evidence, that's where you, if anywhere, I would think that you need to have it be very organized. And yet it's the exact opposite. This is as disjointed as imaginable. And I actually have a theory about that. And I'm wondering if you guys have any thoughts before I drop this on you, as to maybe whether that's intentional.
that's the only way.
Well, I think they have no alternative.
We want to overwhelm them with so much detail that basically their brain just resets. It's basically brainwashing.
We have lots of witnesses.
Basically
so
turn
we're
them
right.
pliable.
And they brought it on themselves when they brought in all this financial stuff. Now, because they know that you were going to kill the jury by making them sit through everything that we already had to sit through once.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what they try to do. Okay, we'll do financial stuff in the morning, real people in the afternoon. And it's not even paper thin. It boils down to we have more witnesses, so therefore we must be right.
Well, I actually think that this comment here is pretty close to where I was going. That's intentional. I think it's intentional. I think they specifically made it this way because they know their case is smoke and mirror, and they want to bury them with a lot of different witnesses. And I think this really corroborates my perspective that they're not really that worried about testimony or a theory of the case that's conflicting itself, because they know that everyone in the jury is likely to walk in there feeling like he probably did it and have different theories as to what happened. And they want to feed them whatever part they figure that witness A, B, C, D, E, F, G, that witness C may be fixating on, obviously that shirt has blood on it because he was wearing it while he killed them. And whereas witness F will be looking at it and saying, obviously it's a brand new shirt. It smells like fresh laundry because he just put it on 5 minutes before the police got there. And they recognize that if we put this all together in an organized timeline, people might, it's more, the inconsistencies in our theory of the case are more glaring. But if we start off by having a shirt person, then we have our witness collection person, and then a finance person, and then a family member, and then come back to the pathologist, and then come back to and here are the spots on the shirt, and here's the phone. It's like it's just a whole hodgepodge that then we had in our closing had the power to put that together in the way that we feel is most likely to sell it to the jury, rather than the jury trying to put things together themselves as to what our theory of the case is, because our theory is duplicitous. It's multiplicitous as to how we think this happened.
It's a Las Vegas buffet theory of trying a case. If you put enough stuff out there, it's a little something that everybody likes.
Yeah,
everybody will be able to find something they like.
Yeah. So if you're going to give credit to the prosecution, as far as, and when I say credit, I mean not credit as far as caring about justice, but more credit as far as trying to get a conviction and doing an effective job in trying to get a conviction. In that case, you can say that perhaps that's the logic behind their disjointed approach, rather than just being, somebody who's on heroin here who put together their witness list. Because that's what it seems. It seems crazy. Like what are you thinking? Like, why would you have this be so completely confusing? And it makes it boring. It makes us wonder, why are we listening to this witness? What nugget am I supposed to be getting from this witness? And they know that the jury can't be taking notes, which makes it that much more confusing when it's disorganized. Yeah. So they're not taking notes. They're getting a whole...
I don't remember this theory of trying a case from any trial advocacy book I've ever read. So I'm not sure where they're getting this from.
Yeah.
But it's a logical explanation for why they're doing what they're doing. But it does presuppose that they do in fact have a master plan, which I don't know.
Yeah.
Do they?
Yeah, it feels almost like conspiracy theory-esque. It's like, there must be a real plan behind it all, and so I'm going to stringboard this thing out to find the real secret plan they don't want you to know, whoever they is. So it does feel, while I applaud the idea, it does feel one step removed from I'm putting pins on a cork board
with the red string stretching from this side to that side.
It's not far away from it. I just can't help but think, and at this point, I have to admit, I'm sort of actively hoping that the prosecution loses this case. Not because I think he didn't do it, but because I don't think they've come close to proving beyond a reasonable doubt that he did do it. I mean, what the closing argument for the defense, you're just going to be, well, gee, one of their first witnesses, the criminologist, she got up here and said, it is a reasonable explanation there was two shooters. The coroner got up and said, reasonable minds can differ about how he was shot in the back of the head. They had several witnesses that spent days telling us there's no fingerprints on any of the weapons, that there's no fingerprints on any of the cartridges, that there's no fingerprints found anywhere. They didn't bother to check the door handles. That's all they're going to come up with.
Yeah. I'm going to pause and give my guests here an opportunity to introduce themselves to those of you who may not be familiar with them. And I'm going to start with you, Uncivil, because
thank you.
You have the coolest hat. So
thank you very much. Yeah, I'm on the channel Uncivil Law. I do a lot of appellate law, Supreme Court law, some good stuff coming up this upcoming week, dealing with the nature of how the internet works. A 230 case, which is the statute under federal law that deals with immunity for
big tech
providers of content, or platforms of content rather, that they are not responsible for the stuff that other people post. So that's sort of well established, that idea. But this case is dealing with how that principle plays into the algorithm. So if this is Google next week, if Google's not responsible for the content other people post, is Google responsible, or to what degree is Google responsible for recommending, promoting, otherwise advancing content that's not theirs? Are they responsible for the algorithm's efforts or stuff in promotion? And this all deals with a terrorism case. The idea that the plaintiff is going for in the underlying case is that someone was radicalized by various content from Google that Google promoted through AdSense or whatever, and therefore they're somehow an accessory in some sense to that content. So this is getting to that idea. Is Google responsible, and to what degree are they responsible for the algorithm? So That's coming up, I believe, on Tuesday. It's going to be a very interesting oral argument. It could be a major change to the way the internet works. Like 230 was created in response to court cases, right? That was created in response to Stratman Oakman versus Prodigy, I
Stratford,
believe.
right? Was it Stratford or Stratman?
Whatever it was in Wolf of Wall Street, it's the same name.
Yeah,
It's a real firm.
Yeah.
But
That's the Prodigy case, right?
Yeah. So that was 230 was created in response to a court case. So this case could be another impetus for another change in social media law. So check that out. Coming up next week on Uncivil Law.
I think the jury might be coming back in.
Sorry if that was promotion was too long. I can't hear you, Joe. There you go.
Yeah, links to Uncivil Law down below. You want to do a quick pitch? Can you do a 30-second pitch here, Andrew?
Sure, go ahead. I got a thing you can pop up.
Yep.
Law of Self-Defense Principles. Get this book for free. Learn how to make yourself hard to convict if you ever have to defend yourself, your family, your property. Get the book at lawofselfdefense.com/Joe.
All right, there you go. Get hard. The preeminent expert on self-defense law in our country, right here on our channel, and we're glad to have you here. Let's check in on what's happening in court, because even though they said 10:30, they meant 10:26.
Oh, gallery's full again.
Yeah.
I guess COVID didn't happen after all.
It was
And Jeff H here says, if I think they have such a bad case, why doesn't the prosecuting defense just rest?
Very good. Thank you. Good morning.
I don't think that's a bad strategy, but they're going to put on witnesses to crush
State's case.
some of the witnesses.
I'll call you next witness.
I agree. This has been baffle them with BS applause.
Yeah, you know they're going to put on an expert that's going to make that coroner just look like an absolute fool.
Thank you.
I mean, I hope they bring on Dr. Brian Cutler, the memory guy.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Bring the memory guy. Bring the guy that wrote the textbook that she called a Bible.
That'd be good. That'd be good.
And move that mic or chair to where they can hear you the best. Okay, John. Hold on a second.
Dr. Bunsen Honeydew, no.
And which law enforcement agency does this
My
guy
name is
work
David
for?
Owen, Owen.
Oh, this is Owens.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Would you please tell the ladies and gentlemen about Special Agent David Owen?
Yes, sir.
Your background,
Yes, sir.
where you're from, and your education and training that led you into law enforcement. Please.
I was born and raised in Orangeburg, South Carolina. Graduated from Orangeburg High School, graduated from Limestone College with a bachelor's in criminal justice. Began my law enforcement career in Orangeburg in 1996. Moved to Charleston in 1999, where I have been since, and began my career with SLED South Carolina Law Enforcement Division in 2015.
What have you worked different areas in SLED?
No, sir. My entire time in SLED has been with the Low Country region, which encompasses 12 counties. We do general investigations, assisting the 12 counties with whatever they request. Anything from public corruption, officer-involved incidents, violent crimes, property crimes.
And when you say assist local counties, I know what that means.
Public corruption, so you investigate SLED a lot?
SLED is an assisting agency. I like to explain it as if you call 911 for an emergency, you're going to receive local assistance from the police department or the sheriff's office. SLED's not necessarily going to show up unless requested from the local police chief or the sheriff.
And is that done regularly, and has it been done regularly in your career where you've been called upon to assist local agencies?
Yes, it is.
And just as an aside, as we've gotten to know each other recently, you got some relatives in Anderson that I knew in high school, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Objection
Small
relevant.
Small world.
Let's go straight to June 7th, Special Agent. Were you on call June 7th of 2021?
Yes, sir, I was.
And how did you get
Mike check.
specifically?
Mike
how'd
had
you
been
get the
cutting
call?
out a little bit.
I received a call approximately 10:30 that night. I was in bed trying to go to sleep, and phone rang, and I was told that I needed to respond to 4147 Moselle Road in Arlington, Colleton County. There had been the discovery of 2 deceased persons at that location.
And how long did it take you to get to 4147 Moselle?
I arrived on scene approximately midnight.
I'm sure it's been said, but it's 4147 Moselle in Colleton County.
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, when you arrived, tell these.
Gotta
ladies and
remember to
gentlemen
prove
what you
venue.
observed.
When I arrived, there was multiple law enforcement and rescue personnel on scene. Of course, I had to find a place to park out of the roadway. Made my way up to the scene. My normal course of business, or the procedure, being that we were requesting agency, I locate the agency that requested us, this being Colleton County, and speak with the supervisors or detectives on scene and say, hey, what's going on? What have you learned so far? What do you need from us? At that time, one of my supervisors, my captain, Ryan Neal, was on scene, and he was already talking with Colleton. So I was briefed on the situation, what was discovered and what had been done so far.
And did you have a liaison, somebody that you requested or told to work with on the scene that night?
Yes, sir. Originally, as I stated, we were called in to assist. So I was paired up with Detective Laura Rutland with the Colleton County Sheriff's Office, and I was to assist her in any fashion that she needed.
And again, was that unusual for a local agency to call you in to help with the crime scene?
No, sir. It happens very frequently.
And when you got with Ms. Rutland, tell the folks when you were first at the scene, did you make observations in your mind of the scene itself?
Yes, sir. I observed the scene, kind of figuring out what's going on. Started walking the outside of the scene, trying to understand the lay of the land, figuring out if anybody had been interviewed already, what methods or avenues were being taken to try to figure out what's going on, secure the area, and whatnot.
And did you see the bodies and were all of Paul and Maggie?
Yes, sir. I was standing outside the crime scene tape, and what I know now to be Paul Murdaugh and Maggie Murdaugh, I knew that there was a white male and a white female, but they were covered up with a sheet. I was not able to see them, but I saw where they were.
Did you make any other observations of the actual crime scene there itself then?
Other than the placards or evidence placards that Colleton County had put out to protect evidence upon their initial arrival, I didn't go into the scene. Our crime scene unit had not arrived yet. I have a background in crime scene, so I knew not to go in and disturb anything until it was documented properly. I was aware that
unlike
Colleton
many
County had
police
already
officers,
documented or located and marked some evidence for protection purposes. So I just walked around the crime scene tape. I knew that there were dog kennels on the left. There was a big shed on the right with a large field behind it with another shed. And there were several people and several cars back behind, what I call back behind the crime scene from where I was standing.
And at this point, had you seen the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I was told that he was with the group of people behind, which was told to me to be some family members and some of his law partners.
And I guess you became, at this point, were you the chief investigating officer?
I don't recall how long, within maybe 30 minutes or so, my supervisors pulled me aside and said, hey, we're actually going to be the lead on this. So my Detective Rutland and my roles kind of reversed, and I became the lead investigator, and she was my assistant.
Y'all still working together?
We were still working together, yes.
Had you ever worked with her before?
No, sir.
It was the
I
worst
knew her,
experience of my
but I
life.
had never worked with her before.
Did you think it was important to talk to Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
And can you tell the jury specifically how that came about?
Well, I was told that he arrived on scene and discovered his wife and son, and that he had made the 911 call. Being that it was his wife and son, and he found the bodies and made the 911 call, it was paramount that I talked to him. What was his observations, what's going on in his life, what's going on in Maggie and Paul's life, to try to figure out what happened. I still didn't know if it was, let me back up just a minute. Going into a death scene investigation, homicide investigators are taught to treat every scene as a homicide until determined otherwise. And that encompasses suicide, natural, accidental, or homicide or unexplained. So automatically I was treating it as a homicide, and I didn't know if it was or not. So it was paramount that I speak with Alex Murdaugh to try to determine what he saw, what he experienced, what's going on in their lives, to kind of help guide my investigation as it progressed.
And had the weather started to change about that time?
The weather started getting
It
rough.
had been
The
changing
tiny
and
ship was
continued to
tossed.
change. It was raining intermittently as I was coming into Walterboro from Charleston. It would stop raining, it would mist rain, it would heavy rain. So, the weather was also a concern that night, especially being an outside scene.
And that leads into my next question. Where did you request and where did you take the first statement from Alex Murdaugh?
When I met Alex Murdaugh, there was really nowhere else to interview him except the privacy of my patrol car, which was a Dodge Durango.
We all
But the
seen
house was
video,
right
and we're not
nearby.
going to play it again. The jury will have that. But can you tell us where is your car?
Yes, sir.
So we've seen the video. Where was the camera?
It was a body camera. It's not a fixed in-car camera like in most active patrol cars. But
So
I
this
clipped
was the
my
body cam
visor
guy?
right above me and just angled
The
it
video that we
towards Mr.
saw?
Murdaugh.
And is that your practice to video when you're potential suspects, or do you video?
I video
When you
any
can.
I video any witness or audio record any witness that I am able to do.
So you're in your driver's seat.
Yes, sir.
Where was the defendant, Mr. Murdaugh?
Mr. Murdaugh was sitting to my right in the front passenger seat.
And behind him,
Behind him was Detective Rutland.
Wow.
To her
This is the
left,
guy
if
who
you
was
will.
in that,
To her
that
left,
hour-long
behind me,
interview?
was Danny Henderson. At that
He
time,
put on a
I knew
lot
he
of
was an
weight.
attorney, but I didn't realize his involvement other than
No, his face, he looks
an
like a
attorney.
different person. I didn't
Later on, I
recognize him.
found out that he was a partner and Alex Murdaugh's personal attorney.
and how did he get in the car?
Who got in the car?
I say, how did,
Mr. Murdaugh?
no, Danny get in the car?
I mean, it's common if there's an attorney present that wants to be involved in the interview or sit on the interview. I allow him to sit on the interview. It's not an
You
issue for me.
allow
You
it.
said it was fine?
Yeah,
It's fine.
if you're ever interviewed by this guy or
And
any
I
other
wanna
police
ask,
officer, make sure you have an
specifically
attorney
about your
present.
observations of the
But
defendant
if he
as far as his
deigns
mind.
to allow the attorney
Did
to
he
be
appear to
present.
be under the influence of anything, any intoxicant or anything else when you were talking to him?
I did not notice any intoxicants, whether it be drugs or alcohol. He didn't smell of alcohol. His eyes weren't, any dilated. They weren't bloodshot. He seemed of full body and mind, other than being distraught that he had discovered his wife and son dead.
Did you have trouble understanding his words?
No, sir, I did not.
Did he appear to have trouble understanding your words?
No, sir, he did not.
Were his answers to your questions subject matter appropriate?
Yes, they were.
And were they timely?
Yes.
I have a feeling. I expect that
And
we're going
again,
to
without going to the details,
video
can
now.
Tell you roughly what happened earlier in the evening, how long he'd been at the house, when he
get.
left.
This is the
and
first
when he
interview.
came
This is
back.
not the second
Yes, sir.
interview.
We went over his evening.
And after this statement, well, before that, when you were outside, before you got in your car, were you able just to look at him?
Yes, sir.
Did you shake his hand?
I did shake his hand.
But did you come up to him, y'all shook hands like that?
Yes, sir. I introduced myself.
What did he say when you introduced yourself?
How you doing? I don't remember exact words, but how you doing? I know you need to
Why
talk
do you have
me.
to demonstrate a
That-
handshake?
That type.
Were they gonna
type
like
language.
dive it?
And could you see
Not a high
anything just
five.
from your naked eye? I know you didn't have a microscope, but could you see anything that appeared to be, how did his clothes look?
He had on a white T-shirt. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary on his T-shirt. He had on green cargo khaki type shorts, and then I think bright in color. I think later I learned they're orange or pink tennis shoes. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary about his appearance.
Pink tennis shoes to be out of the ordinary.
I was going to say, that's especially South Carolina. It's like you're not in New York.
After you took this.
Yeah, that's the
statement,
official
you
uniform,
were
man.
threatened.
Especially for the low country. I mean,
Did you want to take his clothes?
Yes, sir.
What?
And did in fact, you take his clothes?
You want to rephrase that?
Tell the jury how that
Well, he was wearing pink shoes.
It was coming close to the end of the interview.
I do not want to
We
take his
discussed
clothes.
collecting his clothes from him, but he had received a call that his oldest son was arriving at the home. Knowing that he needed to go be with his son, I said, I'll catch up with you later. Go ahead. Shortly thereafter, maybe 10, 15 minutes, I went up to the house and told him I needed to get his clothes. I was allowed into the house. There were multiple people inside the house. When you walk in the house, there's a foyer. I walked into the foyer. Immediately to the left, some stairs going upstairs. To the right, I believe it was a dining room, and you walk into the living area or living room. Met Mr. Murdaugh again, told him I needed to collect his clothing. He went to what I now know is the master bedroom towards the left of the house, left of the living room, and he said, "Sure," and immediately began to disrobe his clothes and hand them to me.
All right, so did you go to the bedroom?
But he didn't give him the cargo shorts.
I stood in the doorway of the bedroom.
So if that's his bedroom, you stood right here,
Yes, sir.
and could you see him changing?
Yes, I did.
And but did you give him a little privacy?
I did.
And
Did you stare?
did he give you the same clothes that he had on?
Was Buster singing
Yes, sir.
show
Sure
tunes in the
about
He still
background?
had on the oranges, pink tennis shoes, green shorts, and white T-shirt.
And this is what's been entered as 419.
You ever watch Gladiator movies?
Have you ever been in a Turkish prison? We're gonna get some gift wrapping unboxing. Is that what's happening here?
The local Civil War veteran society's in attendance today. That's good.
I guess we're still waiting on the high velocity blood splatter evidence, right? If it ever comes in.
Oh well.
No.
On the white
Oh, darn.
T-shirt,
I didn't miss that yesterday.
You
freshly
almost
laundered.
missed
Bag of chips. In what realm are those pink or
Those
orange?
are the tennis shoes that you saw.
I don't know.
Alex Murdaugh
What an
that
observant police
Software
officer.
gave to you.
Under this light, it's more red, but I considered
Yeah.
it orange pink that night. But these are the shoes that I collected from them.
Do you remember the condition? I mean, how did they feel when you touched them?
I mean, they were a little damp. I mean, it was raining that night.
You said damp.
Damp, yes. It was raining that night. Summertime, high humidity, so the ground there was a lot of condensation and water on the ground. And these are the bag. This is the bag that I would have put them in. My initials are not on them, but my handwriting says shoes 0140. So that would it was 0140-140, which would have been the time that I collected the shoes.
Is that 1:40 a.m.
Yes, sir.
on June 8th, of
Yes, sir.
2021?
Yes, sir.
Did you make any other observations? Did there appear to be any other stains to your naked eye on those shoes when you saw them at 1:40 a.m. on June 8th of 2021?
No, sir. I did not make any other observations.
If you'd leave your gloves on.
Yes, sir.
what color are those gloves? Green.
I'll show you what's been entered as 418 and tell me if you recognize this and does it relate to your testimony?
This is a bag that's sealed up, but I know that it's a T-shirt. It's got my writing on it with the time of 0141 or 1:41 a.m. Again, my initials or date are not on it, but I do recognize my signature or my writing.
You put 1:41 a.m. on that?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you package those clothes separately?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Why?
Again, with my experience in law enforcement, my experience in crime
That
scene.
T-shirt has been
anytime you
tested,
collect a piece
cut
of
up.
evidence, you keep it
Why is
separate
it
so you
still
don't cross
sealed up with his signature on it as if it hasn't been opened since then? That doesn't make any sense to me.
And that was the shirt.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is also contained in 418 that's been entered? Can you tell me what that is?
These are the shorts, 0141 in my handwriting. Again, my initials and date are not on it, but I do recognize my handwriting.
I thought Blanca, the maid, found the shorts herself. How did he take the shorts? This is inconsistent with what the witness told us that the state put up on Friday. Blanca, the maid, that she found clean the cargo shorts and there was no blood on them. Have a hot mic? Turn it down a little bit. It's so dramatic. Those the cargo shorts?
Now, those the pants that you saw defendant Alex Murdaugh wearing on June 7th, June 8th
Yes, sir.
of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And those are the same pants that you took off of
Yes, sir.
Alex Murdaugh, is that correct?
You want those?
Had holes in them.
What is this?
I have no idea.
He's promenading it for the jury.
Describe when you saw these pants on
What is this, a runway?
7th, June 8th, early AM morning.
And now for the spring
Special Agent
2023
Ed
collection.
Owen. How did they look to you?
Green
Sexy.
shorts. I didn't notice any stains on them. Nothing was very apparent to the naked eye. They appeared to just be normal, clean shorts.
And we've got these cuttings in the.
Shorts were clean.
I mean, I
Listen to
noticed
his mother.
those weren't there, were they?
No, sir. They were complete shorts. Those cuttings were done during processing.
hope so.
Evidence processing.
Prosecution has real problems handling evidence without gloves.
Look, as long as the witness has gloves, doesn't matter
Yeah.
if the prosecution doesn't.
Well, I love the raincoat. It's coated with all sorts of horrific chemicals that can be really harmful. And he's like, all right, it doesn't matter to me. I got bare hands.
I just forgot. That first interview,
Yes, sir.
at some point, maybe toward the end, I can't remember. I think it's toward the end. You kind of reach over and just do like this to Alex Murdaugh. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I consoled him. He was upset.
And that's just, you did that because that's you.
That's just who I am.
No, we do not.
And when you got to the house and after you had collected these clothes, did you do anything else at the house?
I didn't do anything at the house. I mean, like I stated, there were other people in the house, law partners, family members, people moving about. I did look around to make general observations. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Nothing seemed torn up or out of place. It's the first time I'd ever been in there, but it didn't look like there was a fight or a scuffle or, going in, being observant. I didn't notice. I went in through the front door, was the only door I accessed the house from. I didn't notice any forced entry or, when the door was open for me, it was opened as a normal door should. Met Mr. Murdaugh and collected the clothing. I don't know if I spoke with Mr. Murdaugh or someone else inside the house. I think it was Mr. Murdaugh. Excuse me. He had indicated early on in in the initial interview that he had attempted to contact some of Paul's friends, and one of those friends was Nolan Tootin. And he had indicated that Nolan was at the house during that interview. So when I went to the house to collect the clothing, I asked if Nolan was present. He said, yes, he was, and pointed to him. I noticed that he was sitting on a couch in the living room.
Nolan Toon was a
So I
witness,
introduced
and he's
myself to
testified
Nolan and
already.
Conducted an interview
He's a
with
cop
Nolan,
also.
again, in my vehicle.
He's a friend of
for
the
privacy.
family.
So you had located
Friend of Paul's.
Nolan Tootin in the residence and then conducted an interview with him in your car.
Yes, sir.
And how many people were in the house? We're into the early morning of June 8th of 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I mean, how many people were inside approximately?
I didn't go in every room. I didn't see every single person, but 8, 10 people from first glance.
And had someone at SLED, you mentioned there was crime tape. Did someone from SLED arrive at the crime scene where the two bodies were, and were they processing that?
Yes, sir, they were.
And did SLED and/or the locals have that secure?
Yes, sir. There were several investigators from Colony
Kind of.
County. Two other investigators from my office, Agent Altman and Agent Wiggins were
They're
there.
securing it with their
My
boots.
Lieutenant Charles Gant arrived on scene, as well as my captain was already there when I arrived. So there were several officers, several investigators down at that scene.
And was that scene secured and guarded until all the potential evidence at that crime scene was collected, as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
Well, he wasn't there for much of it.
They should make him try the shorts on and see if it fits.
Now, there was also a vehicle down there. to
Spread out your
determine,
legs so they
where
don't quite fit.
If he personally had a vehicle that he'd been in that night.
Yes, sir. There was a dark in color Chevrolet
Make
Suburban
sure you're
down
wearing
there.
another pair of pants also.
What if anything was done with that vehicle that night?
Well, early the next morning on Tuesday, June 8th, once we completed the scene around the kennel area and sheds, that vehicle was secured and towed to the Colony County Sheriff's Office so that it may be later processed.
So it was taken into law enforcement custody?
Yes, sir.
There's been pictures and testimony about the phone that was on Paul.
Yes, sir. So once I left the house,
There's no question
our
yet.
crime scene units, that what they go into a scene and they look for evidence, document evidence, and collect evidence before anybody really goes in to manipulate the scene from there, or alter the scene. So once a majority of the evidence, or all the evidence, not all the evidence, a majority of the evidence on approach to the victims were documented and collected, we went in and started investigating the bodies. The coroner was, of course, with us. And once we took the sheet off of Paul, there was a cell phone that was placed on his rear end and on his right side.
And if you'll think back to your first interview, you'd already had your first interview.
Yes, sir.
How did the defendant tell you that phone had got on his backside?
Mr. Murdaugh stated that, he tried to check Paul for a pulse and he, tried to turn him over, but thought better of it. And when he did, Paul's phone popped out of his pocket. And Mr. Murdaugh had picked the phone up and stated that he thought of, not the exact words, but this is what he said was, he thought of doing something with it, thought better of it, and put it back down.
Popped out of his pocket.
Yes, sir.
Popped.
And what did you do with that phone?
Once it was photographed and documented that it was on Paul's rear end, I collected the phone. Our crime scene unit doesn't normally collect electronic devices. They don't process the electronic devices. It's normally the case agent or one of the agents on scene will collect that phone. So I collected the phone. When we collect electronic devices, we normally put them in airplane mode, disconnect any power sources, take out SIM cards. Once I collected Paul's phone, I attempted to put it in airplane mode, and of course you have to try to activate it. I noticed that it had a dead battery and would not power on at all. So I secured it as evidence in my vehicle.
You attempted to put it in airplane mode. Why?
So that any outside sources, if someone has your access to your phone, like your iCloud account or your Google account, if you have an Android phone, you could remote access and wipe the phone, or anybody could, or some of the newer phones you can use a location service, even though the phone is off, to find where that phone is. So
That's a good point. I hadn't thought of that. That makes a lot of sense.
But like I said, with the
Protect
battery being
the
dead, I couldn't put it in airplane mode.
on the phone.
Did Paul's phone become, or was it a significant piece of evidence in this case?
Yes, it was.
How long did you stay there once you got there at the 4140 Moselle?
I believe I left about 8:30, 9 o'clock the next morning.
So you stayed all night?
Yes, sir.
And did the crime scene unit down when Paul and Maggie were stay all night?
Yes, sir.
So night becomes day, obviously.
Yes, sir.
Did you see anybody else at the scene that morning that you had an occasion to conduct an interview with?
Approximately 7 a.m. y'all heard about CB Rowe, the farmhand, the employee of Mr. Murdaugh. He was the farmhand. He arrived on scene. We confronted him and said, hey, we need to speak with you. So earlier in the interview with Mr. Murdaugh, he said that CB had, or I call him CB, Mr. Rowe had not worked on Monday, that he had taken his father, and he had relayed a story about Mr. Rowe having a conversation with Paul, where he was hired by FBI out of high school to be some killer operative. So of course that kind of piqued my interest, and I needed to figure out where he was on yesterday or even that night. So Mr. Rowe, when he showed up, immediately went into an interview with him, got his alibi, got his statement of his events on Monday, where he corroborated that he had to take his father to the hospital or to the doctor in Mount Pleasant on that Monday, and that he was not there on Moselle property.
And let me go back just a minute. At some point, the bodies of Maggie and Paul were taken away from the scene, right?
Yes, sir. The coroner took custody of the bodies
And that's the law. The coroner comes in and
Yes, sir.
takes custody, right?
Yes, sir.
But prior to leaving, were you able to observe from your own eyes around the bodies of Paul and Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And how would you describe those?
Very gruesome, very bloody,
Bloody?
very
So
bloody.
around the bodies, bloody.
Yes, sir. And also around Paul, it was more bloody because he was on concrete and in a rock driveway. And it had been raining that night, so you add the water to the bodily fluids.
And I think the
make
gruesomeness
Rainwater.
or spread more.
I think the gruesomeness actually
Maggie
hurts the
was on
state.
dirt, grass, so it's going to
Because
seep
you would
into the
think that
ground.
a
So
father
there
would have
wasn't as much
been so
blood
aggressive.
around her as was under her.
Well, I know it's not evidence, but
Without going into
it
what he said,
does
I think
say-
he
I mean,
testified. Did you interview
I
Rogan
haven't
Gibson?
seen many anecdotal cases
did
where
not
a father
interview
killed his son by
Interviewed. He
blowing
was
his
interviewed.
head off.
He was
with a
interviewed on
shotgun.
June 8th, yes.
Yeah.
Interviewed what?
He was interviewed on June 8th, yes.
Maybe there's a lot. I just haven't
So
seen it.
y'all are investigating,
Yes, sir.
working with the locals,
Yes, sir.
interviewing people.
Yes, sir.
Did you try to determine, or did you request anybody to check the videos in the area?
Yes, sir. Back up after interviewing Mr. Rowe, Dale Davis, who was the dog, took care of the dogs, also arrived and we interviewed him. Tried to get some information. Once we finished those interviews, our crime scene was done. We responded back to our low country office here in Walterboro. Collin County Sheriff's Office was there, 14th Circuit solicitors and their investigators were present, as well as most of our office and other agents that we called in, so we can relay to them what we had learned so far and what needed to be done. So we started assigning tasks to other agents in Collin County Sheriff's Office to go back out and start canvassing the neighborhood. Normally you would canvass the neighborhood when you're out there at night, and some agents were, but 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, most people are sleeping. It's out also the country. It's dark. You don't really get the lay of the land. So you go back the next day when it's daylight. So we sent Collin County out, and they went from one end of Moselle Road to the other, attempting to locate video surveillance, talk to neighbors, see if they heard anything, saw anything, having any problems with burglaries, robberies in the area, anything to develop a lead that we could track down.
This guy as the overseeing
Searching
cop,
for any
you would think he would have been the first
Yes, sir.
witness the state would have brought, just to lay out like
Search of the videos and the surrounding.
not one of the
areas,
last
produce
ones,
anything?
certainly.
No, sir.
It's part of the disorganization.
Not many
here.
homes are close to the road out there, and the ones that did, not all of them had video or video surveillance. The ones that did, that we saw, were at night. And you couldn't see, you can tell the cars passing, but you couldn't tell the make, model. You couldn't see the tag number, so it was really useless.
Y'all tried.
We tried, yes, sir.
And I think you said after Dale David, and he testified yesterday. When you talked to Rogan Gibson, is that when you first learned about a conversation where he may have heard some voices?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that morning you heard that from him.
But Agent Croft and Agent McAllister.
I don't like this
interviewed
attorney.
Rogan Gibson. I believe it was sometime mid-morning or
He's
lunchtime.
stressing that morning as
and
if
me
this
being
is
the lead
highly
agent,
significant.
Well, everything that they learn, they report back. So I learned later on that afternoon that they had interviewed Mr. Gibson, and that Rogan had relayed a conversation that he had had with Paul on the phone, about an injured dog, and that Rogan had requested a video, and that during the phone call, what Rogan had heard in the background.
Paul, Maggie, and 99% sure, Alex?
Yes, sir.
And some point on June 8th of 2021 was the big house, or the main house, if you will, searched by law enforcement.
Yes, sir. Agent Croft and Agent McAllister, upon their completion with Rogan Gibson, they went back to the house, spoke with those that were present. I believe they spoke with Attorney Lee Cope, which is a law partner of Alex Murdaugh's, as well as Alex Murdaugh, John Marvin. They told them while they were there, they wanted to search the house for evidence, and they were given consent, and that search commenced.
Did we get Alex's phone that night?
No, sir.
Now, June 8th becomes June 9th. You're investigating, correct?
Yes, sir.
Working with the locals.
Yes, sir.
Everybody's getting leads to follow.
Yes, sir.
Did you have an occasion to speak with Alex Murdaugh again?
Yes, sir. On June 9th, I contacted John Marvin Murdaugh, Alex's brother, and stated that we needed to sit down and have a more proper interview.
What do you mean by that, more proper?
Right after a tragic event, you want to get as much information as possible. But you can imagine that speaking with somebody who's experienced a tragic event, they're not going to remember everything later on once they have time, kind of memory reset.
It's good for the defense.
More details. They're going to be thinking a little bit more clear. So we scheduled an additional interview, which took place on June 10th with Alex Murdaugh and his brothers to see what they may have known, what they may have experienced in their lives that may have led to this. I mean, at that time, you don't have any information. You've got to go out and talk to everybody, or as many people as you can.
And when you talked, and we've seen it, and again, I'm not going to play it again, the jury's got it, but that second interview, who was there?
With me was Alex Murdaugh again in the front seat. Agent Jeff Croft was sitting behind Alex, and Alex's attorney, Jim Griffin, who was at the defense table, was also in the vehicle too.
And I think this was a voluntary statement by the defendant, right?
Yes, sir, it was.
No question that it was voluntary. He wanted to give it, and you wanted to ask him questions.
Yes, sir.
And I have to, because it just comes out. Could you understand him?
Yes, sir.
Did he appear to be under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or other intoxicant?
No, he did not.
Did he have trouble understanding David Owen when he was asking him questions in your mind?
In my mind, he wasn't. Again, if I wasn't clear, I think he said, "Excuse me," or say that again if he didn't hear what I said. And of course, I repeated myself, but it wasn't that he didn't understand me. It was more so that he didn't hear me.
And could you understand his words, and were they appropriate to your answer, to your questions?
Yes, they were.
And there's a colloquy between all of y'all and Mr. Griffin at several points on the interview, right?
Yes.
Did he appear to be clear in his mind? That's what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
And this was how many days? Well, first of all, when you talked to him that first statement, how long was it after the 911 call?
I interviewed him. I spoke with him, interviewed him just before 1 a.m. on June 8th, and the 911 call came in on that Monday night at approximately 10:06 p.m.
So that's just a few hours.
Yes, sir.
Would you say it was fresh in his mind then?
Yes, sir, I would.
And this second interview was on what day and time?
June 10th.
And what time was the second?
1:30-ish. Hang on just a minute, sir.
This was the same cop in that hour-long interview, and he definitely put on a lot of weight.
It began approximately 1:45 p.m.
And I would be asking him on cross because the state tries to make a big deal about him saying, "I did it, they did it, I did it."
Mm-hmm.
Why he didn't follow up? If you thought at the
Special
time
Agent
that he was
David Owen.
confessing, why didn't you follow up what he
Based
meant
on
by
your
that?
being there and listening and asking questions, was the defendant clear about whether or not he had gone back down to the kennels after he went to the house?
No, sir.
Was he clear that he had not gone back down there?
Yes, sir.
Well, that was clear. He hadn't gone down there.
That was clear.
Can't leave the witness.
Did you have trouble understanding that?
No, sir, I did not.
And was it clear where he'd gone after that?
Yes, sir.
based on your questions?
Went to visit his mother in Alameda.
And when he came back?
When he came back, yes, sir.
Still leading.
And that's the 12th.
That was
Second interview?
June 10th.
I'm sorry,
Yes, sir.
I was skipping it. Did you collect the defendant's phone that day?
I asked for consent to do a cell phone extraction. Dylan Hightower with the 14th Circuit actually conducted that extraction. And he conducted a logical extraction while Mr. Murdaugh was being interviewed.
Conrad's expert on phones. And what's logical extraction mean?
So there's two types of, I'm not a cell phone expert, but what I understand is logical extract. There's two types, logical and physical. Logical, it's basically the surface of your phone. You get your phone calls, text messages, emails, photographs, very basic information. The physical extraction, you get more files on the phone, such as orientation change, your steps, more intricate, more information with the physical extraction.
So on the 10th, working with the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office investigator, y'all got a logical extraction.
Yes, sir.
And was the phone given back then?
Yes, sir. Upon the completion of the extraction, it was given back, yes.
But you're working with the local officials at this point, correct?
Yes, sir.
After that, did you have an occasion to talk with Marion Proctor and her family without saying what they said?
Yes, sir. I'm not sure the exact date, but it was sometime that week or the following week that I spoke with Marion Proctor and her husband.
And was Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes process?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did y'all obtain search warrants?
Yes, sir, we did.
Would you dispute if I told you that was June 15th for social media, financial records, and to search the ponds of Moselle and surrounding areas?
No, sir.
And did y'all do that?
Yes, sir, we did.
You actually went out and searched?
Yes, sir.
How'd you search the ponds?
We had sled dive team come down. Once they arrived and kind of surveyed the pond, it wasn't deep enough for them to actually dive, so they just waited. They had, hip waders on, so they were walking around basically on their hands and knees, searching the pond. There were some other waterways and ponds on the property that were searched, and I believe they went back the next day to complete searches. Also around that area, because going into Hampton, it's a swampy area. This Salkatchie River, the Little Salkatchie River, those areas were searched. Also that same day that the ponds were searched, we did a land search in conjunction with Colleton County. They had ATVs, UTVs, 4x4s, and we were searching the property looking for any evidence that might help us develop leads or point us in the right direction in the investigation.
So SLED's working?
Yes, sir.
Working with locals?
Yes, sir.
And was the property searched again on June 16th?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
That's when the dive team returned and completed their search of the waterways and ponds.
And it's also, there were some blackout cartridge casings and some shotgun shells that were seized later, correct, also?
Yes, sir. The pond that was, the first pond that was searched is by the shooting range or the shoot house across Moselle from the main house. So going back to June 8th, when Agent Croft went back out to the house and they conducted the search, he located some additional 300 blackout shell casings.
Thank you so much.
We knew there was a shoot house by the ponds. So we went over there and located the 300 blackout shell casings inside the shoot house, as well as some shot shells from shotguns by the pond. And those were collected.
Did you end up talking with the pathologist?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an occasion to speak with where Maggie Murdaugh might have been on June 7th, with any place she might have visited?
Yes, sir. According to the statement that Alec gave me, that she was seeing that she had been to Charleston to see a doctor, and he gave me a name. I did some research, and being from Charleston, I was familiar with the doctor and the location. So I went by and spoke with the doctor, and they said they verified that she was there that day. She told me they told me what she was wearing, which is the clothing she was found in that night. She didn't appear to be in any distress. It appeared to be a normal visit. I didn't get into what the visit was, but it was a normal visit for them.
And days are becoming a week and you're moving on. Did you talk with the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, again during this time period?
A few times, yes, sir.
A few times.
Yes, sir.
Well, do you remember on July 28th, meeting him at the Colleton County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir. I believe it was a few days prior to the 28th. He had contacted me. We still had custody of his Suburban, and he was seeking to have his Suburban returned to him. I indicated to him that it was inoperable. I was unable to return it to him. And he asked to get some personal belongings out of there. I believe he had some clothing and some golf clubs in there. And he was going on vacation with Maggie's family and needed his golf clubs.
So he called about his car?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that was the point of his phone call?
He asked about the investigation as well. He asked about the investigation later on the 28th when I did meet with him and to, let him get some of the clothing and some of his belongings out of the Suburban. He indicated to me that he had some questions and wanted to know about the investigation. And at that time I indicated, I said, well, I have some additional questions as well. I said, I think I had another interview scheduled. I said, I can't meet with you right now. Can we meet sometime tomorrow? And he stated no, that he was going out of town. And I said, well, go with your family, take a relaxing vacation. When you return, give me a call. Let's schedule something and we'll sit down. A few days later, I believe it was August 3rd or August 4th, he returned my phone call and said, I'm back. Let's schedule something. And we scheduled a date for August the 11th.
So he called, asked about the case, the car. You said you couldn't meet. I could meet with you tomorrow. And he said he couldn't. He's going on vacation.
Yes, sir.
He gets back. Y'all agree on a
Why
date.
is just
for
repeating all the
another interview?
testimony?
And
Like I said, this is the perfect first
What
witness.
had,
It's not the
you told
perfect
him
witness
about
to
that
have at the
interview
end of the
or what
trial
he
when
had
this
to
is
do
all
about
very
that
repetitive.
prior to this, prior to actually the interview.
About setting up the interview?
Yes, sir.
He
You
just
have to
stated
bring
he
him
had
on
some
at some
questions.
point
He
because the
wanted to
jury
know
wants
what
to
we
hear
were
from the
doing, where we
cop
were
who
at,
was
if we
on
had
the
any
scene,
information.
the head cop.
And I told him that we didn't have a whole lot. And I had some questions that I needed
Right.
clarification
Still
on.
don't have a whole lot.
And I needed to sit down with him.
No,
Now, and prior to this, had y'all collected a bunch of buckle swabs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why?
Well, when our crime scene agents, when they process the scene, they look for touch DNA. Of course, you can't see it, so you're just thinking, okay, where could somebody have touched? I know they swabbed door handles and they swabbed different areas. Evidently, there was the shell casings and the shot shells. There were no weapons found that night by the bodies, so we didn't have those to test, other than the shotgun that Alec had taken, gone and gotten from the house during the 911 call. And at that time, I wasn't familiar with the Murdaugh family. I didn't know the Murdaugh family, but I knew that there was a large boat case. There was an issue where Paul had been charged or indicted on the boat accident and the death of Mallory Beach. So, that's a catastrophic event for that family. So, you immediately think, okay, well, that's something big. So that needs to be addressed as well. And
just how?
I have friends and family over at my house all the time. So their DNA is going to be there. I knew that Alec had friends and family at his house all the time, especially law partners. I saw them there. So if I'm going to start collecting DNA, I need to eliminate the ones that I know were there. So you start going out to friends and family, talking to people in the boat case that were on the boat that night, trying to document their alibis and getting their DNA to make sure, if we find an unknown, is it them?
So you were trying to either rule in or rule out any other possible suspects?
Yes.
And who brought up the boat case first in this case? When you got involved, when's the first time you heard about it?
During the 911 call. Alec mentioned it in the 911 call. He mentioned it to Sergeant Green when he arrived. He mentioned it to me during the interview.
And so you followed up on that?
Yes, I did. Or yes, we did.
We did. I missed all, I watched it, but some testimony with the pathologist about possible scenarios. What guns were found at or near Maggie and Paul when y'all got there?
None.
None?
None. other than the shotgun that was by Alex's truck that he retrieved from the house, but there were no guns found by Maggie or Paul.
And that gun was given to you by Alex, given to law enforcement?
It was given to law enforcement by Alex, yes, sir.
Why?
Okay, let's,
Why are you asking these questions?
did you have an occasion to talk with the defendant again?
On August the 11th.
Okay. And tell these folks, where that took place.
At the Sled's Low Country Regional Office here in Walterboro.
How far is that from where we're standing or sitting right now?
2-3 minute drive. If you're from Walterboro any length of time, it's the old hospital, the old mental health DSS building.
They got y'all in the old hospital and the mental health building?
Yes, sir.
What time was it?
Oh my God. Ask a relevant question. Get us new information.
Interview began approximately 11:09 a.m.
And describe the room, interview room itself.
Oh, wow.
Has seats.
Why?
Plain walls. There's a table.
Why?
Small conference table.
Why?
Basically about the size of this desk, and 4 chairs. Of course, we moved the chairs in and out to accommodate the number of people.
Describe the make and model
There's
of the
video
chairs,
cameras
please.
up on the ceiling to record any interview that occurs in there.
Are the video cameras visible?
Yes, sir.
This is bad lawyering. There's nothing. I mean, what do we have that's new from this witness? Anything?
Well, it's what you do when you don't have anything. Can you tell us about your desk? Nice desk? I'm thinking about getting a new desk myself.
I don't know that they destroyed the fingerprint evidence. I wouldn't assume that.
I'm going to show you what's marked, states 511, 512, and 513. And just ask you, does that relate to what you're saying right now? Testifying to.
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, 511, 512, and 513, I believe, without objection.
You're admitted.
You can put down those. Actually, Judge, I'm going,
Mike?
have abundance of caution. I'm going to withdraw states 511 without objection, I believe. I apologize. 511 is withdrawn with the court's permission. Please, this 512 and 513 I'm holding. Just tell the folks what this is.
That is the interview room in our Low Country Sled office.
Oh, we need pictures.
Can you see cameras in there?
Yes, sir. Up in the corners.
He knew he was being videotaped when he said this.
Judge, I didn't know if you wanted to take a break. We're going to play the interview now, which may be semi-lengthy, and I just want to bring that to the court's attention. So I hope you don't mind me saying
Oh, we're going
that.
to get the interview. All right.
We have
Maybe that could be
room
new.
for a short break.
No, of course.
Maybe that'll be something new. That's exciting. All right. Before I get to super chats, I never gave you a chance, Legal Vices, to let the audience know who you are, where you're coming from here. And so, yeah, why don't you fill us in?
Okay, well, obviously I'm Legal Vices because that's who I am. Legal Vices is the channel. We do law-related stuff. We do pop culture-related stuff. We do other things. We just finished doing a wonderful 2-hour block on an amazing, sensational appeals case by the one and only Stephen N. Gosney, a successful appeal. You all loved it. It was a great 2-hour stream. Steve's going to be on the channel again in a couple of weeks to do some more in-depth detail about that. Tomorrow, we've got O.J. Simpson. Every Thursday, we do a retrospective. We're in the middle of watching Barry Scheck, one of the greatest criminal defense lawyers ever to walk planet Earth, completely dismantling L.A. criminologist Dennis Fung in a near record breaking 8.5-day criminal cross-examination that left him so flustered, frustrated, and discombobulated that he got off the stand and shook hands with and hugged the defense team.
Wow.
At Monday, we're going to be doing a Maritime Monday, probably the breakup through negligent maintenance of a ship on the Great Lakes. And Taylor Shabusiness, if she ever stops attacking her lawyer in a court and actually goes to trial,
I saw
we'll
that.
take
That was
care
pretty
of
wild.
that.
Yeah, I will urge you, by the way, if you're new to the channel, if you could please sub up. I'm like 500 away from 90,000. So, which I've been looking to get to 90,000 for like, I don't know, the last 6-8 months. I've been sitting just south of 90,000. So if you guys could do that right now, there's 5,700 of you here. So statistically, at least a third of you are not subbed up. So if you can
And
remedy
I'm
that.
only 56,500 away from 90,000. So.
There you go. It's all perspective. Random Bacon says an intern accidentally sorted the witness list spreadsheet and the lawyers couldn't figure out how to unsort it, so they're just rolling with it. That's as good an explanation for the chaos of this witness list. Because like I said, I thought this guy should come first. I thought this guy sets out like the whole overview that you sort of get a feel for like what happened that night, what his story is. You can introduce the video evidence. This is how, to me, he would be ideal for presenting a nice outline for where the case is going. And instead of bringing him early in the trial, we're bringing him the day before the state is set to close, which is maybe this is their summation witness, I guess. I don't know. But this is just more chaos. No?
The trouble is, if you brought him first, nobody would remember what he said. And so they want to get this interview into evidence now. And there must be statements in the interview they want the jury to remember. So they have to keep it to the end.
I guess. But still, we'll see. We'll see what nuggets are in this interview. Because to me, I don't know. I want to have that jury swayed as early as possible, not wait till the last minute to like have them, those who are sitting there shaking their head at the state for the last 3 weeks to try to wake them up the day before you wrap up seems kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
I
mean, how have you guys? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'm going to read super chats.
All right. Nicholas Staros says, theory, every friend in the family is called for the sole purpose of getting an excuse to open the door. And with this judge, not much needed. That's not a bad theory. Tara Rayner says they need a big fish to fry after they botch the investigation start to finish, but they tried a financial crime case on the graves of Maggie and Paul. They definitely seem to wrap that case into this one. Jane B says, love the coolest hat lawyer. I will watch your scheduled programs. I think it's a reference to you, Kurt, who I think is in the chat. Tina Lewis says, didn't Gosney say there will be an expert call by the defense that he knows and is excited to hear this testimony? Sorry, can't remember the person's name. I think Gosney says it's an author.
Well, he talked about Brian Cutler.
Is that what it was?
Brian Cutler is a psychologist who has expertise in memory, how memories are formed and recalled, and how false memories are created. Steve held up a couple of Cutler's books while he was a guest on one of the streams. I forget which, probably Nick's. But I don't know that Steve said that Brian Cutler would be a witness for the defense. I certainly hope he will be. He'd be a great witness. Oh, Tobin. Steve's in the chat. He's saying he was talking about Tobin.
Yeah. Oh, and if Steve's in the chat, I'm going to grip for you even though you're not here. He's supposed to be joining us later. But I received my book from Steve Gosney. I haven't had a chance to really crack into it yet, but I'm very, very excited to look into ideas and answers in law. Thank you so much for sharing that with me. I really, really appreciate it, my brother. And I look forward to seeing you later today. So let's just run through a few more of these here. Panama Jack's Jim says, love seeing Three Amigos to LawTube. Andrew, I love because he's a gun guy and takes little SHT. Kurt for his big heart and brain. And Joe, because he's my favorite among the tribe and bald like moi. Yes, I am a cue ball. It's kind of, someone made a painted picture of me, which I look like Lennon, and not the cool one.
Not the good one.
Right, not the good one.
Well, maybe the cool one, not the good one.
I guess that's possible. Depends on your perspective. Mike the Dad Crosby. While I have white tennis shoes, I make sure my laces are pink. It's my breast awareness color choice. Now, I did not say cancer. Oh, there you go. I've only been slapped once when giving that full statement. Nice. Rain plus concrete equals wet concrete. The hose did it. That would explain a lot. what is this stupid ASMR garbage? That was when they were when this witness was opening up the wrapping paper, is when we were getting a lot of ASMR. Chris Scianti or Cianti, I'm not sure if I'm mispronouncing. The nature of these seem like there was a point being made. Do you think he probably has an idea who did this but can't talk in fear of the rest of his family's safety? Possibly borrowed lots of cash from the wrong people. I've been speculating for a long time now that I think that saying this was a mob hit is, to me, more consistent with the evidence that's coming out of trial than any other explanation. It's very, very consistent, and just the brutality of these murders, to me, seems like there's a message being sent. And do I have any reason to know that Alex has mob ties? No. But when you talk about someone who's politically powerful, really wealthy, and has an opiate problem, that smells like someone who likely has some sort of, you would think, you would not be shocked at all to learn if we one day learn that he does have mob ties. So,
well, and there's way more circumstantial evidence that he owes someone a whole time. If he's stolen $15-20 million and still has nothing to show for it.
It's great.
Plus, he's making $5 million a year, give or take.
Yeah,
he's in debt to somebody, I would argue. I mean, just circumstantially, it seems to be that way.
I think that there's a lot of that makes a lot of sense to me, and you can understand why he wouldn't be like, if that's what his own gut is saying. He can't admit he has mob ties, and you can understand why he'd be like not that concerned about like trying to help the police or something like that. Like what's going to happen with that? You think he probably wouldn't expect the police to be able to help him in that scenario or actually bring anyone to justice.
And it doesn't matter if you're completely wrong, I'm completely wrong, Andrew is completely wrong. The fact that these are reasonable explanations. It's a reasonable doubt whether or not he did it.
Indeed. And this is why I said,
and this is Mars attack.
This is why I was saying, like, based on the evidence here, even though I can think that he did it, that doesn't mean that one could reasonably come to that conclusion as well. But that's not beyond reasonable doubt because there's so many different reasonable explanations. So, Everblink says, "Is this one of those midnight auction shows when they're opening up the packages?" It's funny. Leigh Humphreys, I thought Bianca found the khaki pants he left in that morning. Love your show, Joe. Thank you. Yeah, this is very confusing to me. It seems like there's 2 pairs of khaki shorts. How many pairs of pants is this guy supposedly wearing? Because she said she finds the next morning a used pair of khaki shorts that she saw no blood on it.
Well, the police take the shorts that he was wearing at the scene away from him. He's not walking around the house with his guests in his underwear. He just puts on another pair of pants.
You figure that's
and that's what the maid collects the next day.
So that's probably why. So assuming so I guess the state would theorize that he was wearing 3 pairs of pants at some point during that day. That there was what he was wearing earlier in the morning, then what he was wearing when the police arrived, and then what he put on after the police. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. That's a good point. Crystal Ann says, "Thank you for bringing this to us, and thank you for your conversation about Grace. It was impactful." I hope it was impactful. I think that there's too much infighting, and at a certain point, we have to say, "Look, I disagree with we should call out our disagreement with positions that people are taking, especially when those positions seem the antithesis of ideologies that we believe in. But that doesn't mean that just because you disagree with someone that we should say now they should be muted or cut out from having any relevant say in the conversation." But
who's being muted?
Well, what I'm saying is, I was talking the other night. I had a stream that I was doing where I was talking about how over the last 6 weeks, we've seen so much infighting on the right, whether it's Trump going after DeSantis, Crowder going after the Daily Wire, Tim Pool versus the Quartering. There's been a lot of drama that's been happening. And my point was, even if you disagree with someone, or you say this is a reason for me not to that I have less trust for them or less faith in them. I think it's important to call out someone if you think that, let's say, they're presenting opinions that are unhealthy, but just to assume that all of a sudden that just invalidates everything they ever did, and now they're useless or should be silenced and ignored altogether. I think is ignoring the need that we have for political allies. Does that mean I want them to stay as a leading voice? No. Maybe that should be reassessed. And if you disagree with, a lot of people, for example, on the Stephen Crowder, Tim Daily Wire thing, a lot of people, turned against Daily Wire, saying that they're basically now a controlled opposition or something like that. If that's your position, I can understand you coming to that conclusion. That doesn't mean that that invalidates Matt Walsh's "What is a Man" or "What is a Woman." You know what I'm saying? Like that doesn't invalidate that or mean that next month they couldn't come out with something else that's equally significant as far as helping the cultural landscape. And to that degree, I think that saying that like, oh, no one should ever listen to them again, stick your hands over your ears, I think that's unhealthy. That we should, especially to people or organizations which have been helpful, I think that it's self-defeating to say let's silence them forever. The trial's starting back up. So.
It's just drama. There's money in drama. It's a business model. It's not the business model I prefer, but it's a business model that makes a lot of people a lot of money.
Yeah.
Rolex's BMW.
That's fair enough. Fair point, Jeff.
But hey, it's not the only thing going. It's not the bread and butter. It's just the icing on the cake.
I would say in my case, it's more opportunistic. It's not a systemic business model. But it does pay well.
It does. For a short period of time.
With the exception of short nap, Murdaugh has been awake for more than 24 hours in the morning interview. That affects memory. That's certainly true. This is the best spy sauce I've ever had. I've been away for a while. Have I missed anything important? No. Answer, hell no. Same BS like it was the past few weeks? Yeah, pretty much. I have no idea what this means. I'm not even going to.
There's money in drama if you know how to monetize it, folks. There's some people do drama and don't know how to monetize it. They don't make any money. They're bad at that.
Ask Owen if he watches grown men shower at the gym. Hello, Comrade Joe and Stalin. Thank you so much. I appreciate the love. Hello to you too. Hello from Moscow. Puppies and kittens. There you go. Puppies and kittens. I won't call you a hero, Joe, because what's a hero? I just thank you for taking over for Rackets these 2 days. You're very welcome. I will be back here tomorrow as well.
I'm sorry.
Covering this together with Branka and anyone else who's willing to join me. I'm assuming Branka is going to still be here. But
Stephanie in the chat, I could use another Rolex. I would like to get another Rolex. They're very difficult to find.
You're so classy. Blanca found the pants from earlier, not the shorts. I think she said they were shorts. That was my recollection, but I could be mistaken. Texas flood, SRV.
Stevie Ray Vaughan,
Very
great
good.
song.
You may proceed.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate. Thank you, Shally. I appreciate your support.
Now back to the conference
First Lady
table.
David Owen. We stopped at right before we were talking about the interview on August 11th.
Identical.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who was at that interview? Who participated in that interview?
No, I forgot.
Alex
Everybody
Murdaugh.
talks like they're from South Carolina.
Fleming.
And prior to playing the video,
Oh.
was this a voluntary statement?
Yes, it was.
The defendant was not in custody,
No, he was not.
free to leave.
Yes, it was.
Oh, is this the I
there
did them
because
bad
he
or
wanted
they
to be
did them
there.
bad?
Yes, sir.
No, that was a different
Tell him you wanted
interview.
to ask some questions?
That was in the
Yes, he
car.
did.
Did you tell him you wanted to ask him some questions?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I have, we have redacted the last part of this video with consent of both parties. What's contained on 517 includes the video without the redaction, and we now offer 517, I believe, without objection.
So admitted.
Permission to publish, if someone would please.
Movie trial's starting back up. I feel like I'm like one of the robots from Mystery Science Theater. Like, oh, the movie's starting.
Who's Corey
Corey Fleming was a defense attorney out of Beaufort area, also a friend of Alex Murdaugh's.
Did you know him prior to this?
No, sir, I did not.
Corey Fleming.
No, sir.
Thank you.
I can't just figure
Who's down to your right?
He's so much skinnier.
Jeff Cross, who testified. Jeff, you still in here? Is that here in the back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What time is this?
It indicates 9:50. The time was incorrect on our recording system. But my notes, my report indicates it was approximately 11:09 a.m.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Judge, one of the jurors is requesting something, Judge.
It's like the universal police interview room. They all buy their furniture at the same place.
Ready to see some cool weather.
And the defense gets to ask the first question. So timestamps can be wrong, can they?
Me too.
To the left of Mr. Murdaugh, I know we've got an inset smaller, but to the left of Mr. Alex Murdaugh, the defendant, is that Corey Fleming?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
It was brutal at my house last week. The air conditioner went out. Oh, my goodness. No, are you spelling your name with two M's or one?
Invisible? This is like the worst closed captioning.
All right, sir. Alec, I appreciate you coming in today. I know we got a lot to talk about. You have millions of questions. But before we get started with your questions, this has been going on for over 2 months. And we've done a lot of work. I know you have. And I've got some more questions that I need to get clarifications on. Sure. Okay. So we'll start with that. Wait a minute. Yes, sir.
Maybe I'm mistaken. I thought we were coming here so you could update him on what's going on.
And I intend to do that as
Okay, let's do that first.
Okay.
Let's do that first.
The update is I'm doing the investigation, and I have some questions that I would like some answers to. And I mean, certainly, if I ask the question, if you don't want to answer it, you don't have to answer it.
No, I'm not with that.
I mean, it's more clarifications of the 2 interviews you've already given me.
Totally understand.
Okay.
Just wait 1 second.
Yeah.
Wait 1 second. All right. I need for you to tell me, are you going to give us information, or are we just here for you to ask questions?
Now, I'm going to give you some information.
Right. Why can't you give us information first?
Some of the information that you're asking about are in my questions. And as we go through, you'll see.
Okay.
I don't mind.
I know you don't, but I can't. I mean, I'm a friend, but I'm also a lawyer, and I like to know what we do. I like to understand what we're talking about.
Let the lawyer answer the questions, Alex.
Yes.
A good friend and a good lawyer. Nicely disagreeable.
Well,
I need you to answer this question. Are you asking him questions to further your investigation, or are you asking him questions because you think that he's a suspect? I need a straight answer.
I am asking these questions to further my investigation.
Does that mean that you're not asking him these questions as a suspect? Because
He doesn't want to answer that question. Great question by the lawyer.
I'm not comfortable with you asking him questions as a suspect.
Yep.
When I came here with the thought that you were going to be telling him where you are in the investigation.
You need friends like this.
What it is you've done, seen, uncovered, whatever. That's why we came here.
Well, let me respond to your question. It may not be a direct answer.
Hey, Mr. Baldwin, too bad you didn't have this friend.
I told Alec this when we first met. Any homicide investigation, you start with the closest person and or the person who found the deceased. In both cases, that's Alec. Everybody stays in that investigation until we can get them out. And right now, because of the questions that I have that I need explanations for, I cannot get Alec out.
Okay. That's a reasonable statement. I don't have a problem with that statement. That's fine. I don't read it, but everybody in the United States of America has an opinion on this case. And because I know everybody, I know it's a bunch of bullshit. I can't imagine that y'all are going to be asking about nonsense in the internet.
No. I mean, just like you, I'm aware of what's out there.
Yeah.
I have not read every article. I don't care to read every article because they're not doing the investigation.
That's right.
I am.
That's right. All right. Well, Elliot, if you're comfortable and you feel okay,
yes,
then that's fine. But
anything to help.
All right, that's fine.
So I want to go back to Monday morning, and you went to the office. Okay. What time did you go to the office? Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We had been to a ball game that weekend. I don't remember exactly what time. It would have been somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30, probably 10 o'clock, maybe at the latest, something like that.
And when I ask about time, I'm not saying it was 5:11 or something like that. I just
totally understand.
I mean ballpark.
That's
as close as you can get to it.
And if you need to know exactly when, there would be a keypad that would tell when exactly I went in my office.
Okay.
That I can get for you.
Okay.
So
you have a key fob to get in your office?
A card.
A card.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But, a little bit, it's probably a little bit on the later side of that. I guess I know Maggie got up early to get out of there because she had an appointment in Charleston. Just don't remember if I left right after she did or I piddled around.
But, and I already know that Paul stayed at John Marvin's that night, so it was just you and Maggie at the house.
That's correct.
And I know when you were at the office, you were working on motions, and some of those motions you dealt with were for Paul's, the boat accident or the boat case.
I'm not really doing the legal work.
I understand. But, you're Paul's dad, you're a lawyer, you're definitely going to know what's going on.
Yeah.
So what were those motions? Did it deal with Parker's or was it the actual boat accident or?
It was the civil case.
Okay. What time did you leave and get home?
Earlier than normal. I'd say 5:30.
When you left the office?
Sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Me and Paul got there about the same time. Maybe he was a little bit later than me, or maybe a little bit earlier than me, but it was close to the same time.
And y'all rode around the farm. I believe you said 2 different trucks or 2 different vehicles.
Sir.
What were those 2 different vehicles?
We rode in the white pickup truck, and we rode in the black.
Come on, law and crime. Come on.
And either one of those, did you see any long guns? And take your time.
It's okay.
Did you see any rifles or shotguns?
I don't remember seeing any that day. No, we did have pistols.
Yeah, because I know you said you went target practice.
Well, not really target practice.
Okay,
Just shoot.
Yeah.
We rode around for a couple hours, just looked at everything. All the stuff fall down for him, and we just spent, time together. I'm sorry.
No, that's all apologize.
Hey, you can do this? I can do it. We started out going to look at the sunflowers because we was worried about the sunflowers. That was the first thing we looked at. And we just rode. We just rode and looked at. I mean, we hadn't done it in a while. We just rode, talked, and rode, talked.
What you talk about?
Everything, just one of the main things, he'd been having trouble, his feet had swelled up, and we were worried about blood pressure and stress on him. And I mean, he handled all this stuff so amazingly, but I mean, we were just so worried about it. But I mean, we talked about that, we talked about the farm, we just talked about everything.
Has Paul been seeing a doctor for this feet?
No, sir.
You're not trying to get him to go?
Trying to get him to go.
He was resistant?
Yeah, he had been resistant, but much less so after his feet swelled up.
He would shortly have an abrupt decrease in blood pressure.
Much less.
None of this seems like information that would genuinely help a cop
His parents
figure out
sure
anything about this crime.
about going,
Not yet.
how did he respond to you?
A long time
To
ago.
going out,
No, going to the doctor.
he did.
When y'all talked about it.
He's very resistant. Very, very resistant. I mean, we talked seeing a doctor
Where's the Miranda?
about the stresses
We're
of
going to question him as a
everything with
suspect.
the boat wreck. He didn't think he needed to do that. I mean, we tried to watch him really closely. But he was resistant.
What time did Maggie get back home that night?
Later.
Yeah, I don't think
I'd say probably
Steve is saying it's not custody.
best I
as far
can
as
tell,
no
a couple
Miranda.
hours
Free to leave.
after we got there.
When you and Paul returned back to the house, was Maggie there?
I can't remember if Maggie came by the shed when Paul and I were up there, or if we met her at the house. But it's not unusual for her, if we're messing around, for her to swing through up there.
Mm-hmm.
And Maggie was supposed to be coming home. I've since found out she was worried about me and me worried about my dad until she came home.
So at that point in the interview, she said, did he tell you she came home because she was worried about his dad?
Yes.
It speaks for itself.
Basis for the objection.
Leading, he just repeating what the jury just heard on the video.
Yes, sir.
God, I can play it and come back and ask him to clarify that. That's all. Go ahead, please.
Maggie wasn't supposed to be coming home. I've since found out she was worried about me and me worried about my dad.
Mm-hmm.
And so she came home.
Where was she going to stay that night?
At Edison. We were having work done down there. And I wasn't 100%, but it's pretty well she was going to stay at Edison.
So it kind of surprised you that she came back?
That didn't totally surprise me. She'd let me know earlier that she was coming home. But then I found out later why she came home.
She was concerned for you.
Sure.
What time did y'all sit down and eat dinner?
I believe he sent a
Not
text
too long
asking her
after
to come
that.
back, which is probably where they're
Blanc
going.
had made dinner.
That's not inconsistent with what he's saying.
So the three of us ate dinner together.
What was the conversation around the dinner table?
Normal. Regular stuff. I mean, I can't tell you exactly, but
How was Maggie's appointment in Charleston that day?
I think it had gone good. We didn't really get the chance to talk about it in detail. She's been having a couple little medical issues. I can't even remember which one. It wasn't anything huge. I can't remember exactly which one she went for.
And after dinner, Maggie and Paul went to the kennels, or?
You know, I don't know exactly how that went. I stayed on the couch and I dozed off. And then I got up.
Did you watch TV that night?
I know the TV was, I believe the TV was on. But I wasn't watching it. You know, I mean,
Stop right there, please. I'm not going to repeat that, but this next question regarding a tree video, had you confronted him with that before?
No, sir, I had not.
Okay, please go ahead.
There is a video on Paul's phone of you and him on the farm that night, and you were in khaki pants and a dress shirt. You were playing with a tree.
I don't remember playing with a tree.
Yeah, I guess there was a tree sapling or something that had fallen over or bending over, and you were trying to get it to stand up. But I mean, the question in that is, when I met you that night, you were in shorts and a t-shirt. At what point in that evening did you change clothes?
I'm not sure. It would have been,
Before dinner or after dinner?
no, it would have been, what time of day was that? I would have thought I'd already changed.
There's not a time.
Is he asking you now what time that picture was?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
I was down on it because there's so many posts, but I want to say it looks to be about dusk. So that would have been 7:30, 8 o'clock.
I guess that changed when I got back to the house.
Earlier when we spoke, and you talked about waking up from your nap and then going to check on your mother, and you tried to call Maggie and you tried to call Paul, and then you sent Maggie a text that you were going to check on your mother. You also told me that Maggie didn't normally go with you to check on your mother, but that she might ride that night. Did you go by and check on her?
Go by and check on my mom?
Maggie, before you left to go?
No, I didn't.
With her not responding to you and thinking that she might ride with you, why didn't you?
I don't plans that Maggie was going to ride with me. But maybe she had told me that she was that night. I don't recall that. I don't remember that specifically, but I mean, it wasn't. She didn't normally go with me. I mean, it's not like we had plans that she was going to ride with me, but she was going.
Now we're getting to like the juicy part that the state wants to share with the jury. All the questions about when he changed his clothing, why Maggie didn't go with him to his mother at the time that she was killed.
These are just maps I pulled off of Google.
If we presume he's innocent, I don't see how these facts are material to disproving that innocence.
What route did you take from Moselle to your mom's?
I would have gone to the right on Moselle Road, 63, into Barnville, turn left on the road, right before 278, 601, and then in front of the school, turn right. That's how I believe I went.
You said right on Moselle to 63.
No, sir. Right on Moselle.
Yeah.
The normal way is right on Moselle to Dobson Road.
Okay.
Dobson Road to 63. 63 into Barnville. Left on whatever the road is that goes to the school. Right. And then either 63 or left on the road that goes down and then on 63.
How often did you go visit your mother that night?
I mean, it wasn't infrequent. It wasn't all the time. I mean, visited her, all times a day.
Just checking on her, especially with your dad and him.
She had been having a particularly, she's got Alzheimer's really bad, or pretty bad. And she had been particularly agitated. With him not being there, and checked on her more in the days and weeks following my dad's passing than, otherwise, but several times a week, any time.
How long would you say you were at your mom's that night?
45 minutes, an hour.
Okay.
Did you talk to Shelley Smith at this point?
She had been interviewed, yes. I had not spoken with her by that time.
45 minutes to an hour.
Yes, sir.
Please go.
And you had to take her back home. You make any stops on the way?
On the way there.
On the way to your mom's work on your return trip back home?
Stops. No, I didn't go anywhere. I went straight there. I did not. No, sir.
And earlier in the day when you were down at that shed in the kennels with Paul, Did y'all discuss any injuries to any dogs?
Did he and I? No, but Rogan Gibson told me about the dog's tail and somebody saying his leg was broken.
Which one's his dog?
You turn up Mr. Orange's volume. Yes. Or turn up the volume.
Pump up the jams. So we do have a bit of an inconsistent statement there. 40 minutes to an hour versus 20 minutes versus telling, hey, just tell him I was here for 30, 35 minutes if anybody asks.
Right. Yeah. And
it's not much of an inconsistency, though, is it really? Because these time frames are relatively close.
Did he and I? No, but Rogan Gibson
looking at their watch every second.
About
so
he's visiting an Alzheimer's patient. So time goes slow.
Somebody
probably seems like 5 hours.
Yeah.
So right here in the interview, your question was, did Paul tell you that? So did he deny that he'd had a conversation with Paul about that?
He never said he had a conversation.
Not like he's off by hours, where it'd be like
What, if
a
anything,
lot.
did he say about whether he'd had a conversation with Paul about that?
He didn't indicate that he had a conversation with Paul. He said he had a conversation with Rogan Gibson.
That he'd heard that from Rogan?
Yes, sir.
Which one's his dog?
It's a chocolate puppy, I think.
Leg, was the leg broken?
Not that I know of.
I can certainly see why something might be wrong with his tail, because when I was out there, he was chasing his tail and looking through the fence and trying to grab it. That was puppy energy. When you got back to Moselle, which driveway did you enter?
I went into Brick Gates.
And Maggie and Paul weren't there. Were there vehicles at the house?
Yes, sir.
How did they get down there that night?
I was hoping you were going to be able to tell me that.
The only thing that I can come up with is that black truck. Is that Buster's old black truck?
Yes, sir.
Does it normally stay down at the farm, or does it stay at the house?
Both.
Did Maggie ever walk down there?
Maggie walked down there a lot. But Paul, it would, if you showed me some proof that Paul walked down there that night, I would be surprised. Absolutely surprised.
Well, thinking about Paul's health concerns, do you think Maggie could have gotten him to walk that night? Say, come on, walk with me this one time.
It's possible, but again,
it's asking for pure speculation.
Highly unusual. He would have talked her into
Well, he's asking him based on what he knows about Paul.
Been highly unusual for him to walk.
I'm not saying it's wrongful. It's just not productive.
You were just down there with Paul. When you left, you went back to the house for dinner.
Paul and I were just knocking around up at the shop, the shed, the kennels, and just the whole property. And that was before dinner, yes, sir.
And you didn't go back down there after dinner until you returned trip from visiting your mother?
Yes, sir.
That's it. Keep going.
I've got information that Paul was on the phone.
Had you confronted him with what you're about to ask him prior to this?
No, I had not.
And the question you had just asked him, did that deal with whether he went down to the kennels or not after supper?
Correct.
And he said he had not.
He had not.
And Maggie was heard in the background, and you were heard in the background. And that was prior to 9 p.m.
I heard Rogan Gibson ask me if I was up there. He said he thought it was me.
Was it you?
At 9 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
No, sir. Not if my times are right.
Good hedge.
Yeah, that is great hedge. He specifically tied the questions to 9 o'clock, not 8:40.
And Rogan's been around your family for pretty much all his life.
Oh, absolutely.
And he recognizes your voice, and you have a distinct voice. Do you think of anybody else that has a voice similar to yours that he may have misinterpreted?
No, sir. I mean, he.
So now this is 2 months
You know,
after
when
the
we were
fact.
talking, he had asked me that. So, I mean, he had told me that he thought I was up there.
Did that surprise you?
Yes, sir.
So when you return back to the kennels, when you return home from your mom's,
That ruins his hedge a little bit. That he's surprised that.
where were the dogs?
They were like they were when I didn't put dogs up.
Okay.
So
they weren't running loose.
However they were.
Okay. At one point in the 911 call, you say here, like you're talking to somebody else or something else.
I say here?
Here, yes, sir. So the dispatcher is asking you if they're breathing, and you said no. And she asked did you see anyone else in the area, and you said no. She asked about guns near them, and you said no. And then you kind of stutter and start moving around, and you say here.
I don't have any memory of saying that. I guess I'd have to listen to it, but I don't recall a dog being out. I'm certain that there was not a dog out. I mean, there's other things people have told me about that 911 call that I don't remember. I don't know here. Like I was calling a dog.
Calling a dog, talking to somebody else. I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Yes, sir. And there obviously was nobody else out there. Okay. And I'm certain that there was not a dog loose. But I don't remember saying anything about Buster would know. Something about threats. I was asked about that later. If I had information about, or if Buster had information about threats that I had said he would know.
Have you learned anything new about any threats against Paul or your family?
Nothing really new, no, sir. outside of things that Randy's told you, or, you know, there was just so many things on the internet that, you know, just but nothing new, no sir.
So during the 911 call, and we also talked about that this night. That night, you returned back to the house to get a shotgun.
Yes, sir.
What door did you enter?
The best that I can remember, I went in the side door, and I went straight to the gun cabinet.
Were you focused on any particular shotgun, or you just grabbed one?
I just grabbed one.
How do you normally load your shotguns? Avid hunters load shotguns in special ways, different types of munitions, and I'm just asking you how you load yours.
I mean, I normally put it in the chamber and push the button.
What type of shot do you load?
All kinds. I mean, I've loaded bird shot, buck shot, slugs, skeet shot.
At the same time? I mean, would you load like a bird shot and a buck shot in the same load?
Not normally. I mean, normally you put in, you know, a load for whatever you're hunting.
Mm-hmm. The reason I'm asking about that, the shot shells that we recovered that night, one was a turkey load, one was buckshot.
I understood that.
The shotgun that you had with you that night, there was a bird shot and a buckshot. When Jeff went back the next day, I'm not sure which attorney it was, pointed out that there had been a shotgun laying on the pool table that he had put away, and pointed out that ammunition that was with that, and it was a buckshot and a bird shot. And then the shotgun that we took for potential comparison, it was also loaded with a bird shot and a buckshot. So I have all of these consistent loads along with what's that in the feed room. I call it the feed room at the kennels. Is that what you call it?
That's okay. Good enough.
Okay. If I say feed room, I just want you to know what I'm talking about.
The night I grabbed the shells,
the tone of this is starting to sound like he's a suspect.
I don't.
The tone is dramatically changed.
Okay.
He doesn't sound like it's just asking questions at this point. Now it's like.
Also, when we talked, I asked you if it was normal to keep guns down at the kennels, and you said you had to check. Have you been able to check to see what was missing from your collection?
I have. Yes, I know what's missing from what I believe is missing from our guns.
Okay, and what are those?
There's 3 guns that I think are missing.
Okay. And what kind of guns are those?
It would be a Benelli shotgun, a Browning shotgun, and a pump shotgun.
The Benelli and the Browning, are they pump or autos?
The Benelli and the Browning are automatic.
And the pump shotgun, what brand is that?
I believe it's a Remington, but I'm not positive.
Remington 870.
Like standard brown and black, all black or camo?
The Benelli is black. The Browning is camo, and the pump is camo.
Would you have those serial numbers recorded anywhere?
I don't have them recorded, but I'm sure I don't know where the pump shotgun exactly came from, but I should be able to have the Benelli and the Browning.
Okay. Because we don't know if they're stolen or where they are. So I really can't get them entered into NCIC. But
go ahead.
But I could alert the ATF to where if that gun is run, that there would be an alert on it, and it would get me at least back to the gun and the person that may have had it.
Absolutely.
So if we could work on that and get those as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
Good luck with
You
that.
said Benelli's black, Browning camo, and the pump is camo?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The Browning is a brown camo, and the pump is a green camo. And, you know, I understand also that a 300 was used that night. And I know there's been some, I understand John Bedingfield said he only had 2 of those, one of which was lost 3 a long time ago, but I'm telling you, now I am certain that we replaced that gun. All right?
Actually, John knows that he sold Maggie a 3rd gun.
Okay. Okay.
And the story was that she was supposed to let you know that she paid for it for you to go sign the paperwork. And that never occurred.
Okay. So that's why it wasn't a number? Okay.
Well, he has the number. He just doesn't have a final sale on the ATF paperwork.
Okay. That was replacing the one that
Paul lost, yes.
ETF won't like that one bit.
And both of those 300s, those serial numbers are with the ATF and flagged in the system. So when they pop up, it'll get me to those. And that's, you know, we've talked about the shot shells. So the cartridge casings were 300 blackout cartridge casings that were found by Maggie. There were also cartridge casings found by your house, by the side door to the gun room, and at the shooting range.
You're now asking about shell casings that were found by Maggie. That's Maggie's body, correct?
The cartridge casings found by Megan, yes.
Had he ever been confronted with this information prior to right now that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Cool.
I believe he was, but not by me, I don't think.
Oh, okay. So then he was. That's the exact opposite of what he just answered.
There were also cartridge casings found by your house, by the side door to the gun room, and at the shooting range. And the ones by the house and some of the ones found at the shoot range are confirmed matches to the ones found by Maggie. Okay.
Confirmed matches.
What is it confirmed for the shell casing?
Which is another concern. I've got the same load as the shot
Voodoo.
shells
That's what it is.
in multiple guns and 300 blackout.
That was just
That
a sincere
match
question.
are
Is there such a thing as a
So you
confirmed?
now believe that those guns, that Paul's guns were used?
Yes,
Okay.
and missing.
And I understand that somebody had seen that gun recently, but, you know, and I'd asked Buster about it. I believe that gun has been gone since back before Christmas.
No one recalls Paul's first 300 going missing around Halloween at a party at Hampton.
Halloween of 2020?
When did y'all?
No, that
No.
was
It was
years.
Yeah, it was whatever Christmas he got it. So 17, Christmas of 17. So it was the Halloween after, and 18 is when Nolan believes it was taken out of Paul's truck. There's and it would take me a while to find those notes, but Mark Williams or Matt Williams is a family friend. And I may have the name wrong, but there was hundreds of people at this Halloween party. Nolan says adults were there, kids were there, and Nolan knows that the gun was in Paul's truck when they got to the party, and when they went to leave the party, it was gone. So that's the timeline of when that gun goes missing.
Okay. I mean, I knew it had been a while.
And I think in April of 19 is when, April of 18.
This was a 16, January. Did the
Gotcha.
work.
Gotcha. Another part in the 911 call, you made the comment, I should have known. And the question that surrounded, the dispatcher's asking, is anybody else supposed to be at the house? And you said, no, please hurry. And she says, we're getting somebody out there to you. And your next comment was, I should have known. What are you referencing in that statement?
I don't remember saying that, but I guess, all the threats and I had been convinced it just was something to do with the boat wreck and, all of that.
Did Paul ever get physical with you? Did they ever get into a heated argument and get physical?
One time, I mean, a little bit where he wouldn't listen to me.
Come on, Law and Crime. Oh my gosh. So I put up a new poll, by the way, whether you think this interview impacts the jury. You can say yes, you can say not at all. You could say yes, but not enough to change their minds to a conviction. So,
did you ever get physical with him?
No, sir.
Well, there you go. There you go. The circle of death.
Circle of death. Yeah.
Someone should write a song about it.
Sure they have.
Just like Alex circled around Paul.
Yeah.
Come on. I'm gonna see if I can
roughly the shape of the blast wound to the back of the skull.
I'm gonna see if I can find another stream. There we go.
Help Maggie. Did Paul get physical with Maggie?
Yeah.
Sure, she probably wanted to at times.
I'm sure she wanted to.
Oh, come on. Wow. All right. Let me see if I can find them. It's getting frustrated with them.
In terms of recollecting time passing, this trial feels like it's been going for months.
Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you this much. I'm going to have a conversation with you when they take a break about, this circumstantial evidence and what's reasonable to take, what's unreasonable to take. Because I'm not on the same page as you are, Andrew. And in the sense that you can't just say that this evidence is something that is as irrelevant as what color his car is. And I think that sometimes some of the perspective from people who are watching and think the state's doing a lousy job here is that nothing here is of any consequence. There's a difference between saying, aha, that's the smoking gun, now we convict him based on this little nugget, versus building circumstantial evidence towards a totality that a reasonable jury could say that they find guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So just because, like the changing of the clothes, the misremembering things about like where he was and when he was, I could understand how these are each little layers which to a juror may start to add up. I am looking for a better feed of this trial.
Well, I get it. I understand, John. You're entitled to be mistaken. We all have that privilege as Americans.
I'm not saying I would find him guilty. I would not find him guilty. I'm simply saying just because I would find guilty doesn't mean that if there weren't 1,000 of them at a certain point, I would reach that point. I think there's been like 4 of them, and that's not nearly enough. But at a certain point, that's what all circumstantial cases are.
Yeah. But double murder, though, so.
You have to weigh it against all the evidence that makes one think that he did not, that, you know, he couldn't have done it.
You got home and you all got back from riding around. Can you estimate about how long y'all would have been at the dinner table or ate at the dinner table?
I mean, it wasn't any long drawn out dinner, you know, just.
I mean, just a guess is, I mean, you said there was conversation at the dinner table, but.
It was exactly 13 minutes and 8 seconds. Timed it on my watch.
Gonna misremember the meal.
How long it takes to. Best guess.
Okay. David asked you just earlier about when y'all were riding around the farm, and you said y'all had the pistol in the truck. Y'all had shot a few times, really not target practice, but shot a few times. You said that you had on that day you didn't see any long guns, rifles, or shotguns in the vehicle. Prior to that, how long prior to that do you recall seeing guns or any guns in that vehicle?
I mean, Paul always had guns.
The hunting property.
Okay.
So.
Yeah.
Guns everywhere, all the time.
To me,
it was very unusual.
The evidence
for
about
Paul
the guns
not
to
to
me
have
is very not compelling.
When you say gun, rifles or
I don't know why we care
shotguns
about
or
when it was lost.
Both.
Okay. Especially considering the shooting range right next door to the kennels. You know.
I would assume if they were murdered, whoever came to kill them was not murdered by Alex. Whoever came to kill them found their own guns.
Went into the shop that Friday prior to.
Came with their own guns. Nothing to do with any lost guns or red herring.
Mark Ball went and got some video from Jimmy Butler's that shows Paul dropping the truck off and not removing anything from it. So basically, he would have taken the rifles out at home. Do you know what he did with those rifles? If he would have put them in a different truck, or if he put them in the house, or would he have?
He left guns
So
everywhere.
The truck that he drove. Where was it?
I've got 3 on me now. Do you need one?
We just talked about his gun getting stolen at a party. I mean, he just left guns everywhere.
Like
1,800 acres of guns.
To me, it's complete red herring.
I'm not
You
sure.
really think that they found his gun and then
he
used it to
drove
kill him?
on Friday.
If that's the theory. Oh, yeah, you just found me finding your gun. Now I'm going to kill you and your mom.
What truck did he swap out
Two
from?
different guns that I found.
I think when he went to Charleston, Dale said that he helped hook up the boat to one of the white Fords. And I know one's a gas and one's a diesel.
So it wouldn't have been the gas truck going to Charleston. I'm not sure. So this occurred the Friday before everything happened?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure. On Friday, I had gone to stay in the hospital with my dad. I don't believe that I saw Paul. On Friday.
When did y'all go up to Columbia?
On Saturday.
Why didn't Paul go with y'all?
You know, I mean, Paul, he didn't. I mean, he liked to go to sports when there was a crowd, but that wasn't his thing to go.
Is that always how it's always been, or because of the boat incident?
No, No, I mean, he wasn't into ball as much.
One thing that I'm trying to understand is your timeline. You said you probably went to the office 8:30, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and you left early around 5 or 5:30. And there's been some other timelines or times that we've talked about and you can't quite remember what the times are or what time of day it was. When the dispatcher asked you, when was the last time you saw Maggie or talked to Maggie, you said an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. To me, that's, a set, without thinking about it, you rattled off that time. We're sitting here trying to figure out a timeline.
The question was, you told the dispatcher hour, 2 hours ago?
Hour and a half to 2 hours.
Hour and a half, 2 hours. What time was the 911 call?
10:06 p.m.
Hour and a half, 2 hours prior to that.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
The state does this to call the jury's attention to this part that's coming up here.
Having trouble coming up with a specific time.
Oh, man, it's fair.
I don't know. Tell me again what I said to the dispatcher.
You said an hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours.
And what time was that?
That was when you were on the phone. And the 911 call was made at 10:06. So given 2 hours back, that would have been 8.
Hour and a half to 2 hours, jackass.
I mean, I think that's probably about. I think that's probably about right. And so, what you believe I'm giving you an inconsistent answer?
No, I'm just trying to wrap my mind around it when I'm asking you what time you went to the office that day, what time you got home.
Can I ask you a question? At this point in the investigation, did you have the video back from Paul's phone showing the dog at the kennels?
No, sir, I had not.
You're saying 5 or 5:30. I've gotten the card readout from the law firm, and it shows you going in at 5:30.
Going in the door?
Yes, sir. And Randy says when he left about 6 o'clock, you were still there. So the times aren't matching up.
So what?
I'm just trying to get an understanding of why.
I believe I left. So
This is a guy who never kept a regular schedule.
There were several readings, but your card wouldn't work. Somebody actually had to let you in. Okay. But I've got your card opening the door at the law firm at 5:30. And then Randy saying when he left at 6, you were still there. I'm trying to understand.
I left the office earlier than I normally do.
What's your normal time to leave?
I mean, it's not unusual for me to be there till dark. I try to get home when Maggie's home, before dark.
You don't like staying out there by yourself in the garden.
That's right. So, if it was 5:30 or 6, I don't think I was still there at 6 o'clock. Okay. But if I was, it wasn't long after that.
Okay.
So, I went.
He thinks he's providing information that might help identify the murderer.
My car, have y'all been able to get Chevrolet to download my?
We're still working on that.
Okay.
He's suggesting they download his card data.
Well, I mean, I got home early enough for Paul and I to ride the property for a substantial length of time. More than an hour. I thought probably a couple of hours that we were together, but somewhere.
Did you go down the river?
We rode down all the roads. I believe that we rode all over. We rode all over.
So this was after 5:30 when he got home. He was running around Paul after 6 o'clock, 5:36, whatever.
Have I been able to answer some of your questions? I know you probably have more. But with my questioning is trying to get some things cleared up. Have I given you some answers?
Well, I do know more than I did, for sure. So, yes, some of those questions have certainly, yes, sir.
What other questions do you have then?
I would like to know exactly what happened.
Me too. The best that I've been able to put together.
Looks like. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I believe Paul was shot first.
Mm-hmm.
For the simple fact of where he was located.
How many times was he shot?
Twice.
I thought he shot Maggie first because I could tell he shot her in the back of the head.
What? He said he thought he shot.
Come on. You think if I run this through Chrome, it'll go better?
Maggie first, or Maggie was shot first?
Alex said that he thought Maggie was shot first because she had been shot in the back of the head.
Go ahead.
We may honestly never know who was first, but I think it was Paul, for the simple fact he wouldn't have, if he saw his mother getting shot, he wouldn't have run to that feed room. Unless that's where one of the guns was. But,
or unless there were two different killers.
We've already established family guns were used.
How do we establish that?
Yeah.
When did we establish that?
From Paul's truck. Paul's truck was at the house. So where were they?
How did they get down there?
And how did they get down there?
Did you just ask him, we've established family guns were used?
Yes, I did.
Objections overruled. Proceed.
What was his response?
How do we know it was family guns? Where is that? That's like the big, most important question.
Would nothing be the answer?
Correct.
It's a lie.
Go ahead.
No, family guns changes everything about this whole case.
I mean, it's normal for y'all to leave your keys in the cars. However, if somebody showed up and did this, you're not going to take Paul's truck back to the house and leave the key in it.
Indeed.
And how did they put it down there? We've already established family guns were used. And if they came from Paul's truck was at the house. So where were they?
How did they get down
And how did they get down there? I mean, it's normal for y'all to leave your keys in the cars. However, if somebody showed up and did this, you're not going to take Paul's truck back in the house and leave the key in it.
I mean, do you know that the guns were in the truck? I mean, could they have been somewhere else?
Been somewhere else. I mean, he didn't have his normal truck.
And I understand that Nolan Tootin believed the gun 3 weeks beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't talked to him, but he believes it was the one that, not the one that was at the house.
I think it was a Benelli was his shotgun that he always kept, that Paul always kept with him.
Paul primarily, he kept one of a couple of Benellis.
Yeah, it was a camo Benelli. It's the last one that Nolan saw.
Okay.
And HDD, some type of 7mm rifle.
Yes, sir.
Do you have that one at home?
Yes, sir. That's what he saw?
That's what he saw.
Because I was told by somebody that Nolan saw a 300.
He told me he had not seen a 300 since March after turkey season.
Okay, well, somebody.
But those were the go-to guns, and those are the last ones that he saw.
The HDD
and Benelli. He had not seen the 300 since March during turkey season.
And he definitely saw it during turkey season?
Yes.
Because there was some point, back when it was missing at Christmas time.
The third one's missing at Christmas time?
Yes, sir. So, anyway, if he saw it in March.
Did y'all get any kind of forensic of anything that y'all found? Just the rain and the...
Yeah. I mean, we got plenty of DNA from the scene, but
yeah.
It's Nolan's, it's Rogan's, it's Alex, it's Paul's, it's Maggie's, it's Buster's.
Yeah. David, can you tell me for sure? Did either one of them live after they were shot first time?
Not long.
What's that?
The shooting happened very quickly. Very quickly.
Is this one person, two persons, three persons?
Is that the first time he's ever asked you that?
Yes, sir.
Ever?
That I recall, yes.
In the whole investigation at this point?
Yes, sir.
Well, you just told him it was two separate guns.
No, so the last time I talked to him was 3 days after, and this is 2 months after.
It's hard to say. It is hard to say.
Maybe neither one of them suffered very long.
Matter of seconds. If that.
Thank you.
Have y'all been able to get anything involved that might be for anybody? Would be? Let me ask you this question. Comes from Randy. I like I didn't talk to you about this, but it's okay. They got a lot of friends in the community. From the upper echelon to the lowest socioeconomic level. They think that they can ask people to keep ears out, loose lips, talking, that kind of stuff, but they don't want to reach out to anybody. Now, of course, unless y'all think it's okay. I'm not talking about paying people to do stuff, investigators.
Well, I've talked to Randy about this as well. He posed that question to me.
Right.
I'm not going to ask anybody in the law firm or anybody in the family, hey, go out and see what you can find and report back to me.
Sure.
Because then it can be construed as they're working as an agent of the state.
Sure.
And
I understand that completely. You don't even have to explain that. I understand it.
So, I told Randy, I said, I certainly can't stop you from going out. But I wouldn't ask them what they know and then report back to me. Tell them to call me. Tell them to call the tip line we have still set up. Or if you hear somebody talking about it, encourage them to call. Or give me the name and I'll go call.
I hear what you're saying.
So, David, we don't have not anything substantive that really makes you think, hey, this is a good.
Yes, sir. Like I said, the only DNA we have are family and close friends. We don't have any fingerprints. We don't have, unfortunately, we don't have any shoe wear or tire wear impressions because it rained that night. The only thing that we can go off of are the cell tower dumps, or the FBI was out and they were out on your property on Friday riding around trying to get some cell phone data. Unfortunately, all of that takes time.
And y'all had to send because this vehicle's new, you had to send that off?
Yes, sir.
So it's not like when we hire experts to come in and just download it.
It's 2021 and they don't have the systems for it yet. But they're creating a system from what I understand.
Okay. Now, I don't know exactly how the OnStar thing works. I know how the control module works. But this is something different, right? Or is it all contained in the same thing?
There are two different systems that we took out.
Yeah.
The other one is the telemetry system or infotainment center.
Yeah.
And the FBI says there is information there.
Yeah.
They just have to be able to extract it and put it in a report. Sure.
So you just wait for that.
I'm waiting on the search warrant from OnStar to see what kind of information they can give me.
Us too.
Well, you need if us signing something expedites that. I told you we'll get. I don't own the car, but whoever we need to will sign whatever authorization you need.
So you had said that, or maybe Jim told me or something about y'all were able to get a pulse phone just with a search warrant.
We have a what they call a partial download.
Yeah.
Because we don't have the passcode. Sure. We can't do a full extraction.
Do you think so? My thought was that I don't know who's required to authorize Apple to open it.
Mm-hmm.
I know there was that big thing where they weren't going to do it for whatever case. But I thought that if we, I think Maggie owned the phone. I think it was in her name. The account was in her name.
Well, you have to have your own separate iCloud account for each phone, and we've done that for Maggie's, Paul's,
and Alex.
Okay.
iCloud accounts.
Yeah.
To see if there's anything in there.
Yeah.
There was nothing involved. I'm still waiting on Maggie's.
Maggie did back hers up and stuff. I know that. So.
Does that mean Paul didn't back his up?
Probably.
My son and I, we had a family iCloud account 7 years ago.
But if we get the estate, we get the personal representative who is now the authorized person to authorize it to be opened. I mean, surrounded by 100 lawyers. We get a probate done like that, and I can have the powers of appointment done in 2 days, and we can authorize whatever it is you need to open.
And that might be beneficial.
So
I think Randy and I, or somebody and I talked about that
before. Yeah, well, and I said I'd do it. Any of us can do it.
Who would be the representative? Just somebody at the law firm?
Probably one of your brothers, I would think.
For Maggie and Paul's estate?
Yeah.
Probably me or.
Okay, so
my brothers, but whoever it is, it doesn't matter. Whoever it is will do whatever y'all need to do to. No, it won't be anybody that'll be uncooperative.
Okay. If y'all would go ahead and start working on that.
Clearly, the objective of the state.
And we'll reach out to Apple.
And playing this now.
And figure out how we get that accomplished.
For the jury to say, we saw all this testimony contradicting the story that he gives in this interview. We spent weeks listening to evidence from different witnesses, giving their side, their story, contradicting him.
I mean, have y'all had to track down all the wackos on the internet? Or just only the ones that you think seem a little more, not the opportunity and the inclination,
There's been a few that I'm looking at.
Yeah.
But some of the information is just so far-fetched. I talked with one guy. He called in and says, well, I knew that Maggie's son bought a house right around the corner. I'm like, okay, well, no, they didn't.
Yeah.
That Maggie had left her husband some time ago and was going to move to Florida to be closer to her father because the mother was dead. And I'm like, okay, thank you, God.
So it's a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, people that want to get involved.
Yeah.
People that think they have some information. Especially the manner of death. They're all over the place.
Well, y'all been taking a licking in the press about not disclosing stuff, but Jesus Christ, man.
I don't have anything to disclose.
Well, and why are you going to tell the bad guy what you got?
Thank you.
I just don't understand it. Look.
Nobody wants to know more than this man right here and this man right here.
I know.
Everybody
else. I believe that.
Everybody else.
David, how far apart in time would the shot? Either one of them know the other one was dead or been shot?
I think it's impossible to answer that question. I think it is impossible.
But you certain Paul was shot first?
I believe he was. I'm not certain. I believe he was.
Maggie would have known that, then, wouldn't she? You don't know how soon afterwards she was shot?
And it all depends on how many shooters were there.
What?
If we're looking at 2 shooters, it could have happened at the same time.
Well, that's a great way to raise reasonable doubt.
If we're looking at 1 shooter, it would have happened. And I know you can't help but think about it, but don't beat yourself up over getting an answer. It's not going to do anything to you.
We're going to solve this dilemma by charging you.
2 months since the
when
best.
I ask you, now that you talked to me, are you willing to, if some of my family, Maggie's mom and dad or sister, are you willing to talk to them?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I have so many questions
You know,
for Special
I'll
Agent
meet 'em
Owens.
wherever they want to.
What made you rule out two
I get
shooters?
to meet them. I mean, I live in Charleston, so it's nothing for me to shoot up to Somerville and meet with the banksters.
Thank you. I know y'all are doing everything you can. And I don't take any personal offense at you asking me these questions. I know you got to do what you got to do.
Well, I mean, and I hate to give any credence to the media, but with the media keep throwing you in there, then
You gotta ask questions.
if I can get every bit of evidence possible that's going to exonerate.
When you get my car stuff, that'll help.
Al, you said earlier Maggie didn't like staying out there by herself.
Yes, sir.
Was there any kind of, I know we asked you once before in one of the earlier interviews about cameras, and if y'all talk about doing any kind of camera system out there, stuff getting missing, Maggie talking about stuff getting missing. We're hearing that type of stuff, so.
We never really had problems with stuff missing. But we still talked about getting, cameras and, doing all of that, but we just haven't done it. We talked about it for a while.
But not really any conversation about stuff up and walking away or getting missing between you and Maggie.
Any conversations between me and Maggie about stuff?
You and Maggie, or you and Paul, either one about stuff that has been missing, or had somebody came up and taken from the bar or from the house or anything like that?
Only thing that I can remember being discussed missing was some drills and some Milwaukee tools.
How long ago was that?
Couple of
18 minutes ago.
It was since CB got hired, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Because that was one of the things Paul, when he was looking for him, was going to ask CB. And I'd had a boy working out there.
And he basically did what CB does now.
No,
Or something.
he came in and was, just trying to, because I didn't have anybody working out there, just to kind of keep things from getting totally out of control. He came in and, he does that for another friend, works with another friend, and he's just kind of coming in to help me, probably, I believe he probably would have been there in the late fall, probably, I'm guessing.
Is he from Hampton or Multibro?
He's from Beaufort, I believe, originally, but he lives up in, he lives between Beaufort and, I'm trying to think of the name of the plantation that my friend Barrett Bowler has. That's who he works for.
Barrett Bowler.
Yeah.
You didn't have insurance on Maggie.
Yeah, I don't think there was any insurance on her.
Yes. It's both wares how he looks.
Life insurance is for poors like me.
Can the attorney Bowler,
That's Tom Bowler. Yes, he was like one of my granddaddy's contemporaries. And now there's a Tom Bowler that's kind of just retired. And they are, I think that's, they're kin, but not super close.
How old is Matt? Ish.
I'd say he's 35. Like that. Maybe.
Do you still have his number?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have his number in my phone.
Yeah, I'll get it.
That I can get it.
Yeah, in response to this super chat, there was no life insurance. If there was life insurance, they would have said that was the motive, was to collect the life insurance.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, I have a lot of questions for this witness, and I don't know if they'll be asked.
yeah.
Some of them may be asked by the state. Like, when did you rule out 2 shooters? That you now zeroed in on Alex alone. How did you come to this being a family gun? What does that mean when you say a match? Is the match why we know it's a family gun? Because there was, shell casings at the house as well as at the site of the shooting?
I had to step out and use the restroom.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I think that it depends on the number of shooters. I think was one lie too many in this interview.
By the cop, you mean?
Yeah. I'd certainly raise that on cross.
Is there such a thing as matching shell casings? What would that mean? That if it fires out, the striations match? The striations on the casing would match? Is that what that means? The casings come up before it comes out, so there wouldn't be striations.
Could mean anything. It could be that the same caliber, so they match in caliber. It could be the same manufacturer. They match in manufacturer. They're both made out of the same materials. They match in materials. It doesn't mean to the exclusion of any other match.
That's what I'm wondering. Is it like, you have the same shoes as the same size shoes, or is it, what is it? What that match means? Because that's really key evidence. If they know it's family guns, that really changes a lot here. And if they really knew that all along, I don't know why we're waiting so long to get to this.
What do you think it changes? I've always suspected it was family guns.
If it's family guns, then you have to ask yourself, like, okay, so does that mean that so if he didn't do it, how is someone getting their hands on the guns? And we're assuming that someone
for Christmas presents, they were matching set, other than color. All right about that?
Yes, sir. They were exactly the same.
With thermal night vision and stuff like that.
Could be.
The one that you purchased to replace the lost one. Did it have any kind of optics on it? Night vision scope, anything like that?
It didn't have a night vision scope. And I don't know if Paul has put something on it. He would move scopes around from gun to gun to gun, but I'm not. Oh.
What's happening? What's happening?
Then we're going to break for lunch.
All right.
Turn at 2:20.
2:20. All right, we got an hour and 15 minutes to break down what we saw here. Okay.
Whew.
That was interesting. That was interesting. That was definitely new. Now, strategically, my take on this is that I think that they save this part, this piece here, to basically let the jury feel like you've been listening for weeks to different witnesses telling their little nugget that they added to this, and this interview, Alex, is conflicting a lot of the testimony you've heard, and that should shake you up into thinking that he's obviously lying to cover his tracks. That's what they want you to. That's what the state wants you, or wants the not you really, wants the jury to think. That's my take on this. Hold on one second.
You don't know, right? We'll be back at 2:20.
So, I mean, any other take as to like why it is that they would be that this came here, other than just general chaos of the DA's office, which is an equally viable explanation. But
I mean, it would be shocking if there were no inconsistencies, right? I mean, he found his son and his mother, his wife, with their heads blown off. So, I mean, I've shared this anecdote before, but for many years, I was traveling, teaching my law self-defense classes, and I would bring the shooting simulator system with me. It projected an image of a bad guy on a screen, and the students would have a fake infrared pistol, and they had to solve the interaction with this person on the screen. That might mean shooting them electronically. It might mean not. They had to solve the problem. And these videos only lasted 60 seconds, 90 seconds in a darkened room full of other students. Completely harmless environment. There's no way to actually get hurt unless you trip over your own feet. And we'd run the video for 60 or 90 seconds. The student would solve the problem. And then the student had to turn their back to the screen and explain to the rest of the class what they saw, what they did, and why they did it. What was their legal rationale for the use of force decisions. They couldn't remember what they saw. Or if I suggested things in the image that I made up, they would remember the color of the guy's hat when the guy wasn't wearing a hat. We had one student. These fake guns, you can actually drop the magazine from the gun, and he accidentally did that. Dropped the magazine out of the gun in the middle of the interaction with this video, picked up the magazine, shoved it back into the gun backwards. So it jammed so hard, we needed tools afterwards to get it out. And he had no recollection of doing any of that. And those were all gross motor skills. And we asked, so why'd you drop the magazine? He's like, that never happened. And there's the magazine jammed in the gun. We all watched him do it. And that's completely artificial stress. No harm can actually result. Maybe you just don't want to be embarrassed in front of the other students by making bad decisions. And he just couldn't remember. And he wasn't lying. It doesn't make him a liar, because when he's recounting to us what he didn't include that. He literally, his brain did not capture and store and recall that information. So these inconsistencies to me mean nothing unless they're material. He says, I've never fired a gun before, and he tests positive for gunshot residue. That would be a material lie. But these little inconsistencies, I don't think you get to anything like guilt by piling up a bunch of little inconsistencies, each of which is not material. I think you end up with a piece of toilet paper. You don't end up with a platform to guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
And I concur with you that we're even after this interview, I'm miles and miles and miles away from saying guilt beyond reasonable doubt. That doesn't mean that a typical jury, though, is going to be looking at it with the same level of criticalness.
That's the role of the defense.
Right. No, I understand that. My point is that a typical jury, you would not expect them to look at it with the same level of a critical eye, as far as saying, and they start. So from the state's perspective, they want to start trying to pile on different pieces of circumstantial evidence until the jury, till the jurors are each coming to a conclusion. Yeah, it has to be. It's just too many things here. It just has to. It has to be this. So
I mean, I assume it's happened to each of us that, you know, you've walked through a doorway or arrived at a location and forgotten how you got there.
Yeah, all the time. We do this driving every day.
You have that sensation. You walk through the doorway, you instantly forget why you did it in the first place. Why am I here? Because I obviously came here for a reason, to look for something. I can't remember why, and I can't remember how I got here. You know, I used to remember this when I was driving to work all the time, and occasionally it would dawn on me, I'm at work and I can't remember driving there today. You know, I was like, I don't remember doing it. I must have because I'm here, but I can't remember doing it.
Have you done that on a bike? I'm sorry.
You know, I'm just like, human memory kind of sucks, was my point.
Yeah. Have you done that
It's
on
normal
a bike,
because our brain can't absorb every data point that the world is throwing at us all the time. So we prioritize what to pay attention to and what to remember. As Kurt says, we've all had the experience of driving a car from one location to another and having no recollection of the trip in between. Is that because we were driving recklessly with our eyes closed? No, it's because there was nothing worth remembering. It was the normal commute to work and nothing notable happened. Or often when you walk through a doorway and you can't remember why you entered that room, it's because you were in the moment, you made a decision to go get X. And during the transit, you started thinking about something much more important, something at work, something about family, something, and that washes your mind clean of whatever the innocuous item you went to get, and you just simply can't remember why you went there in the first.
I think it froze.
It bothers to note and remember, especially under stress.
And to compliment what you're saying, it's something that I see all the time when I'm investigating ship accidents and collisions and things. It's when people have no idea of the time frames that you go, okay, this is a true memory. Whereas when you say, okay, what time did the collision occur? He's like, I don't know I wasn't looking at the damn clock. Or, what did you do next? I don't know. How long did it take you to get from here to the bridge? I have no idea. I was running. It was dark. I wasn't worried. It's when they say, at 4:51 and 30 seconds, I looked at the clock and I noticed that it was this. And then at 5:32, I went over and I did this. And at 5:37, then you don't remember that.
And it's also remarkably easy to plant memories in people's minds, right? You don't have a clear recollection. You don't know how long it took. So the person asking you about it says, is it possible it took about 40 minutes? And you're like, yeah, it could have been 40 minutes. And the next time you talk about it, you recall it as having taken 40 minutes, even though you have no personal independent memory of the time interval. You've just adopted what was suggested to you. Cops do this a lot in interrogations. This cop did it several times in this interrogation where he can see Alex is ambiguous about the answer. So he suggests an answer and Alex is like, well, it could be that. Right. Well, that's not Alex saying, absolutely, this is what was happening at this particular moment in time. It's an ambiguous morass of memories and recollections. So, of course, things don't connect perfectly.
Yeah, I had an experience actually in law school that was quasi similar to this. The police came to my house because they suspected one of my roommates of committing a murder, which he did, by the way, which is another interesting story. But they came to my house suspecting my roommate of committing a murder. And they're trying to establish this guy's alibi.
But your roommate was a murderer?
Yes.
Wild.
Yeah. A guy I went to law school with also murdered his wife.
Really?
Those lawyers.
Anyway.
Man.
Well, he wasn't a lawyer, but he was my roommate in law school. Anyways, as it happened, so this was the day before, and the police were trying to establish his alibi. And so they're like, well, where were you the day before? And I'm like, I don't know. And so they're like, okay, where were you yesterday? And I'm like, not sure. I'm just like,
that's a real thing, especially for single guy. And being a lawyer, I do this all the time. I'm sitting here and I think, what if somebody I know murdered? Now, how would I prove that I was sitting here alone in my house doing this? How would I prove I was asleep? How would I be able to do this? And that's real life situations. It's hard to prove a negative. It's hard to prove you didn't do something, which I think is where the prosecution, they've got to come up with this car evidence now. When he said, go download my car data. Now, if they don't do it, if they don't bring these people here, they're not bringing the people for a reason.
So I'm still trying to look at this the way I would expect a typical jury to try and analyze this information that was dropped on them, this evidence that was dropped on them today. And that's why, I think about how people who are not sitting with a panel like us would be thinking about this. And I could see someone saying that his misremembering moments seem to have a certain level of convenience to them if in fact he had killed him. That the things that he seems to be remembering incorrectly seem to be things that conflict with a person who was innocent of these crimes, and that's what makes it more damning than just simply not remembering. It's that it comes across like you can't deny the fact that it comes across like someone who's trying to cover their tracks, and even though it could be innocent, and as far as me looking at this case, like I said, far from a level of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I can understand where a typical juror would look at this and be like, well, that's pretty convenient that, he got that wrong, or that he phrased it that way when he was questioned about it. And
that's what the state will do. I have no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the role now of defense counsel during their closing.
Yeah.
To hold the jury, remind the jury what the standard actually is. I mean, there's nothing wrong with circumstantial evidence. I don't have a problem with circumstantial evidence, but it can be more or less material. If two guys go into a sealed room, there's only one door in or out. They go in, they close the door, there's a gunshot. One guy walks out alive. The other guy's been shot dead. No one watched that killing, but you can reasonably infer from the circumstances there's really no other way for it to happen unless the living guy is going to claim it was a suicide. That would be interesting. But that's material circumstantial evidence, not these, well, I would have done it differently, or why can't he remember this, or why is the time off by a few minutes in a non-material way? It just, when you have this tissue-thin circumstantial evidence case and you're lacking motive, now they had a motive, that would change everything, because then the jigsaw puzzles would begin to go together and form a picture. But absent a motive, I don't see how you get anywhere close to a rational, properly instructed jury adhering to their instructions, arriving at a conviction of guilty in this case.
And I think everyone would agree that the strength of the motive makes a typical person, reassess as to how likely it is they think that someone actually committed the crime. If the motive is exceedingly is so difficult to fathom, that alone raises a considerable amount of doubt as to how could we think this guy is the one who did it. I
mean, how much reason do you need to give to do something? And you need enough motive to overcome how much reason you need to do something, right? To cross that threshold. If we had heard he hated his wife, he hated his kids, he dislikes him anyway, well, maybe you don't need that much motive to kill people you don't like. But we've heard from every single state witness that has personal knowledge of their relationships that they loved each other, adored each other, were literally lovey-dovey, had never heard a verbal argument between them. That's you need a pretty damn good reason to kill those people. Right. And there's nothing that comes close to delay discovery of financial misconduct. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Including the people that he stole millions of dollars from. Said, yeah, he's an asshole. He stole all my money, but
he loved his wife.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me get to a couple of chats here. I'm
going to grab some food.
Yeah. Do you want to pitch your book before you grab some food?
Yeah, sure. I can do that. Yeah.
I'm not going to force it. Don't make me.
I appreciate it. Very kind.
Yeah,
very kind.
I gave you a very short shrift.
It was pretty quick last time. That's true. Yeah. So, Law of Self-Defense, a best-selling book on Amazon, one of the best sellers in their criminal law segment. You can look at the reviews there, over 1,200 reviews, 5-star rated, but do not buy the book on Amazon. They will charge you for the book and shipping and handling.
Don't do it.
We'll give you the book for free. The book for free. I do ask you to cover the cost, the modest cost of shipping and handling, but I'll eat the cost of the book. Learn how to be hard to convict if you are ever compelled to defend yourself, your family, your property against criminal predation. Be hard to convict, and you can learn all that with this one simple book. Most people read it in an afternoon, folks. Very easy to read. Yep. Biggest compliment we get on the book is that it's easy to read for non-lawyers, and you can get this book at lawofselfdefense.com/Joe for free. And if you'd like the fancy edition, the beautiful hardcover, which I have to say is beautiful, looks great on the bookshelf, makes a great gift for dads, uncles, brothers, husbands. You can get the hardcover of the book at lawofselfdefense.com/gethard.
And as Matches Burns says about this, hey, Branka, you know what would have helped Alex Murdaugh before this interview? Buying a certain Law of Self-Defense book. Can you tell us where he did wrong? Why you should all get your book? I don't know if it would have helped him in this interview, but I highly recommend the book, and you guys should follow each of my guests here as they'll each have their moment to shine. But yeah, go grab some food. I'm gonna run through some chats here, brother. All right.
Thanks. Yep. Be right back.
All right. As Wrestling 9000 says, hit that like, pound the former plussy. We got 10% on Rumble. On Rumble, I had 2,200 people watching me and 400 likes. That's sad. 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 It's very, very sad. So do your thing. I'm trying to do my thing. Do your thing. If you're watching on YouTube also, if you could please like and subscribe. I am so close to 90,000. It's like seriously, really, I can smell it. It's like,
let's get Joe that play button. Let's get him 100,000.
Amen.
Let's get him that play button.
Amen. There's 5,900 in you.
2,000 of you have not hit the subscribe button. There's no way. Hit the subscribe button. Do it now.
Statistically, it's roughly 2,000 of you have not hit it yet. So if you can, I'd really appreciate it. And I am going to be streaming the trial tomorrow. So if you don't hit the plus and you just found me now, you're never going to find me unless you hit the like and subscribe. So please do so. Let me grab a couple of these chats that were just dangling out here, just begging to be read. Random palate cleansers for these trial. Okay. I won't call you a hero, Joe, because what's a hero? I thank you for taking over for rackets these 2 days. It is my privilege. Seriously. Puppies and kittens. Thank you, Aaron. Indeed. Joe, you're getting shorts and pants mixed up. Blanca found Blanca, that's the maid, found khaki pants. Leo took shorts. That's possible. That's something Maggie says also here. You guys are killing me. The night of the murders, he was wearing green/khaki shorts. He wore khaki long pants to work that day, and those pants were found on the bathroom floor. The night of the murders, he was wearing green khaki shorts. I don't know. You could be. I'll defer to you. It's possible. Definitely possible. Aloe says, is this more noise from the state? FFS, give me evidence. Evidence! He did it. P.S. Thank you for picking up the racket slack today and tomorrow. That Binger needed a few days off. He really did. He's been working his tail off here. Rocky says, soon as the agent indicated he was suspect, they should have ended interview and left. I agree with you. There was definitely a moment there, like 15, 20 minutes in, where it was clear they were talking to him like he was a suspect. And
Joe, the moment was when they said, come in here and have a seat.
I agree with you. and the lawyer smelled that too. The lawyer, those of you who were asking the question, this question came up a few times because people walked in the middle of the interview. He was never read his Miranda rights because he was not detained. He was free to leave at any time. And if the individual is free to leave when he's being questioned, you don't need to give him his Miranda rights. So that's why there were no Miranda warnings issued. At the same time, because he was free to leave, the lawyer says at the beginning, hey, we thought we were coming in here to ask you questions. Why is it that he's sitting here for an interview with you asking him questions? And the Officer Owen was very slick and basically trying to imply that, hey, through answering my questions, it helps me answer your questions. And at a certain point, certainly I think by the time he mentioned that these were family guns, at this point, he's clearly a suspect. He's clearly someone that the police are looking at as a suspect. The officer said a few things which were of very critical importance. One is that he said that that there was a match on shell casings that were found near the house as well as at the kennels, which is a far distance from each other. It's far enough that Paul would never walk; he'd always drive. So so you have to ask yourself, if these killers were foreign to was not Alex, just some random third party, why would their shell casings be up by the house? But you also have to ask, what the heck is a match? It's that's a very amorphous term, which I think that if the state really believes in this, here's the thing I want to point out as far as who ends up asking these questions. If the state really believes in it, you would think they would ask it. They would ask that question. When you said in that interview that the shell casings were a match, the same that were found near the house compared to those found by Maggie's body, what does that mean? In what way did you assess that they matched and really pound that home? You also said during the course of the so the question is the state going to ask that question because they really believe in it, or are they not going to ask that question and just sort of let it just sort of slide by and let that seedling that they're not really sure how well it matches or how strong the indications are about that match, or how unshakable they are. That would make you think that they don't really believe in the evidence, in which case you would think the defense would be asking it. But someone should be asking that question, either the state or the defense, I would think. Similarly, when they say that, when he said in the interview that these are family, we believe that they were killed by guns that were owned by the family. To me, that's a very, very, very important piece. Sean, Andrew didn't seem to think it was very important. I don't understand how you think it's not important. If in fact,
because if it's random people who are doing it, you presume that they're coming with their own firearms or own weapons.
Yeah,
because they're not going to depend on the probability of finding guns, even if somehow they know that this family is prone to do that. They wouldn't rely on it, right? If they're coming there for the murders, it's like, well, they usually keep guns just lying about. I'm sure we'll find guns when we're there. That doesn't flow. So if it is actually the guns that he owned that were used in the murders, it seems significantly more probable that it's him rather than some random people.
Right. Which is, and that's why. And Andrew, I'm glad you're back. I don't know if you can hear me yet. If you have your earphones in,
Yep.
All right. So you were saying you didn't see such great significance in the concept of these guns belonging to the Murdaughs versus being foreign guns. If we found the murder weapon, okay, and it was definitively guns that were owned by the Murdaughs, you don't see how that increases the circumstantial evidence toward Alex having some level of involvement here, in the sense that, how did they get these guns? Like, is it really credible?
The guns are everywhere.
Okay.
They're everywhere. They're
So
in the
what- so
vehicles.
you're-
They're on the golf carts. They're in the ATVs. They're leaning against the wall in the sheds. These people leave guns everywhere. Now, if this were, I don't know, like a state like Massachusetts, where everyone keeps their guns in a safe and you have to have access to the safe, then that would be a material question to me. How did someone get access to these guns when it was secured such that only family members could get it? But when they have guns strewn everywhere around the property all the time, every witness who spends time at that property talks about it. I'm sure they're talking about it with friends outside of the immediate friend community. Hey, when you go to their place, man, they got a hunting property. There's guns everywhere. We shoot all over the place. It's a lot of fun. The guns are everywhere. So it's not surprising to me that someone would have access.
So if I'm in the jury room deliberating this, okay, trying to figure out what happened, what do I really believe happened here, and I'm talking to you about this, okay, I imagine that the scenario is that we definitely that it's not just this police speculation that it's the family guns, but we had the murder weapon here. We know definitively it's their gun, and you're trying to convince me.
I mean, we know at least one of them is a family gun, right? We have good reason to believe Maggie was killed with a 300 blackout, and a 300 blackout rifle is missing.
Okay, but
it was missing for like a year before, though, wasn't it?
Okay, no, it's a new one. This is the replacement gun. So they bought two.
Yeah.
They bought two for the sons, one for each son, and Paul had his stolen from his truck, so they replaced it.
Mm-hmm.
So there were two again, and one of those is missing.
Right now, it's still that second one. Is
right
missing.
now. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I quite agree on this point. If we can establish that Maggie was killed with the gun that the Murdaughs owned, even if the scenario would be the people that someone else, presumably coming to the property for the purpose of killing people. I mean, that's probably their intent, because given the time frames, they would have to be killing the people pretty fast upon arrival. If they're coming there for the purpose of committing murders, it seems unlikely that they would depend on the fact that there are just firearms that are available. It's like, yeah, this family is notorious for keeping firearms around. We'll find one when we get there. It doesn't strike me as particularly plausible. It's like
no,
they
come to kill Paul. They bring a shotgun to kill Paul. They kill Paul with the shotgun. If it's a double-barreled shotgun, for example, or they have some kind of malfunction, they don't know Maggie's there. She hears Paul getting shot. She goes, ah, and like, oh crap, we got to deal with her too. In fact, she's got her phone in her hand. Maybe she just recorded me killing Paul. But there's a blackout. There's Paul's blackout rifle right there. So it's just a battlefield pickup. They pick it up. They chase down Maggie. They shoot her dead. And they grab her phone in case she was making a recording, and they run off with the guns. That would explain why the guns are missing. That would explain why Maggie's phone ended up in the woods.
I guess it could. That seems a little bit speculative, but
is it unreasonable?
It's an alternative hypothesis consistent with the facts, that's consistent with evidence. Innocence.
That means no, it's not unreasonable.
Well, I'm saying, Andrew presented it. I'm not saying it's like I said. We're sitting here in a panel. We're a bunch of attorneys who are very strong believers in the American judicial system and guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. We're going to be tougher than a typical juror to convince of guilt. So that's why I'm trying to put myself inside the jury room and consider the deliberations they are likely to have rather than less likely to. Obviously, there's some sort of speculation. Maybe they all are a bunch of attorneys. It's doubtful because usually when you're selecting a jury, you're avoiding having attorneys in your jury pool. So
for this very reason.
Yeah. So
because we actually take it seriously, even if we might disagree, we actually take it seriously.
Yeah, and we're also likely to say, I think he might have done it, but that's not guilt beyond reasonable doubt. So I'm gonna acquit. So, and if you're the state, you definitely don't want a juror like that. You want a juror who's going to say that he's not going to convict unless he finds guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. But in actuality, if you get anywhere much beyond preponderance of evidence, is going to convict. That's really that's what your typical DA is looking for. So. I
saw an episode of Matlock that they did this and that meant he did it. So,
Yeah.
Especially in the absence of a single coherent evidence-based narrative from the state on how this happened.
Oh,
because they don't have it.
Andrew, you're going to have an easy time convincing anyone on this panel that there's no guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. We're all on the same page as far as that. I'm sitting here trying to figure out how would a typical person tend to look at this who's not being quite as critical, and that's what I'm thinking to myself. Do I think that a jury is likely to let him walk or not? And I do think at this point there's much more of a need for the defense to put on a case than there was yesterday.
Yes, I think so. I mean, they definitely have to explain away the inconsistencies. And we've talked a little bit about how they can do that in sort of human perception, human memory. So there's definitely ways to address the problem, but it is a problem. And, the clothing that he was wearing earlier that day, which apparently is missing, and they have a rifle that's apparently missing. So that's some things that need to be explained. Is it doable? Yes, but it has to be done.
And it should start with their cross-examination, and I expect it will. Because their cross-examinations have been dynamite so far, and there's no reason to think that they're gonna get weaker all of a sudden. So, but especially if the state does not ask
there's plenty
questions.
of meat in this interview for cross-examination.
Yeah,
there's plenty of meat. I mean, we know that, of course, cops are allowed to lie in an interview, right, to try to get information from a suspect. But just exposing that alone, weren't you lying here? Weren't you lying here? That looks terrible to a jury. Yes. I mean, they're allowed to do it, but it looks awful. It doesn't look like you're a good faith actor trying to solve a murder anymore. It looks like you're trying to trap someone into being the suspect.
Very, very.
The suggestions of the two guns. The fact that, were you surprised he couldn't remember exactly, given the circumstances? And the cop almost certainly say, well, no, that happens. When police shoot someone, aren't they given 72 hours before they have to give a statement, specifically because the trauma interferes with the memory process? Oh, yeah, that's true.
Well, this one was 2 months. This one was 2 months later. So, this one was in August. But yeah, I totally agree with you that they should point out that, when you were saying that you believe that it was a family gun, or when you said there was a match, when you said that and here's the other thing that I really want the cross-examination. In the interview, you said that you thought that it's very possible there was two shooters, but yet here you're only accusing Alex. What happened to that theory?
That's why I'm saying that was the lie too far, because that's what I would do if I was on the defense team. That would be the first thing I said. Now you said you thought there were two. That puts them in the corner of either going, yeah, there might have been two shooters, or no, we lied, and then pin them on whatever their answer is.
Yeah.
If they lied to, okay, what else were you lying about? What are you lying about here on the stand now?
And he can't know that there weren't two shooters. He wasn't there. Right? There's no evidence that absolutely contradicts a two-shooter theory. So he'll have to concede, like the prior witnesses have had to concede. A prior investigator. In fact, Rutland, I think it was the person who was initially the lead and then became his assistant, had to concede on cross that, yeah, it could have been. That would be consistent with the evidence if it was two shooters. It could have been two shooters. This guy's going to have to make the same concession.
Right. And now you have like the lead cop on this case who's basically implicitly saying that the convictions we're trying to seek here are not spot on, and you can point to that in your closing arguments as that alone raising reasonable doubt. So,
and the times. I mean, I just want just for the fun of it. The times don't match. What's the difference between the actual time and the timestamp on your video there? Is there a time difference there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. So your times are also off. Amazing.
I'm still here, but I'm going to blank my camera for a minute.
Flux says this prosecution is a sham, just here for the good company and jokes at this point. This dude couldn't even shoot a dog. That is another point that I'm positive they're going to raise in their closing argument, that we heard from one of the state's witnesses saying that this guy didn't have the stones to kill a dog, and yet we're claiming that the state is claiming not only did he kill his own son, not just kill another human. They're saying that he killed two other humans, one of them being his wife, and who he spent, everyone said he had a lovey-dovey relationship with, another being his own son. Oh, and not only did he kill his own son, but he decided to kill his own son in one of the most graphic and brutal ways this state has ever seen any murder committed. I mean, this is a disgusting way to kill someone. This was terrible. And you're saying that this person who couldn't kill a dog did that to a human, his own son. That's what you have. If you beyond a reasonable doubt, that sounds almost incomprehensible. How high a motive would someone need to do something like that? And the motive they're saying is, well, he wanted a continuance in his case for 30 days because he's all connected to the court system and the judges, and they wouldn't give it to him unless he beheaded his own son by bullet.
Well, see, and I mean, you mentioned that. I mentioned a little bit earlier. Killing your son is one thing with a shotgun, but when you blast him in the face or the back of the head, whatever you want to say, that's a special kind of I'm going to kill you.
Yeah.
And to use this as the motive, to me, this whole motive of, he wants to distract them or whatever. Dude's dad was 3 days away from being dead, and his father was a hell of a lot bigger icon was his grandfather, it was his father.
Both
his father
and grandfather. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was his
father was
father
dying.
that
His father was
3
dying.
days,
Yeah.
He was a hell of a lot bigger icon in town than his wife was.
And if the state counters, well, he didn't know his father was going to die 3 days later. It doesn't matter. If he's in hospice, he's on death's door, you're still going to get that continuance.
He had a pretty good idea. Yeah, he had a pretty good idea. He was aware of his father's health and how it was going, and he gets the call. It's like there's nothing more that can be done.
Yeah.
You know, it's the end.
Yeah, they tell you that when there's less than a week left, usually. So I got that call with my mom like 5 days before she died. I don't know why, but his body language do not match his words, emotions, video, or it's just me.
Body language is voodoo.
I don't know that it's voodoo. I think in this context where he's being grilled in a police station, about talking about the murder of two of his family members, how he's emotionally going to portray that, it's kind of tricky.
Well, Jeff H has been trolling chat here. We've all made up our minds. I don't know if he did it or not. I would certainly like the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt he did it. I mean, once we get to that point, I'm happy to say, yeah, light him up.
Yep. This interview.
Yeah.
Yeah. And frequently when we watch trials, we come to that conclusion. It's a matter of what evidence is being presented, not what documentaries have been made. Jonathan says this interview, like some of the other evidence and most of the witnesses, come with stuff that benefits the defense. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I'm really looking forward to the cross, although I think there's still more left on the direct. I don't know if anyone caught it, but they didn't ask if he was at the kennels before leaving. They asked if he went to check on Maggie before leaving. That's an interesting point.
Well, even if he was at the kennels 15 minutes before the murder, Was he there 15 minutes later when the murder happened?
Hmm.
He can be wrong. He can be lying. That doesn't mean he was there. It's a little bit more substantial. I mean, circumstantial evidence that he was there, but it does. Even if he was there, did he pull a trigger? Give me something.
Lord of the Ree sends a rumble rant saying a murder this violent was clearly done in order to send a message. And I'm fully, I believe that as well. We can't just ignore that. You can't ignore the horrific violence that's attached to this type of murder. Where was I at here? Newest member of the following, Vince Clortho. Welcome to the following.
Vince.
I stream, those of you who are not familiar with my channel, I stream a show called The Following Program every night, Monday through Thursday, and on Saturday night and Sunday, I have a show I call Viewers Discretion. And so members, since it's called The Following Program, members are called followers. Now, I'm not the leader. I'm a follower too. It's not a cult. You're not
the newest member was automatically the leader.
That was the way it was, but then I realized someone might not want that mantle of leadership. So I have different levels for those who like want to be, people who want to be a high priest, people who want to, people who want leadership roles. There's different levels. So, but welcome aboard, Vince. Joe Everyman says, if I found my wife
actually Joe level, true Joe level.
I'm not the leader. I am not the leader. Joe Everyman says, if I found my wife and son with their heads missing, that'd be about the only thing I remember clearly about that day. That's definitely it's definitely going to impact how your brain is firing. Mag Minx says, was the video made at 8:44 or uploaded at 8:44? There's two different videos. There's a Snapchat call and there's also a video. So this thing with the dog, that's a video he made, right? That's not the Snapchat. The one with the dog and the voices in the background.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that was it. So I think that they looked at their phone and know when it was filmed. So it's not like it was uploaded, that he filmed it on a camera and then uploaded it onto his phone at 8:44. I think it was filmed directly from the phone. So
that's the Snapchat person testified about that. They said the metadata was it was 1 minute off, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Obvious, the state AAG sent down orders to get Alec, and this is the beginning. Should have not taken interview and walked out. I think certainly once it turned into interrogation, if I was a lawyer sitting there, I would have been like, all right, this is starting to sound like you're treating him as a suspect. As soon as he said, we think they were family guns, I mean, come on, who the hell are they looking at? Who the hell are they looking? They're not looking at Maggie. They're not looking at Buster, who is in another city. Who are they looking at if not Paul? At that moment, I would have been like, "Is he being detained?" No. In that case, we're gonna leave now. That's why I would have done.
The defense lawyer that was in the room not doing very much here.
And any rational person, when that lawyer who came with him said, "Listen, I thought we were here to get information from you, not to give information to you. Let's get your information first."
Mm-hmm.
And then he compromised on that position. The moment the cop said, "No, I don't want to do that," they should have walked out of the room. But Alex, if we start with the presumption that he's innocent, which is what we're supposed to start with, an innocent person in his position would be tortured by the death of his wife and son, would be desperate for information about how this could have happened, desperate to resolve this event to the extent it's possible to do that. So he's desperate for any facts this cop is willing to give him, to the point where he's willing to sit there for an interrogation.
Right. I mean, if you want to play devil's advocate to that position, just for the purposes of playing devil's advocate, if he had committed the murders, he might want to know how close they are to zeroing in on him. So that could be another reason. It could be that he's curious because, his family was murdered. It also could be, if you're playing devil's advocate, you would say, yeah, he wants to know how close they are to catching him. So,
but how would that help him?
I mean,
if they were close or not close,
there's a curiosity that you tend to assume that someone who's committed murder has curiosity as to whether or not they're on the verge of being
sure. But there's a balance, right? Do you satisfy that curiosity by greatly increasing the risk that they'll actually be able to convict you because you'll be a participant in an interrogation?
I think some people might. I think some
because clearly they're using this against them in court now, right?
If anything I saw in Colombo has any legitimacy, then sometimes they might. I'm just saying. I don't know. I think we're both speculating on that.
It's like all the cases we read in law school where the drug dealer with the backpack full of drugs just gives the police consent to search the backpack, right? No, he consented. We found 10 kilos of cocaine in there. He consented. We didn't need a warrant. Like, is that really how it went down? I don't know.
Crispy Leg Transport LLC says, I've been listening for a few days. That video where they ask everyone, do they recognize their voices? Is their video showing who is on that Snapchat? Yeah, that video all you see is a dog wagging its tail. And Paul is the one shooting the video. We've seen the video several times. He's trying to show his friend Rogan Gibson. He's filming it for the purpose of showing his friend Rogan Gibson some injury to the tail of the dog. And you hear him talking in the background. You hear two other people talking, and those are the ones that have been identified as Maggie and Alec. So we do see video in that. Matthew Maddox says he snapped due to cascading stress, but stole his son's gun 2 years prior. Is that one of the state's narratives? So I think what Andrew was explaining is no, that he basically used the replacement gun.
Right. That's the one that's now missing.
So the fact that it was stolen a couple of years later, the reason we keep hearing about this, and honestly, the state has done such a terrible job in explaining where we're coming from, how we're getting there, what the whole purpose of why they're saying stuff is, and what really is like almost is bungling their prosecution. Because I've been sitting here confused for weeks. Why do we care about this stolen gun? And what it's that they're trying to basically say there's a gun that should be there that is not there. And the question is, why is it not there? And is it not there because it was stolen 6 months before, a year before the murders? Or is it not there because Alex or someone that Alex knows or someone went into the house and took the gun, or something happened, or the gun was left around on the property and someone found it on the property, but that it was the gun used to kill Maggie Murdaugh specifically. So that's why we're hearing this whole thing. So the stealing of the gun is, don't think that the reason it's missing is because it's stolen, because we have all these witnesses who say it was replaced. And that's part of what their narrative is as to how, you see, he's lying. He's trying to mislead the cops. He's trying to make them think that the reason the gun is missing is because it was stolen, when in fact it had been it was stolen, but it was replaced. Oh, I'll gladly send Nate a link. I forgot to send him one, but can you send it to him?
Sure.
Thank you, brother. So that's why we're hearing finally now, 4 weeks into this trial, with Andrew's explanation, I'm better understanding the state's case. How pathetic is their presentation? If I need to have I'm sitting here as an attorney watching this for weeks and not knowing what the whole purpose of this testimony is about, and I need to have Andrew come up with his theory as to how this whole thing went down to justify it. So basically, just to review, the theory is this: that a gun is stolen, perhaps likely stolen, or goes missing, or whatever, that Paul is clumsy and loses it months before he's murdered. Then Alex, after they're murdered, claims to the police, oh yeah, you know why it's not there, this gun that should be there? Because it was stolen. But in fact, all these other witnesses are saying, hey, that gun that was stolen was also replaced. So that replacement gun should be there. Why is that one? Why is the replacement gun missing? And that replacement gun is consistent with the type of gun that was used to kill Maggie. It was the blackout. It was, what's it called? The 300
blackout.
300 blackout. Right. So that 300 blackout was replaced. In which case, now we're still back to square one. Forget about being stolen. Where's that 300 blackout if it wasn't the murder weapon? And if it was the murder weapon, then you have to ask yourself, well, how the hell did they get there? If the shooter had no involvement with Alex, how did they get their hands on it? And one possible answer to how they got their hands on it is that Paul was clumsy with his guns and left them around, and perhaps the person found them. And that's how we had the whole dialogue back and forth between Andrew and myself and Kurt as to like, well, how would that have actually happened if the people came there with the purposes of murdering? They usually would bring their own guns, and Andrew came up with an interesting counter, which is, well, maybe they came there to kill Paul and then picked up the gun like in a battlefield type of style where they found it there and used that gun to kill Maggie.
Well, and God help these jurors
like
that
Maggie
don't
was
get to
chased
take
down.
notes.
You're both talking at once. And
Oh, sorry.
And as
Go
a
ahead.
court reporter, it's very hard for me to take that down.
You got to talk into your sleep apnea machine. That
Yeah.
helps.
Look who we got here. My brother, James from
Hello.
Court. James
How are
from
you?
Court.
Hey.
How are you today, my friends?
Oh, tired. It is kind of everyone's feeling it today in court. They've put on the air conditioning. It's got to be like 50 degrees to keep us from falling asleep.
Oh, wow. Wow, interesting. So I guess that's to try and preserve the state from being charged. Sorry, I didn't mean to pull that one up. To stay with murder, with death by boredom of the jury. So when you're saying people feel tired, does that mean that it seems as if the jury is in their own little world, or do they seem like they're paying attention to this interview? What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I think in the beginning, possibly just because it was, the morning, the jury was pretty engaged. I think the video is becoming tiresome. I don't know how you all feel, but they are just playing the entire interrogation and not even clipping out unnecessary parts. And I see, I mean, jury members, they have blankets because it's so cold. So they must get a little cozy because they're, leaning back in their chair and things like that.
Okay. I was actually speculating that the reason that he was pausing the video sometimes and like asking the cop. So at this point, you're asking him a question, giving him new information he was unaware of, that was a way of trying to wake the jury up and pay close attention to a particular section that they felt they wanted to land. Did that seem to wake you up or anyone else, or were people just sort of just still sitting still and dozing off at that point?
Well, one, it's hard to hear from pretty much like 2 or 3 rows from where they're playing it. The judge had to ask several times for them to increase the audio. So it's really muffled. The jury is all watching one screen, and it's about 7 feet from the first, or I guess the second row of the jury. So they're like leaning in, and if they want to even see it, because it, they're looking at it kind of like it's across the room, almost like if you're like in a living room or something. Right. It's also I just find it ineffective, especially the part where he went to the bathroom and it was 45 seconds. We're all just sitting there. The judge is getting annoyed at this. I can see it on his face, and he's looking around to them as if to say, like, what's going on here? Is there a point to this? So I get it. Like they're pausing at the moments that should wake people up, and us who want to pay attention do, because we want to write something down. So we listen to those parts. But at the same time, when it's 30 seconds of nothingness and then a little bite, it's almost better, I feel like, to cut and play important parts and then ask about those parts. But I'm not, maybe that's just me.
It's weird because this prosecution has been so effective at slicing out any unnecessary testimony and making sure that this is well edited. Oh my God, they need an editor so badly. This has been just
hire someone on Fiverr or something. I don't know.
Yeah. So, what's the vibe down there? Are people feeling like that you're talking to? Are they feeling like he's going to be convicted?
Well, it's hard to say. I do feel like a lot of the people that show up to court are quite biased because they've been interested in the story and everything that's going on. There are a lot of people from the local area.
Hey, Nate.
Hey, what's going on? James from court. What's
Nate,
up, James?
How are you, my brother?
Good. I'm great. It's great to see everybody again, man. This is fantastic.
Indeed.
Welcome.
Yeah. So have you been like well invested in this trial, Nate?
To be honest with you, when I jump on Nick's stream a couple of times, I'll watch with you guys and I listen to some of the wrap ups. But it's I've been watching you guys for the past couple of minutes talk about it. It seems like nobody's been moved yet. If everybody had to vote now, whether it's guilty or not guilty, it seems like everybody's on the not guilty side right now.
I thought he was guilty at the beginning. I still think he might be, but now I'm not convinced of it.
Well, you know what? But the better question is, have they proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yeah.
That's the question.
That is the question.
Not even close.
They're in the last 24 hours of a 3-week case in chief, and they have not yet clearly established proof beyond the guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
It's not getting any better at this point.
Right.
That sucks.
And what we're really discussing now is that while we're all in equal agreement that if we were sitting on this jury, we would definitely be voting to acquit by a light year. But whether to this morning's evidence that was presented may sway a jury to the point to show that the inconsistencies or the apparent inconsistencies that were presented in these interviews from the testimony of multiple witnesses do not justify a conviction. So, because as I said, walking into today, I was at a point where I was like, they don't need to put a single witness up there. They can just when the prosecution rests, I think they can rest. Now they have the opportunity to cross to this, Special Agent Owen, and try and show all the problems with the interviews and all the evidence to undercut a lot of the evidence. And there's a lot of meat to cross. This is a juicy cross to enjoy if you're an attorney, as far as really punching in on things that Special Agent Owen asked during the interview, certain conclusions that he seemed to reach, which don't seem to really be supported by the evidence we've seen so far, and what theories that he presented. Like he mentioned in his interview that he thought there were potentially two shooters. Like what's to make us think that there aren't two? Why today don't we think there's two shooters? Like how did we rule that out? And I don't think he can rule it out. I don't think Special Agent Owen today, sitting in court today, can say definitively there were definitely not two shooters.
That sounds like reasonable doubt all day, every day.
Yeah, and that's what I think that I'm anticipating the defense is going to be pounding on. So, yeah.
But to be fair, though, I think Andrew said it, and so did Uncivil earlier on, is that this is a circumstantial case. And when you have a circumstantial case, it's going to be hard to get over that hump, especially here where they lack motive, right? Because the motive just doesn't even make sense too. And just so to the audience understands, if you have most cases are heavily circumstantial, direct evidence is really hard to get. But with a circumstantial case, motive is extremely important because the motive ties the circumstances together. And right now, if the motive doesn't make sense, then the circumstantial evidence doesn't fit within that parameter to get you to beyond a reasonable doubt.
And what you're saying about motive is really important. And to pound this home, that motive becomes far more important when we're focusing on a case that's fixated exclusively on circumstantial evidence, such as this one. Contrast this with the Dow Brooks case, where we have video of the guy driving through.
Yeah.
Now, to this day, are we certain what his motive was? Is he just hates white people? Does he hate people in general? Was he looking for public attention? Was he trying to get away from the police? We don't care what his motive is.
Does it matter?
It doesn't matter. We just know he's a monster. He needs to be locked away forever because he's a menace to society and he's an evil piece of garbage, and that he needs to be punished, and justice demands we put him away, and we don't give the slightest damn what his motive is. Because we have that video and we have all these people, and everyone can see for themselves what a monster he was and how heartless he was in the way he conducted himself on that fateful day when that's the man, that's the guy who drove through the parade. That terrible human being. So we don't care about motive when we have such compelling evidence. It's not circumstantial evidence. But when you have circumstantial evidence, we don't know. So then we sort of say, okay, what makes us think that someone would commit this crime? Why is he committing this crime? It becomes far more important for that to be compelling. And when it's so paper thin, it makes you question like whether our circumstantial evidence should be interpreted in a different way. That maybe that maybe it's not really pointing the direction that you might think it is because there's no reason for the guy to do it.
The motive here seems to be financial crimes, right? He wanted to hide the financial crimes because that's why he killed them.
No, not even that. Not financial crimes.
What?
To get a delay, to get a trial delay. He killed his wife and son. His wife, who he had a lovey-dovey relationship, and his son, who he goes time hunting. He's taking him to every ball. He's going to every ball game. No one's ever seen him argue with these people. And in order to get a continuance from a judge,
I call my shotgun motion for continuance.
He used a shotgun to blow his. He used a shotgun to blow his own son's head off.
It wasn't a continuance for this case. Obviously, it was a continuance he was charged along with his now dead son in a boating accident 6 years ago.
Wow.
This is motion to quash.
This is crazy. Yeah, so it doesn't seem like the prosecution is gonna go have a good outcome here for them. But do any of you guys believe that they're forget about the evidence, but do any of you guys believe that he's actually guilty of these crimes? Because it doesn't seem like it's proven.
I think that if we conclude that his rifle was used to kill Maggie, I think the scenarios favor him being involved. While I think it's possible to the reasonable doubt standard that he's not. I think on a balance of probabilities, I think the balance of probabilities favors him being involved. So I might believe that he's in fact guilty, or let me rephrase, that he's in fact a murderer, but not guilty.
You just reinforced Joe's point, because you essentially said if I had this direct evidence of what this gun was used, then we can get there. But without the direct evidence, it seems like the motive and circumstantial evidence is not working.
I've gone the other way. I'm far less convinced he had something to do with it than I was when it started.
I'll agree with that much too, because I thought the state had something at the start, and they have pretty much jacked all, wasted my time with the spreadsheets.
Yeah, Branken's been on the fence on this the whole time. So Branken goes back and forth every day on this one. So.
I don't care. I mean, I don't care if he's guilty or not. I don't care if he goes to jail or not. This guy's not friends or family to me. That doesn't mean anything. And honestly, I'm kind of hardwired in such a way that I can't really answer the question. Do you think he's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, or do you think he could be guilty even if that's not the case? For me, there's just the one threshold. I don't care about the preponderance idea. If he killed him, but they can't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, I don't give a shit. That's not guilty. So
yeah, I agree with that for sure.
That's why I always love Broncos.
Hopefully, I didn't say anything different than that.
That's why I always love watching Broncos analysis. Even though when I disagree with them, I always say he doesn't really care about the case. It's always the end. It's well reasoned. So
he's basically like,
well, it's very kind.
He's like Tommy Lee Jones in The Fugitive when he's like,
right,
I didn't kill my wife. I don't care. I don't care.
No, you know what? The funniest part though is to watch the race baiters try to jump on Bronco when he disagrees. Oh, you're a race. I'm like, you guys are just saying. You guys? Oh, we didn't watch it. He just said, I'm like, you guys got to at least watch the analysis to tell me why you think the guy's racist. He can't just be racist because he just came to a conclusion. Well, watch. Then they'll watch him and be like, well, we really don't agree with anything, but we still. I'm like, there's nothing you can do at this particular point in time.
It's like how women argue. It's not what you said; it's how you said it.
Like, the facts, those evil facts. Joe, I know we watching this murder trial, but what the hell is going on in Israel? It's it's crazy. It's like, for those of you who don't know, Israel doesn't really have a constitution, but they're trying to pass a law to essentially remove the Supreme Court from judicial review. In other words, and the way they'll do it is that if they don't disagree with a Supreme Court ruling, the parliament over there with the majority vote can overrule them, and it's like chaos in the streets. Have you been hearing about this, Joe?
So let me get this straight. Because I'm Jewish, you're assuming, and a lawyer, you're assuming that I have some level of familiarity with the Israeli judicial system. Is that where we're at this point? I just want to know if that's where we're at this point.
Clearly you do.
Yes.
Just give your answer and stop wasting our time.
Obviously, if I want to know about Israeli law, I would go to someone who's practicing in that faith.
Are you not automatically a member of the Israeli bar?
You're not practicing. Joe.
First of all, I don't practice in America, much less.
What are you talking about? Joe, you are a practitioner of the faith. Because I try to call you on Saturday. Let's not pretend.
That's good. No, I'm a practitioner of Jewish. Let me be clear. I'm a practitioner of Jewish law, not as Israeli law. Okay. So I follow Torah. I don't know anything about Israeli law. So I'm a practicing Orthodox Jew, but I don't know anything about the way the Israeli court system works. That's a whole different animal. The Israeli court system and Torah are just two totally different.
So when did you take your oath of office for the member of the Israeli bar?
Yeah, seriously.
5 minutes from now, he's going to give us the long answer.
No, I actually have a friend who was
keeping it. Go ahead,
Go
Joe.
ahead.
Sorry.
No, I have a friend from like my yeshiva days who ended up becoming a member of the Israeli parliament. He was an American citizen who became a member of the Israeli parliament. But I'm not even sure if he's still part of it now. He could be. But
Can I, as a Gentile, become a member of the Israeli bar? Because that sounds
I think
hilarious.
so. Yeah.
Excellent. I might do that. That sounds fun.
Yeah, you might. I mean, you probably
Arab members?
I think you need to become a citizen first. I would think. But yeah. But I know so little about Israeli politics and that it's kind of or Israeli law that I seriously know. You right now, Nate, gave me more information than I had about this situation.
Wow,
situation developing. That's how little I know about
Well, just FYI, there's a full-fledged riot and essentially civil unrest in Israel because the people do not want the judiciary to become weakened through this, and essentially for them to remove judicial review. So it's a huge thing. It's a huge story. There's like hundreds of thousands of people protesting in the streets. I'm surprised
we accept judicial review because we've had it so long, but there's no obvious reason you have to have judicial review. There was at least 14, 15 years between the ratification of the U.S. Constitution and Marbury-Madison that adopted judicial review. So it's not like the founding fathers said, hey, we got to build it into the Constitution. They didn't do that. The Supreme Court adopted that privilege for itself.
Yeah.
Well, uncivil law, he's trying to be nice, but uncivil, I'm gonna call you out because uncivil law says he reads judicial review from the documents itself, and he actually has a pretty good argument.
I actually do think it's in the text of Article 3. I think judicial review is in there.
Read it to me. Where does it say the Supreme Court has the authority to review the constitutionality of laws passed by? I mean, you have to make an inference.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to make an inference, but
there are lots of powers in the Constitution granted explicitly, right? We're not required to make inferences about them.
Yeah, well, be that as it may, the judicial power shall be vested in one Supreme Court. Then Section 2 extends to all cases in law and equity arising under the Constitution. So, if the judicial power extends to all cases of law and equity arising under the Constitution, and the Constitution itself says it's the supreme law of the land, then the Constitution is another law that they get to have cases over. So they have to adjudicate those cases, which means they necessarily have to decide what the text of the Constitution means. And if the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and therefore other laws, such as those passed by Congress, are subordinate, then it must be the case that the Constitutional overrules the text. So I think it's there.
It's not an unreasonable position. I would just note that the founders did not explicitly write it into the Constitution. They could have. They were smart enough to think of the other powers that they granted explicitly.
Right.
Yeah.
So I got a Rumble rant here from Go for Big Guy saying you need a new avatar for your Rumble channel. The G is lame. I agree. It is. You're right. And I never click on your feeds because I don't know it's you. I never click on my feeds either, so I don't blame you. But if you are watching, if you're one of the 2,200 who are watching on Rumble right now, if you could hit that little thumbs up sign, that would be very cool of you. I'd be most appreciative of that. And if you're here on YouTube or in either place, make sure that you sub up. I am going to be covering the trial again tomorrow. I'm filling in for Nick Ricada, whose stream I frequently join in covering this trial, as are all of these other panelists here. If you can make sure that the links to their channels are in the description below, I'd really appreciate if you guys can all sub up to that. And I'm so close to 90,000. So close to 90,000. Come on. We got to get there. Andrew Hansen says, to me, the more misremembering that gives credence to the idea that trauma is playing with his memory. One or two might say he's intentionally lying. Okay. All right.
Well, and I'm up against my 4 a.m. wall here. I got to get a few hours sleep before I go to work.
All right, buddy.
Yeah, great seeing you.
Thanks,
Al. And I'll send you a link tomorrow also if you're able to pop
I'll be
in
here. Same bat time, same bat channel.
Looking
Bye,
forward to it,
everybody.
brother. Have a good night.
Take care. Have a good night.
Take care. Yeah, bye.
This is for Joe to start an internet speed upgrade fund. I don't know what you're talking. I got a solid like 1.5 G. So I don't know what you're complaining about. My God.
We get this 4 other G's, right? 5 G's. You got 1, baby.
I got 5 G's right here. Joe, you have missed all my super chats for months. Hopefully you see this one. I'm glad I finally caught one from you. This guy is always Tony
D.
Tony D always says I miss super chats. That's why he's laughing at himself.
I love you, Tony.
Every time, every super chat I get from him is telling me I missed his super chat because it did happen. It did happen like at one time, and he was like annoyed at me. So like, yeah, it's become a running gag that he throws at me. Don't forget, police are allowed to tell lies in interviews, and I'm sure
that's true. Yeah,
I am sure that on cross-examination we're going to hear him being questioned about some of the lies that he seemed to be giving in these interviews. If only to point out to the jury that the police are allowed to lie, and you basically have two people who are just this is like more of a game of like try to find the truth than actually giving the jury truth, because you got one person who can't remember things and another person who's intentionally lying. So like that's what we're getting from this interview. Yeah. Marv White, is that the famous American lawyer in Korea? Shouldn't he be asleep? He has the best Last of Us reviews. I should have read that like 30 seconds ago. Duncan, Idaho, I'm not trying to attribute too much to his crying, but I think this interview video helps the defense with how often he breaks down in tears. Kyle Bogue says, riveting stuff here, Attorney's General Office. You really got me voting to convict. Good Lord. I think he's being sarcastic. John Diaz says, Joe, they had guns all over the property and unlocked vehicles and buildings, etc. It doesn't seem to be uncommon knowledge that this was the case. Yeah, okay, I get that, but I don't think you come in onto the property expecting to find one of them. All over the property. The property is 1,700 acres. If you want to appreciate how big 1,700 acres is, walk outside of your house, walk for 2 miles, and then make a left and walk for another full mile. You've now walked 3 miles, and now try to see your house, and all the property between you and your house, that square is now the size of the property. So you're planning on finding a gun that's lying around this property? I guess you would start by looking somewhere near.
It's like 2 miles by 2 miles.
It's 2 by 1.
It's roughly
2 by 1.
Right, but you only have to look where people would be expected to be, like in sheds, vehicles, homes. Of course, you're not searching 1,700 acres of woods for a rifle.
Okay, but still, it's such a big property that's get from one area to another. They're literally using a car to get there, and you're going to find one by the kennels. You're going to find one, in this area. And how is it that there's, I guess the shell casings that were by the house came from an earlier incident? That's possible too.
They fired from the back porch of the house all the time.
Yeah, that's okay. I guess that would explain.
Yeah. So 640 acres is 1 square mile. So yeah, that's about what I said. 2 miles by 2 miles. That's what I said. Yeah.
No, 1,700 acres is 2 square miles. So that's 2 miles by 1 mile, not 2 by 2. 2 by 2 would be 4 square miles.
Okay.
2 times 2.
In any case, this state prosecution, it's like, remember around the holidays, they used to have these images you could buy. It looked like a bunch of squiggles, and you had to kind of unfocus your eyes a little bit, and an image of the Statue of Liberty would suddenly jump out. I mean, that's what the state's asking us to do here. Look at this morass of stuff and unfocus your eyes a bit. And if you try really hard, you might be able to find guilt somewhere in here. Each juror in their own particular way.
Bear Ashby says any gun that fires a bullet leaves a mark on it. Ms. Krim says Branca is 100% correct. Stop feeding his ego. Just stop. Can we please?
The forehead just keeps getting bigger.
I've been through this training as a former LEO. 95% of those going through this type of training miss critical details every time. That is, I agree with him on that. That's definitely true. People.
And by the way, one of the reasons we ran people through that simulator was not just to have the self-defense simulation experience, but so they'd have a concrete example of how defective their memory is and why they should not be talking to the police afterwards until they have a lawyer present. You can't even remember what you just saw 30 seconds ago with a harmless video. What do you think you're going to be able to recount accurately if you actually were just involved in a life and death fight?
Yeah, it's funny. They've done so many studies on that. I think the one who's the one ABC showed it. I think it was MIT, where they have just a student in like a red coat just come into the classroom, accost the teacher, like steal a bag and run out the room. And then the students try to run and grab the guys, but then the security comes and they stop everybody, and then they have everyone give their account to what they just saw. And people got the guy. They thought it was some thought it was a woman, some thought it was a man, some thought the jersey was green, red. Everyone got everything all mixed up. And this was moments right after the event just happened. So yeah, memories just go, especially trauma and stress. It kills it. So.
Rumble Brand from Examoon TV says it's fascinating how Legal Vices jokes about taking a day off to work to watch the Super Bowl on Flashcast. Then the next day, he's puking his guts out. Did Kim Jong watch Flashcast and use them chemical weapons? Crispy Leg Transport says that reminds me of a don't shoot training we used to do when I was in the Army, and you're spot on. Oh, that's describing what Andrew was talking earlier. Yeah, the simulator. Reformed Convict says cops never tell you the truth. They're paid liars. Never speak with them, lawyer or not. If they're speaking with you, you're a suspect. They play dirty always.
Listen, let me just give you guys just the knockdown truth. If you're a witness, the cops may come and say, "Hey, can you tell us what happened?" And you tell them what happened. If you are not a witness and they think you have something involved, they're going to say, "Hey, you know what? We're going to read you your rights." But it's just we do this to everybody. That's where Alec Baldwin caught up, because when he got in there, they said, "Hey, we're reading your." He was like, "Read my rights for what?" He was like, "Oh no, we just do this for everybody." Blah, blah, blah. And they read him his rights, and he waived them all. And then he gave all these great statements. So that's how you know if the cops come to you and say, "Can you give us a statement?" You have the right to remain silent. That you're a suspect at that point, and you need a lawyer.
Glued together.
Well, they did not read him his rights, and Steve Gosney was saying that because he was not being detained, but he was there voluntarily and could have left at any time.
Not a custodial interrogation.
Not a custodial. Oh,
right.
Yeah,
exactly right. It was. Yeah. He came there with the idea that they were going to. He was going to ask them questions. Like, no, we're going to ask you questions, but he could leave, so it's not custodial. So no Miranda.
Yeah. Andrew Hansen says it's 90% of lawyers who give the rest a bad name. It's so true. It's so true.
A lot of truth to that. Yeah.
IFID says, "Thank you for coming for Nick. You're my favorite America-hating SJW, Joe." Thank you. Thank you very much. The grift must endure until super chat revenue improves. That reminds me, I have my no shekels, no peace banner.
Is it time to do shots for money? Because I can break up the liquor again.
Right. So this is my
trying to fund my Vegas hijinks.
Oh, nice.
So,
yeah, by all means. Do you want to pimp that out? Yeah,
sure. Feel free to contribute to me if you like. PayPal.me/uncivillaw. That's always fine.
There you
I
go.
appreciate anyone who wants to donate, and for $100, I'll do a shot of a whiskey.
So Joe and Nate, last week, or maybe it was earlier this week, I know it all runs together. Nick seemed uncertain about whether you two guys were going to be in Vegas, Joe and Nate.
Mm-hmm.
Are you planning to go? Do you know?
I would love to come. I would love to join you guys. I'm not going to be able to make this trip.
Okay. And Nate, you had told me you weren't going to be able to make it either, right?
Yeah, I don't intend to make it, but my plans are still up in the air though. So,
I see. Okay.
So I'm not sure. I'll know by this week Wednesday though. So.
Okay. Cool.
NB says Paul and ex-friends never brought their own guns to shoot on the property. Shell casings don't even mean it was a family gun. That's true.
That's true.
I can tell you, someone who shoots a lot, if I can go to someone else's hunting property and shoot their guns instead of my guns, I'm doing that every single trip, because then I don't have to clean them. I don't have to load them. I don't have to pay for the ammo.
That's true. All right. So you're a more expensive date. We all know the Penguins did it. That's probably true, Windsor. Cedar Stuff says Killer took opportunity when they went to scope the property. Poll, who was more deceptive in the interview, Sled or you probably mean Alex Murdaugh, not Paul. Yeah. That's probably a good question as to who was more deceptive. There was a lot of deception happening both ways. Clemson Clairvoyant says article Defense Insider says Alex will testify. That's
crazy though. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know why
that is insane, because they're going to ask about the financial stuff. And now he's under oath. So
yeah, I don't know if I'd do that.
But
the financial stuff is a paper case though. So paper cases usually you'll need the testimony.
Yeah. I thought I had a poll up here about whether the jury was moved. I don't know what happened to it. I could have sworn I had one up here. And it was based whether you thought that the jury was moved. When I last looked at it, I don't remember shutting it down, but I'm not seeing it here now for one reason or another. When I last looked at it, like 47% or so thought that this would have no impact on a jury, and roughly 20% thought yes, this would be very impactful, and like 30-something% thought yes, it would be impactful, but not enough to move them to beyond reasonable doubt. So, Redknock Ram says, I stand with the Branca theory. But I think the jury is probably likely to convict on all that fluff based on what I've seen from these true crime wine moms who swear he's guilty because of how they perceive him. You know what? That's what he's got to deal with, though. Benjamin Lewis says, does the amount of jurors hung determine a retrial? I believe they need...
No,
you need to have at least one.
Yeah, but to be fair, though, if a prosecutor is like 12, like if you have 12-person jury, if it's like 11-1, then that for not guilty, they're likely not going to retry it because they're like, it's not worth it. So sometimes it does.
Yeah. Do they find out? Do they find out?
Sometimes they'll pull the jury and ask them, and and they're like, yeah, we have like nobody was convicted. Then they'll say, no, we're not going to retry this case.
But you're subject to a retrial, is how I read the question. It's up to the prosecutor. There were a couple of jurisdictions, Louisiana, and I want to say Washington State, that until a few years ago, they could still get convictions on supermajorities. So 10 of 12 or 5 of 6. If they voted guilty, it didn't matter if a couple held out because that was enough. A supermajority was enough. But I think both of those jurisdictions have now, the Supreme Court may have made them.
They did. There was a US Supreme Court case year before last, I think.
Unanimous?
Has to be unanimous.
Blake Adkins says, I too stand with Branca theory.
Doesn't necessarily have
like
to be
know
12.
where he was.
Supreme Court hasn't decided that issue.
Yes, 6.
Our audience wants to know where you were on June 7, 2021, Andrew, because your theory sounds
I don't know. I don't know. I don't have an alibi. I actually can't remember.
Look at this. I got the famous Flux as a newest member of the following. Welcome aboard, Flux. Welcome to the following. It's a following, but it's not a cult. There's no Kool-Aid. There's no self-harm or harming others. No mutilating
Flavor Aid.
squirrels. Yeah. Ben Ogle says multiple buildings around the kennel. He could be at any of them and heard by Paul's phone and not be at the kennel. He is farther away from the phone. That's an interesting thought that we haven't really heard anyone say. That he could have been screaming from a distance and not call himself being at the kennel, and that would explain his statement as not being a lie. It still doesn't sound very consistent with his overarching story of I was taking a nap, I got up and went to my car, which is what he had been saying. Was the super chat before supper? Was the Snapchat before supper? Maybe he was asleep. I think it was after supper. They eaten supper. Snapchat was at 8 after 8:30, and they had eaten before. So, Moni 24. That's terrible. I'm so sorry for you. My husband and I can relate to the reactions and inconsistencies of Alec. Hubby couldn't remember anything, and 7 years later can't remember that day or 2 weeks after. Wow. Well, thank you for sharing that. I'm sorry for that loss. That I can imagine that. But this, I the reason I value this super chat is because I think it just pounds home to us or to those people who are sitting there who are questioning his memory as being like, no, that's what should happen. That's what should happen if you lose a family member in such a brutal way. So, yeah. Sui Generous Shane says, I would never use Joe as defense lawyer. Don't worry, I'm not defense counsel.
That seems like it's just the what's it called? The prosecution's playing off the whole perfect victim card. Like he's supposed to act a certain way. Is that kind of what we're getting? Like since he didn't act this certain way as the model victim, then he's guilty because he didn't act that way.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and I will say back to you, Sui Generous, that I was the one who came up with the whole logical theory as to why evidence to support motive should never, ever be used to be considered more probative than prejudicial. And I came up with a very detailed theory about that made Steve Gosney's mouth drop open. So maybe I would be good.
Well, I mean, to be fair, in 403, it's the other way around, substantially more prejudicial than probative.
Right.
Yeah. 403 balancing
meeting
test.
him at the Colleton County Sheriff's Office.
This is earlier today.
Yes, sir.
My apologies. They tricked me. It says so 220. I was like, it's 220. They're supposed to be coming back soon, but
they're back.
They're not back yet. This is still earlier today. They were law and crime. They fool me. Those bastards. Nathan Lai says, do you think gun manufacturers should start giving softer names to guns? 300 Blackout is threatening. Glitter Maker is approachable. That's pretty funny.
I like the Glitter Maker.
That's pretty funny. That's great. Kimberly Noel says he could have been yelling from his car at the dog. That's why he said he didn't go to the kennels. It's far. It's far from the house.
Didn't seem like that was what was happening in that video.
Sui January says, I will use Nate or Kurt as a defense lawyer. Andrew's an expert. Jeff is too far away. Joe is always confused. All right. Well, you can read between the lines, my brother. Nicholas Starrow says, Paul ended my niece, cousin, friend, and his dad. Gonna get him scot-free. I'm gonna end him with his own gun and make it look like Alex did it. Paul ended my niece, cousin, friend, and his dad gonna get him scot-free. I'm going to end him with his own gun and make it look like Alex did it. Oh, he's explaining the motive potentially of someone who the actual killer is, that they want to frame Alex because they resent him. If it's a friend of the boating of Mallory Beach who died in the boat, then maybe they wanted to kill Paul and frame Alex.
But you know what though? This shows you how insane would it be if he really is innocent and someone else did this, and now he's
then the
on
killer's
trial for
walking
this.
around free.
Yeah. And all their attention is on this guy, so it's crazy.
Cry yes, but not throwing up. I don't know what that's referring to. Sorry. Aquamarine says, if someone comes there and brings his own guns but finds guns lying around, he maybe just took his own guns back home unused and used the ones he found. Oh, see, I like the general creativity here. That's a really interesting one. That's a really good one, actually. Almost done here. Terraldo the Biller says, thanks for covering for the nose. My pleasure. Bebop and Rocksteady says, Nick's rant during the KR case regarding the state's absolute power and vast resources should be played before every jury. Prosecution has every advantage and should be held to the highest standard. Hear, hear. Yep. Amen. That's what sold me on believing in Nick. Because before that, I thought he might be a glowy. Shella Riley said, but if Alex hired a hitman or mafia, he could have told the hitman to kill them brutally so Alex does not look guilty of the killing. You don't hire
He's not
mafia.
good at hiring hitmen.
Yeah, he's terrible at he's not good at finding good hitmen, that's for sure. Zimena says, I would love to see you guys debate with Emily D. Baker. You have different points of view and it's very interesting to see. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. And I would debate with her. That would be a lot of fun, actually. 1,700 acres is 1,292 football fields. Yeah, that's a lot.
I'm assuming Emily's saying it that the guy is going to get convicted.
She's taking much more of a state position from what I understand.
But it's as a prosecutor though.
Yeah,
want to take the state it makes you it leans you that way. So I get it, but I just don't. From what you guys have been saying, I just don't see it.
I'd love to debate if we were going to stick to the evidence in the law. If we're going to start bringing in documentaries and rumors and gossip, then
I think she would. She's very smart. Yeah, she's very smart, and she's a really good attorney. I think she would stick to it and basically, debate the circumstantial evidence and the what's been presented. And she avoids taking a position officially, but I think people pick up on the tone, and I think the judge is back here. So let's bring this back to you guys.
We will now continue with the interview.
Specific scope on it.
I don't know if you had, or we asked, when was the last time that gun had been seen? Do you know?
I know that we looked for it around the Christmas holidays, or we went to get it around the Christmas holidays. I asked about it around the Christmas holidays.
20, this past Christmas holidays? Okay. And that was the replacement, what I guess we call it.
That's correct.
Okay.
Still trying to figure this out.
But you are.
I cannot exclude
incident and those involved. I know that y'all are currently going through the civil portion.
There's another thing I would ask him about on cross.
How
did you exclude them? How did you exclude them?
Were y'all in the talks? Was it breaking down?
Can I say something real quick? I know nothing about the any of that stuff, and he's represented by lawyers in that case.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I personally believe he shouldn't be talking about that unless the lawyers he's represented by participate. I don't think it's. I mean, I'm sure that they're happy to do that,
mm-hmm.
but I don't think that the person should be talking about a pending action like that without their lawyers knowing about it and what. Because I know nothing about it. I'm completely separated from it.
I don't mind. You know, I have insurance companies hire lawyers, and then you know some of my partners are helping with that also. But you know, it's made some progress. It's still unresolved, but it's not in its initial stages by any means.
And what I'm getting at with this, you know, it's in progress. I just want to make sure that it's not make sure that word there. You know, did one party say this and y'all countered or something like that where the other people are pissed off, and now we have somebody out there.
Are you suggesting there might have been others having a motive to kill?
Yes, this is exactly what I anticipate that the cross is going to bring up.
I mean, I'm not aware of any of those discussions. The only thing that I am aware of is that I've learned that one of the daddies of one of the kids in the boat wreck went to lengths to, or maybe it was his son, I don't know, but I was told that there are people out there that were being told you can't be friends with Paul and the Murdaughs and with us. You got to choose.
And that was a dad going out telling.
I don't know.
Or it was that dad or that kid going out saying this stuff.
I don't know that. I was told by a person who had been told that. It's Nate Tootin is his boy's name. So
is that
find out from him.
Any kin to Nolan?
It's Nolan's younger brother. It's Nolan's younger brother. So I'm gonna answer this, y'all. Unless you're not having a deal. Bust.
I don't remember which of the Tootens were the ones that tested.
You probably don't get much service in here.
Buster. Nate or Nolan.
Buster.
You go outside and get that green.
Like, it's good that they didn't cut this out so we can feel like what it was like to be there the entire time. God forbid we.
I mean, his living son calls and he immediately interrupts an important meeting to take the call.
Yep. And they're too stupid to shave this out for its irrelevance.
Apparently there's a period here where we've agreed we'll fast forward, which will pick back up when he comes back in.
Oh, great.
And the defense has agreed with that, it's my understanding.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much.
If you don't have any more questions,
This is the Snapchat video that I'm talking about from Paul's phone. Okay. So look at this kind of bring it back here.
Okay, I tell you what. Yeah, we were laughing about that because he's laughing because I'd gone to great lengths to try to, a tree got knocked over, and I'd gone to great lengths to try to get it to, be upright.
Okay.
And
was that night? Because the friends that we talked to said it was posted that night.
I'm not sure.
Somebody's phone on?
Sir?
Somebody's phone on? No, it's somebody's phone. I hear like somebody talking in the background. Okay. Like it was a call that had dropped or something.
Ah, scintillating.
Yeah.
And this is a poor job editing by the state. We don't need to watch every minute of the interview. And you lose a jury. We heard James from court talking about how the jury is zoning out. It's bad lawyering.
Anybody from the boat or their family that you've heard or know?
I don't know if it's a trend or not, but I've noticed in a lot of these trials we've covered that they play a lot of these tapes just all the way through
recently, or
rather than segmented off into more discrete chunks.
This incident.
And I don't know if that's as a result of the defense request or what,
or
but it's
them
just a
saying
very
anything
strange
in the
way of doing
community
business to me.
about the lawsuit or the pending charges, anything that would kind of lead me.
I mean, David, I told you about the, Kenya, tree horn, a month or so, maybe 6 weeks before this happened, called me, just all out of sorts, and told me, I told you about
Yes,
this,
sir.
right?
We've been interviewed her, yes, sir.
So, I mean, she said she'd heard it from 2 different places that family from the boat wreck was, it was over the top that I really didn't, pay it a bunch of attention. And I asked her about it. She said she didn't know who the people were, but she said that it was with a friend. It was at a friend's party. She knew who the friend was and would take y'all to the friend. So, has she talked to you about that?
She's given us very little.
Do you feel like she's being evasive? Because let me tell you what I tried not to do. I know y'all have to look at me. I tried to have as little discussions with the people that y'all are interviewing, with all this talk about how I fixed this and fixed that with the boat wreck, which is totally untrue. I've tried to not have a lot of conversation with people that, I know y'all need to talk to.
Well, the problem that I encounter, and I think everybody in law enforcement encounters in any investigation, people on the street talk and they run their mouth and they'll talk to friends and they'll talk to families and they'll talk to victims. But when the police show up, they keep their mouth shut.
So she's not talking to
She has given us some information.
Okay.
Some information.
So is there a problem with me going to her and,
I'm not going to answer that.
Shooting her.
So So you're not telling me not to do it?
I'm not gonna answer that.
Okay. Either way. I'll get somebody to talk to her. All right, to try to get her to cooperate with you.
Darn, allergies. Excuse me. All right, do you have any more questions that I might be able to answer? And if you can't think of any now, reach out, call me.
Oh, well, no, I mean, you've answered a lot of things I had questions about, and I appreciate it.
And I'll call the Bransteaders and see if they want to meet. Maybe get Marion up there at the same time so I can just meet with them all together. Does Marion, I know they live on Wamala, does Marion work?
No, she doesn't work. And they're kind of between Wadmalaw and, I mean, they're residents of the state of Florida, but they're here as much as they're in Greenville a lot right now.
Yeah, because of grandbaby.
The baby, that's right. Thank you, man.
I think the paint in the background there is drying.
Did you kill Maggie?
No. Did I kill my wife?
Yes, sir.
No, David.
Do you know who did?
No, I do not know who did.
Did you kill Paul?
No, I did not kill Paul.
Do you know who did?
No, sir, I do not know who did. Do you think I killed Maggie?
I have to go where the evidence and the facts.
His lawyer seems to be doing F all.
Yeah.
And you think I killed Paul?
Alex Murdaugh's lawyers don't seem like the best.
Facts statement, and I don't have anything that points to anybody else at this time.
Wow.
So does that mean that I am a suspect?
You were still in, like I told Corey earlier, you were still in this.
I agree with you, Kurt. They should be interjecting.
With everything that we've talked about, with the family guns, the ammunition. Nobody else's DNA. I have to put my beliefs aside and go with the facts.
Talking with Mr. Griffin, there's one sentence after that before we redacted. We both agreed that I could lead and ask you after that last question. He said, well, I understand. I mean, I'm shaking his head.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. He should have been out of there ages before. I don't know how he's staying there so long. And I don't know what facts.
So on August 11th, 2021.
Ask me to be there as your attorney. I'm the best attorney. I'll just be like, my client has nothing to say. And we're
After
leaving.
this interview, during this interview, did you consider Alex Murdaugh a suspect?
Nothing you're
in the
saying
death
is
of
going to
his
help.
son and his wife?
Time to go.
He was the only known suspect at that time, yes.
It also costs you very, very little because my
And
time
that
is very
day,
short.
was the case transferred from Solicitor Duffy Stone to Attorney General Alan Wilson with the South Carolina Attorney General's office?
Yes, it was.
I just want to go back right before we ended, and I'm not trying to get you to repeat this, but do you remember when you asked, or do you remember when he told you, I know y'all got to look at me, and I've tried to have as little discussions with people that y'all are interviewing, with all this talk about that. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
And
how did you take that statement to mean, his answer when he said that?
That he was trying to stay out of the investigation and let us do our work.
Okay. In early in the investigation, he asked you about
has anyone tried to be in the
that tree
investigation?
going back and forth, and was he clear on when that video was taken of him in that clothes on the tree? Was he clear?
He didn't recall.
At this point, had you already talked to Blanca Simpson, or had she been talked to reference?
She had been interviewed, yes.
Okay. And at some point after August 11th, did Blanken System also provide some information and investigations about a conversation she had with the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
Yes.
Okay. And was that concerning a shirt?
Yes. Several months later, she provided information that she and Alec had a conversation about.
Oh, go ahead.
About what he had been wearing that day when he left to go to work.
And just briefly going through the interview, you asked him about when Maggie was coming to Moselle and why. Did you have in this course of the investigation, did you have the emails from Blanca and or Maggie's phone to each other then?
No, I did not.
And early on in the interview, you asked him how long he'd stayed at his mama's house?
Yes, and he stayed approximately 45 minutes.
45 minutes, an hour?
Yes, sir. 45 minutes to an hour, yes.
And at that point in the investigation, had you talked to Michelle Shelley Smith about a conversation she had with Alex Murdaugh and the amount of time that he said he was there?
Yes, she had been interviewed by that time. Again, there were so many agents going out and doing interviews and reporting back to me. But she stated that it was somewhere around 20 minutes. I don't have her report. I don't remember exactly what was said.
What about
in
drive
our first
time?
Interview, he had stated that it was around, he had spent about 20 minutes, 20, 30 minutes with his mother.
And did your investigation reveal inconsistencies regarding what Mr. Murdaugh had told you?
Yes, I did.
And was that significant to you in your investigation?
It was, because it wasn't one inconsistency. It was several inconsistencies over a period of time that were repeated.
Now, you asked him about a list of guns several times in these interviews. Did you ever get a list of guns from Alex Murdaugh?
I have not.
Between June 7th, 2021 and August 11th, 2021, this interview, how many times did he call you asking about the investigation?
We spoke approximately 5 or 6 times.
This prosecutor is painful.
Somehow I got muted. Well, you all missed a bunch of insight there.
What were the inconsistencies that you stood out in your mind?
I'll credit you anyway.
The times, for one, from the first interview with where he went to his mother's, refer back to my notes.
The times are not wildly off.
No, they're really not.
Time in his mother's, is it fair just to say that?
So when the first interview in June, he stated that it was at his mother's for approximately, I'm sorry.
You can't
First off,
remember.
he stated
It's been
for a
2
little
years
while.
on this.
And then the second interview on June the 10th, it changed to,
So the first one was
sorry,
hours
just a
after
second.
he found his wife and son beheaded by firearm. The notion that it's surprising that you would get different answers to these specific time questions is ridiculous.
I concur.
about 25 or 30 minutes. And then the third interview, it was 45 minutes to an hour.
Wow. Really blew the case wide open on that one.
And then
This
some
is
other
why we're here.
inconsistencies is how much time he spent with Paul riding around. The first time it was 45 minutes to an hour. The next time he talked about riding on the farm anywhere from an hour and a half to 2 hours.
How is
And
that
then the
relevant?
inconsistencies, I had the information from Rogan
How long have I
Gibson
been
that he heard
streaming
Alec.
this
He
day?
believed he heard
It's
Alec in
either
the
an
background.
hour or
And on
2
the three
hours or
interviews,
5
Alec
hours
never
or all my
indicated that he
life.
was at the kennels,
One of
that he
those.
was at the house either taking a nap, playing on his phone, or watching TV, and this was after dinner.
Question. Was he ever inconsistent about whether or not he went down to the kennel after supper that night?
Yes.
Did he ever say he did go down there after dinner?
He never told me he went down there after dinner.
Never told you that.
He told me he took a nap and then he was at the house after dinner. He knew Maggie went to the kennels. At first, he wasn't sure where Paul went, but then he realized that Paul must have gone to the kennels because that's where he found him. But then he stayed at the house, took a nap.
So that's basically the whole case. This is the whole case. It's the family guns, and he lied to them
Now,
about the kennels, about going to the kennels.
I think your
He
testimony was
misrepresented
he brought
about
it
going
up
to
on
the
the
kennels.
911
We'll just
case
say it
about
that way.
the boat
Instead of
case?
lie. You don't like the word lie. He
Yes, sir.
misrepresented.
And that
Either
happened in
misremembered or
what
lied.
year?
February of 2019.
And was that case null prosequi, dismissed by the Attorney General's office in the after Paul's death? Can you prosecute a dead man?
No, sir, you cannot. And it's my understanding that the Attorney General's office null pros Paul's case in August of 2021.
So that case criminally, like we're in a criminal courtroom, was over.
Yes, sir.
I guess he killed Paul in order to get him off of being convicted for the death of Mallory Beach.
I'll make sure you're not convicted no matter what it takes.
At some point in 2021, in the fall, did a financial investigation begin involving Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say that overlapped with this investigation?
It did.
Would it be fair to say those investigations fed off each other?
They did. From the information that I was learning from that investigation into the finances, it gave me additional people to consider, to look at, and consider even to look at Mr. Murdaugh as, a reason why or why not.
What reason did
Were
you
there
come up with?
individuals in the financial investigation that you also interviewed in reference to this investigation?
I did.
Some of that information you learned from interviews or grand jury testimony.
Yes, I did.
Did you then follow up on some of that information?
Yes, I did.
I would pound this guy on motive. I would use him as a punching bag on motive. You're just saying that you just established motive? Walk us through. What is it?
It's all relevant. It played a role in his investigation that he's here testifying about.
You're the one. This is now you lock the state into what their theory of the case is as to what motive is, and that way
from
you can just
August,
dismantle
September of 21 to the summer of 22, were you, as a member of the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, working exclusively or primarily on this case?
That's correct.
And were search warrants still out there you were waiting on?
Yes, sir. There's a multitude of search warrants.
I think I need another shot.
And let's talk just a moment, and I'm about the phones if we could.
Okay.
You, law enforcement, got Maggie Murdaugh's phone when? I mean, when did you actually take physical custody of it?
Maggie Murdaugh's phone was recovered on June 8th, 2021 on the side of Moselle Road.
And what, were you able to do you, law enforcement, you know what I'm talking about, able to get how much information did you get from Maggie's phone in this investigation?
The family gave us, I believe it actually came from Alec or either Buster, but we got access to her phone via her password. So we were able to do a full extraction from her phone.
Full extraction?
Yes, sir.
And some of that is included in the timeline that's already been entered. It's going to be entered by Mr. Waters in a little bit, right?
Yes, sir.
Full extraction.
Yeah, he's going to.
Full extraction.
Now, how about Alex's phone? Was it initially taken on June 7th or June 8th?
It was not taken on June 7th or June 8th. We got an extraction on June 10th when we met for our second interview. But that, again, that was just a logical extraction, not a full extraction.
Which was, I don't really understand, but that's the surface, right? You
That's just
basically
the
get
surface.
Off the top. All right. Did you ever get that phone back?
In September, yes, sir.
September. And at that point, was further information attempted to be gathered from Alex Murdaugh's phone?
Yes, sir.
And how successful was that?
Being the time difference between June and September, a lot of the earlier on information had been overwritten. It's just the way the computers work. You have to clear out memory to make room for new memory. So some information had been not erased, but cached out.
Did Alex say you couldn't do
So
a
we
full
were able to
extraction
gain
when he
some
handed you his phone?
information
Of course not.
From the logical in June and compare
He just
it
handed
to
you the
what we did
phone.
with full
You could have done whatever you
extraction in
wanted with his
September.
consent.
And were you able to determine what had been erased also?
There were some phone calls that had been erased, yes.
Now let's talk about Paul's phone. And to go back in the interview just very briefly on Paul's phone, I'm sorry, Judge, 1 second, I apologize. You would ask him when he turned Paul over and his cell phone popped out. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And what's his answer just a little while ago? I don't know. I mean, when I went up to him, the phone came out, but I don't remember having any intentions of doing anything with the phone.
Well, the first interview, he stated that the phone popped out and that he picked it up and thought about doing something with it, thought better of it and put it back down.
In this interview, he said it came out, right?
Yes.
Now, Paul's phone.
Popped out
Did y'all
versus
attempt to
came
do-
down.
so you
Wow,
had it
that's a
from
real
June
huge
7th
difference.
Until today.
Wow.
Yes.
Were you able to do a full extraction on Paul's phone?
We were able to finally do a full extraction in March of 2022.
Okay, March of 2022.
Yes, sir.
What, if any, information came as a result of that extraction after March of 2022?
The kennel video.
That we've all-
That we've all seen, yes. The kennel video where Paul is videotaping the chocolate lab, and you can hear Maggie and Paul and Alec in there.
And
And that video is time-stamped at 8:44.
Say it again?
8:44 p.m.
And until that day, what day was it? Do you know? Well, if you don't, that's fine. But it came out.
I believe I got the information on April 8th of 2022.
Until that day, and it was extracted. To your knowledge, did anybody else in the world know that was on there except Paul?
Nobody, to my knowledge.
And even for him, it was out of mind.
That is so wrong. That was terrible. Oh my God. That was evil.
And up until this past, was information in this investigation gathered up through last weekend?
Yes, it is.
What was that?
The General Motors information from Alex's 2021 Suburban.
So SLED from June 7th in combinations with the locals, the feds have been investigating this case
Feds.
That is correct.
That's just bolstering.
Yeah.
Where is it? What is it?
So SLED, combination
Paul
with
Hughes moving into
FBI.
evidence 103. I don't believe there's an objection to that. Did they talk about that?
Just makes the lack of evidence more shameful.
Yeah.
From June 7th, 2021 to last weekend. Been investigating this case. and all you got is some instant grits.
Are those grits turbocharged? Oh, they're the floor model.
Lock differential. Top dead center.
I can't answer the question.
That's a bullshit question. I've lived in the South, folks. That's the only accent I can do.
That was as close as I was going to get to Marissa Tomei.
Who won an Academy Award for that movie?
Well earned.
36 without objection.
Any of the jurors reading pamphlets on euthanasia?
Canada and you.
Any further questions?
Yes, sir. I don't believe I asked you this, but for the couple of questions. Were there any other credible leads that you've investigated that led you to anybody else beside Alex Murdaugh?
Not credible, no, sir.
Did you follow up with every lead that came in on this case, social media or otherwise?
Yes, we did.
All of
That is not true.
Yes, sir.
There's no way you followed up on
Charles-
every
Collin
lead that
County
came
as
in
well,
on
yes.
social media and otherwise.
Oh, of course, we
No
really worked together
way.
on this case, didn't it?
Yes, we did.
And is the individual that you took this statement from on August 11th of 2021?
Is he here in this courtroom?
Yes, he is.
Sit between Mr. Harper
Put him out.
and Mr. Griffin?
Yes, sir. In a blue blazer and a white shirt.
We'd have to record so reflect. That's all we have this time. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. So much meat there.
Good afternoon, Nathan.
Good afternoon, sir.
My turn.
Get my stuff organized here.
Before I
Now, I
slay
understand
you.
that you're here to ask us some questions, but I'm just going to ask them myself, and they'll help me answer your questions. You understand that? That'd be a good question to start with.
We've heard you explain, and I think Agent Croft explained about sort of the investigative circle.
Yes, sir.
And I think you talked to Alec about that on the video, that he is in the circle.
Yes, sir.
And he was in the circle from the moment he called 911, correct?
I would say yes.
And no one had to give you any lead to put him in the circle, right?
No, sir. He called 911. He's the one who discovered. He's the one who discovered him. He's closest in relation to him.
So when you're asked about, were you given any other credible leads except the one that led to Alex Murdaugh? I mean, he was there from the moment he called 911.
Yes, sir.
And what has happened over the last year and a half, 2 years is, as you explained, you've been unable to get him out of the circle. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
So if someone's in the circle and can't get themselves out, they end up sitting over there where he is today. That's what happens. Isn't that right?
As long as there's credible evidence to keep them in that circle, yes.
We're going to get to that. Here, SLED failed to take immediate steps. I mean, maybe it's not all SLED, but SLED and the Collin County Sheriff's Department failed to take immediate steps to preserve evidence that could possibly exclude Alex Murdaugh from that circle. Would you agree with that?
I don't think it was a failure, no, sir.
Well, let's get this right. Your investigation, as I understand it, leads you to conclude that Paul and Maggie were murdered sometime between 8:50 p.m. on June the 7th and 9:06 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And whoever murdered Maggie and Paul would, at a minimum, have in their possession an AR-15 style assault rifle and a 12-gauge shotgun, correct?
Not unless they got rid of it.
Well, the moment they were murdered,
yes,
someone had to have, one person or two people had to have murder weapons, right?
Yes.
Paul was murdered with a 12-gauge, right?
Yes, sir.
You would agree then that the murderer had a 12-gauge shotgun?
Yes.
You would agree that the murderer had some AR-15 style assault weapon that killed Maggie, right?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree at the time they were murdered, they would have those weapons?
Yes.
And would you agree that whoever murdered Maggie and Paul would likely have blood and biological material on them following the shotgun blast that essentially blew Paul's brains out of his head?
They would have some, yes.
Oh my God.
And on the night of June the 7th, you said it was after midnight, so we'd go early morning hours, but 1 a.m. on June the 8th, you interviewed Alec and he told you that he had left Moselle sometime between 9 and 9:10 to check on his mother. Is that right?
That is correct.
So if Alex was the perpetrator, as alleged, he would have had to brutally murder his wife and son sometime after 8:50 p.m. and 9:06, dispose of the murder weapons either somewhere on the Moselle property, within the Moselle residence, along the drive to Alameda, or at his mother's residence or property at Alameda. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now,
getting to the theory of the case, right?
Immediately,
putting him down.
When law enforcement arrived, they secured the immediate murder scene.
That is my understanding, yes.
Down at the kennels. And they eventually thoroughly searched the Moselle residence. There was search of the Moselle residence the next day, correct?
That is correct.
You know what time that was? Early afternoon, late morning?
That's approximate time, yes.
And no murder weapons were found in the residence, is that correct?
That is correct.
And no murder weapons were found on the property at Moselle, is that correct?
That is correct.
And was a search of the route between Moselle and Alameda ever done?
It wasn't walked from Moselle to Alameda, but it was driven several times.
And you didn't find any weapons there, correct?
No, sir.
And was a search of the waterways along the route done between Moselle and Alameda?
Most waterways, yes.
Excuse me?
Most waterways, I don't know if every single one was searched, but there were several waterways searched.
Now we know from the General Motors OnStar data that was delivered during the middle of this trial that Alec did not stop from the moment he left Moselle to drive to Alameda. Is that correct?
Correct.
You've reviewed that?
Yes.
There's no detours along the way, correct?
No, sir.
And the data was nothing.
And you never searched the Alameda property for any signs of murder evidence, guns, bloody clothes, or anything until well after sometime in mid to late September. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You could have searched Alameda that night, correct?
If I had probable cause to, yes, sir.
Well, was anybody denying consent to search? When I say anybody, Alex Murdaugh gave you carte blanche consent to search anywhere in those properties, did he
Yes,
not?
yes, he did.
And John Marvin was assisting SLED and facilitating.
You need a search warrant if you have consent.
Wasn't he doing that?
He was, but the night of June 7th, even though Alec was in the circle, basically by default because of his close relationship with the victims and finding them, I did not consider him the main suspect or the only suspect because I had no probable cause and no evidence to support that he killed his wife and son.
Well, if a thorough, tight, quick, prompt investigation had been taken of the Moselle property, the route to Alameda and the Alameda property, that could have possibly excluded Alec from this circle, couldn't it? If you found no evidence of guns, bloody clothes, or anything, right?
If you know what you're looking for and where to look, and have some type of information that would lead you to that area, yes.
And that
Well, you had
opportunity
that.
was missed. Would you agree with that?
I wouldn't say it was missed because it wasn't known about, other than several hours later when we get to the bodies and there are no weapons found. It wasn't until
that was
the
immediately when you got there.
casings and the shot shells were recovered that I actually knew what the calibers were.
No, I get, okay.
You could look for any gun that you would find.
Pretty clear the night of the murders, Colleton County Sheriff's deputies on the scene recognized the shell casings as being 300 blackouts, correct?
That is what they told me, but I want to verify for myself.
Right.
Okay, but did you?
And by 6, 7, 8 o'clock the next morning on June the 8th, Rogan Gibson had been interviewed where he said, I thought I heard Alex Murdaugh's voice in the background. Right?
Yes, sir.
And Alec had told you that he left Moselle and gone to Alameda, right?
Yes.
And so as of the late morning of June the 8th, well, let me back up. That first interview with Alec, you state that he did not inform you that he was down at the kennels after dinner, right?
That is correct.
And you get information from Rogan Gibson that contradicted that.
Yes.
And Alex Murdaugh is in the middle of the circle on the morning of June the 8th.
Well, I still needed to build a timeline because speaking with Alec, he was giving me some times, and I needed to build that timeline, and not having that coupled with Rogan's statement that he was 100% sure he was on the phone with Paul. He was 100% sure that he heard Maggie. He was only 99% sure, even though it's a great percentage.
Oh, come on.
He was 99% sure it was Alec.
So why not question him there?
More information before I just go back and confront Alec on that.
Sure.
Why?
Well, tell me what the thought process was behind searching the Moselle residence. What were you looking for?
Any types of ammunition. It was 300 blackout. We had the 12 gauge shot shells. We know that it's hunting's going on. Hunting goes on out there of all types. In the shed, there was some additional ammunition that was in a bucket. Needed to see what type of ammunition or firearms were in the house to try to get documentation of what was missing, what was there.
And why was Agent McAllister looking in the tubs and in the drains for guns?
Why was she?
Yeah.
You'll have to ask her. I wasn't there.
I mean,
you're overseeing it.
Searching to see if there's any evidence of blood in the house. I mean, you'd want to do that, right?
Yes.
Because Alex in the circle and he'd been to the house.
Yes, sir.
Alex in the circle and he'd been to Alameda, right?
Yes, sir.
And no one went to Alameda to look for guns or blood or bloody clothes, did they?
Not that day, no, sir.
Would you agree that was an opportunity missed?
For Alameda, yes.
Okay. Now, we talked about the murder weapons. You would expect that the murder weapons would also have on them, at least the shotgun, the 12 gauge that killed Paul, would have some biological material, blood on the shotgun. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
And the assault weapon and the shotgun would have GSR on it, would it not?
Yes.
And if someone was transporting shotgun with blood on it and a rifle with GSR on it, and you got their vehicle, you would look for signs of that in their vehicle, would you not?
Yes.
And that was done here, was it not?
It was done on the Suburban and the Mercedes, yes.
Excuse me?
It was done on the Suburban and the Mercedes, yes.
Yeah, and so there's nothing in the Suburban, there's no blood in the back where people would possibly carry guns. And when I say the back, I'm talking the back.
Cargo area, yes.
Yeah. There's no evidence of blood back there, right?
No, sir.
No evidence of GSR back there, was there?
No, sir.
There's no evidence of blood or GSR in the second or third seats, correct?
No, sir.
And the only GSR found in the Suburban was one speck on a seat belt buckle, right?
That is correct.
And there was one drip of blood confirmed on the steering wheel that comes back with Maggie's DNA. Is that right?
Yes.
And we know from the General Motors stuff we just got during the trial that Suburban never went down to the kennels until after Alec came back from Alameda. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So can we rule out that Alec put any guns from the murder in the back of the Suburban?
Unless it was wrapped in something.
Okay. And have you found anything it was wrapped in?
We have a blue raincoat that has numerous particles of GSR in it.
Let's talk about that blue raincoat for a second.
Sure.
You developed information about a blue tarp from interviewing or SLED agents interviewing Shelley Smith. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you're doing a search sometime in September at Alameda for this blue tarp, you find a blue rain jacket rolled up in a closet, right?
I believe it was balled up. Yes, sir.
You say balled up. And you were there during the search, right?
Yes, sir.
And you also found a tarp somewhere else on the property, right? Excuse me, in the attic or somewhere.
Yes, sir. It was on the second floor, folded up in a tote in a closet with other things on top of the tote.
And so this blue rain jacket, you showed it to Shelley Smith, didn't you? And say, is this what you were talking about?
I showed her a picture.
You showed a picture to Shelley Smith?
I showed a picture to Shelley Smith to ask her if it was the similar color.
And when did you show Shelley Smith that picture?
I believe it was last month.
Last month.
A year and a half later.
Was it during trial?
2 years later.
No, sir.
Is it preparing for trial?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. But you'd not shown her that before Alex Murdaugh had been indicted for murder, right?
No, sir.
But you had shown that blue rain jacket to a number of people to see if they recognized it.
I showed it to family members to see if they recognized it as being Alec, Maggie, Paul's, Buster's, or anybody else in the family.
And not a single family member recognized that blue rain jacket.
No, they did not.
And Shelley Smith described the tarp as she saw it laying out on Ms. Libby's retirement rocking chair, and it was a tarp, right?
She told me that it was a blue vinyl type looking tarp type material, and that Alec came in and it was folded up or balled up in his arms. And then after he left, she noticed it laying on the chair.
And so you showed her a picture of this balled up rain jacket and said, is it this color? Is that what you did?
I asked her, I knew she wasn't going to be able to identify the raincoat because the picture I showed her was it from our lab where it's opened up and spread out. And she's telling me that it was balled up. So I know she's not going to be able to identify the raincoat, but she can at least identify or attempt to identify the color.
I mean, you read reports of her
so
interview and probably saw
stretched
her entire interview by video, did you not?
Yes.
And you understand that she said she saw that thing 2 times, right?
I don't recall that. So.
You don't recall her?
Well, the 2 times with Alec coming in with it and then seeing it on the chair.
Yeah. And it wasn't balled up when she saw it on the chair. That's not the report you received, right?
No, but it also wasn't spread out, opened up like it was in the picture that I showed her.
She didn't tell you it was spread out, opened up on the retirement chair?
She told me it was laid across the chair, is the information that I received.
This is like
Wasn't balled
Matlock.
up though, right?
No, sir.
Yeah, you didn't show her a picture of the rain jacket, right?
I did show her a picture of the rain jacket.
As balled up.
No, sir.
You showed her a picture of the rain jacket that was open.
I believe I showed it. I'm not sure. I know I showed her the picture of it opened up to see if she recognized the color.
That's not what you just said.
Okay.
You said you knew she wouldn't recognize it opened up because she had previously seen it balled up.
Sustained.
And you know that rain jacket did not have any
Blood on it. No DNA.
blood. I mean, it tested for blood. There's no blood on it, right?
I'm aware of that, yes, sir.
And if someone had wrapped up shotgun killing Paul in that rain jacket, you expect to find blood, would you not?
At least DNA, yes.
Well, there's no
You
DNA
would
either,
think,
right?
Yes.
So there's no DNA and no blood in that rain jacket, right?
There's no DNA, yes.
So why are we even talking
And
about
you know
it?
it was tested with LCD and there was no presumptive sign of blood there, right?
Correct.
So are you willing to agree that it doesn't look like that rain jacket was used to carry any murder weapons on the night of June the 7th?
They had weapons in them. I would believe that they had weapons in them at some time because there was GSR in them.
Yeah.
Who cares?
And we don't know if that was 5 years ago, 3 years ago, 1 year ago, do we?
Correct.
It was intentionally brought by
We
the state to
know from
mislead the jury. That's what he just admitted.
Folks working on the investigation that you're leading, is there's no blood or no DNA in that rain jacket.
Correct.
And you know from your experience that there would be blood on the shotgun, and if you're wrapping it up in that jacket, you're going to have blood on the jacket, right?
Well, you would believe that there would be blood or DNA on the barrel of the shotgun, but until you actually have it to test it, I can't sit here and say, yes, it would be there.
Okay. And we know it wasn't cleaned off because if it had been washed off, the GSR would have been washed off, correct?
If they wipe the exterior of the barrel for blood or DNA, but it still doesn't wipe off the particles that are in the barrel that could fall down and out.
All right.
Wow.
And let's talk about washdown. Did you notice any wet spots in the back of the Suburban?
No, sir.
You notice any wet spots in the back seat of the Suburban?
No, sir.
Did it look like the Suburban, anything wet had been placed in the Suburban?
No, sir.
And it's been raining on and off all night.
And if Alex Murdaugh had cleaned up after committing these horrendous murders, wouldn't you expect to find some trace evidence of blood somewhere in the house, if that's where it occurred?
If he cleaned up in the house, yes.
And did you find any trace evidence of blood in the house indicated Alec had cleaned up?
If he cleaned up in the house, no.
So the answer is no, you didn't find any trace evidence of blood in the house. Is that correct?
No, sir.
That's not correct?
There was no trace evidence of blood found in the house, no.
Thank you. Did you find any blood on the carpet, floors, or anywhere throughout the house?
No, sir.
Let's talk about Alex's clothes. On July 7th, 2021, you obtained the Snapchat video of Alex in khakis and this short sleeve dress shirt taken by Paul sometime on June the 7th. Is that correct?
I did not receive it on June the 7th, but I did receive it, yes.
Do you have notes when you received it?
There was a Snapchat, it was an extraction from his phone, from Paul's phone, and then we did a search warrant to Snapchat to get that video.
And you got the video in early July 2021?
I believe that's when we got it back.
Yeah, this cop is extremely uncomfortable, as well he should be.
Yeah. I think all the people who were so excited by his testimony for the last several hours must be crying right now.
And Agent, it may not be in your narrative, your case management notes, but
I don't see it indicated in my notes, but I know I did not get that Snapchat video the night of June 7th or the early morning hours of June the 8th.
no, I said July. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can
We
you
got
tell-
it. We got it a couple weeks after. Yes.
Yeah. So by early July, you had the Snapchat video.
Yes.
And it's in the evidence as Exhibit 306. Will you please just pull it up, Doug, and let's freeze it. Stop it right there. Now, is this the same video that you showed Alec during the August 11th, 2021 interview that the jury and all of us just watched?
It appears to be the same one. Yes.
I mean, and you're pointing out to Alec in that interview, you know, here's a picture of you in these clothes, and when did you change? That was your question, right?
Yes, sir.
And his answer was, I don't really remember when I changed. Is that right?
That is correct.
And looks like he's wearing khaki pants, right?
Yes.
And it looks like a dress shirt. And I think that's what you called it in the interview. Is that right?
Yes.
Would you agree it looks like a blue dress shirt?
It's a light blue. Yes.
Okay. And you agree that on August the 11th, at the conclusion of the interview, you essentially confronted him. Did you kill Maggie? Did you kill Paul? And he asked, am I a suspect? That happened on August 11th. Is that right?
Yes, it did.
And you said, I got to go where the evidence leads me. Is
Yes.
that right? And you testified here today that on that date, Alex Murdaugh was the one and only suspect.
He was the only known suspect at that time. Yes.
And I think you testified that that you had interviewed Blanca, or you got some information from Blanca, but where Blanca had talked about a conversation she had with Alec after this interview on August 11th.
It was sometime later. Yes.
And Alec was asking during this conversation with Blanca, you know, what do you remember I'm wearing?
Nature for the objection.
State the sweet self-serving hearsay it calls for. He's
What?
asking him what the defendant said.
Objection sustained.
The state can get in statements by Alex as an admission.
Against entrance.
It's not an admission. You can't bring in your
You
own
learned in
admission.
the course of your investigation that after you confronted Alec as being suspect and showing him this video, that he questioned Blanca about what he was wearing that day. Is that fair?
Yes.
Up until August 11th, Alec had given you carte blanche to search anywhere, anytime on any property he had. Is that right?
That is correct.
And on August 11th, he was encouraging you to try to get information from General Motors, and he would do whatever he could to facilitate that exchange, right?
Yes.
And up until August 11th, I mean, you'd reached out to Alec, me, John Marvin, whenever you need to go on property to do anything, and you always got consent, correct?
That is correct.
And anything you asked, for the most part, it was provided.
Yes.
At no time prior to August the 11th, 2021, did you ask Alex Murdaugh, where's that blue shirt? Where are those khaki pants? Where are those shoes? Did you?
No, sir, I did not.
And you have never asked him for that blue shirt, those tan shoes, and those khaki pants, have you?
No, sir.
And the reason you didn't, because you weren't concerned about those clothes, your investigation been focused since early June on the T-shirt he was wearing, the shorts he was wearing, and the shoes he was wearing
on what they
at
thought
the time
their theory of the case is. That's
he
what
called
he's doing
911,
now.
right?
Yes.
He's pinning him
Is
down.
that correct?
Yes.
You think he was wearing that shirt when he killed him?
And you were actively investigating whether or not the T-shirt had evidence of high velocity blood spatter, which you would expect to find on someone who was shooting Paul.
Back spatter, yes.
Back spatter. And your agency, in fact, engaged an expert out of state to give his assessment on whether there was high velocity back spatter on the T-shirt, shorts, or any part of the clothing, right?
Yes, we asked an individual to examine it to look for back spatter.
And that was after it had been sprayed with, the shirt had been sprayed with LCV to see if there was any indication of blood on the shirt.
Yes.
Okay. And I noticed that you opened up in these exhibit boxes. I mean, you opened up, pulled out Alex shoes, you pulled out Alex shorts. Mr. Meadows paraded shorts around the courtroom. But you didn't pull out the shirt. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Because the shirt is turned purple completely, has it not?
Yes,
Okay, and that was from treating it with this LCV.
that is correct.
Okay.
That is my understanding.
Right. Now, when you presented this case to the Colleton County Grand Jury to obtain a true bill indictment, you testified under oath that an expert had found multiple.
Is he talking about grand jury presentation? Carlton County, you can't, it's not a record of a county grand jury.
I didn't hear the complete question. It sounds objectionable, but let me hear the question.
Well, let me lay a foundation. Mr. Excuse me,
Owen.
Agent Owen, before you testified before the Colleton County Grand Jury, you prepared an outline of your presentation, did you not?
I did.
And in that outline, you identified essentially a narrative of what you were going to tell the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And did you follow that narrative?
For the most part, yes.
And in that narrative, didn't you state that an expert found multiple particles of blood spatter on the shoulders and front of Alex's shirt? Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And is that what you told the Colleton County Grand Jury?
Yes.
However, what SLED and this expert out in Oklahoma overlooked is Agent Zapata's confirmatory blood testing, about which she testified earlier in this trial, that out of 74 cuttings from Alex's T-shirt, 0 tested positive for human blood. You completely overlooked the fact that when you did human tracing test to confirm whether it's blood, it came up negative. And wasn't that overlooked?
I had never seen that report.
You lied to the grand jury
When
to
did
get
you see
us
the
here.
report?
November of 2022.
After Alec had been indicted and months from trial. Is that right?
Yes.
He's basically telling the jury, we're here because you lied to the grand jury and claimed there was blood on that shirt when there was none.
Yep.
Now, a couple of things. You talked about on the tape that we just saw when you interviewed Alec. You told him that there's no unknown DNA taken from the crime scene. Do you remember that on the tape?
At that time, yes.
Making that representation?
Yes.
That was August the 11th?
Yes, sir.
2021. On August 11th, 2021, did you know that there was unknown DNA of a male obtained from Maggie's fingernail clipping?
I believe what it was explained to me is there was one allele under the fingernail, which is not enough for confirmatory test on the DNA.
Okay.
Hey, Steve.
Steve.
What did you hear in court? There are 3 alleles?
I heard that it was 1.
And another thing.
It's still DNA. You just can't identify the person.
What was tested?
And it's not
for DNA.
And it's not Alex.
Do you remember?
I do not have that report in front of me, so I'm not going to attempt to speak on that right
So
now.
there might have been a little light test lying.
Well,
there was a multitude.
That's what I'm
of items, I
hearing.
know that.
Well, I mean,
A little light perjury between friends.
Alex shirt was tested for DNA, was it not?
Yes.
Maggie's clothes were not tested for DNA, were they?
No, they were not.
Paul's clothes were not tested for DNA, were they?
No, they were not.
Now, in your communication with Mr. Bevel out in Oklahoma, at one point in time, he asked you to look into whether there was a blood mark in Paul's pocket and whether there was a matching blood mark on the outside of Paul's pocket. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Was any DNA testing done of that area?
No, sir.
But Alex's shirt was DNA tested front and back, right?
Correct.
But Alex wasn't the victim of any crime on the night of June the 7th, was he?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So why are you testing Alex Murdaugh's clothes for DNA? What are you expecting to find?
Evidence to include or exclude him.
Okay, so he had told you that he had gone up to the bodies of Paul and Maggie, right?
Yes.
Somebody in the
and
group
what
has
DNA
an echo
result
going
would
on.
excluded him?
Well, sorry, the lack of any other DNA would excluded him.
All right, so you didn't find any other DNA except, I guess, Nolan Tootin when he hugged him that night, right?
Correct.
So did that exclude him?
Well, the shirt wasn't our only piece of evidence.
Well, the shorts. Did you find any?
The shorts weren't our only piece of evidence.
I'm
What was
trying
your
to focus
damn
on
evidence?
DNA.
Okay.
I mean, so the DNA didn't really add much whatsoever. Is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, it certainly support conclusion that he could not have been wearing those clothes at the time Paul was murdered, right?
That's a distinct possibility, yes.
Well, I mean, we already talked about, and the jury's already seen how gruesome Paul's injuries were. They've seen the blood in the feed room, and they've seen everything that is unimaginable. There was no DNA found on Alex's shirt from Paul, was there? Except for the little piece down
there
at the
was some
hem.
DNA of Paul on that shirt, yes.
There was just a little piece at the hem, is that right?
I believe there was one other spot, but yes.
In your outline to the Colleton County Grand Jury, it indicates on page 18 that you found DNA in the areas of spatter that were identified belonging to Alex, Maggie, and Paul. Do you remember that?
Yes. And that was from the report that I had in my possession.
And was that accurate?
Now that I have that hemotrace report, the hemotrace indicates the parts that she tested, no human blood was found.
So you didn't know at the time, but you know now that what you told the Colleton County Grand Jury was not correct. Is that fair?
In reference to the shirt, correct.
I wonder what you might be saying now that you'll later learn isn't correct. Cross-examination kicks ass.
Yeah, he's basically blowing his head
A
off.
few other things right quick.
Is your middle name Paul?
On the night of early morning hours of June the 8th, you you obtained Alex's clothes, his shirt, shorts, shoes, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned in your testimony that you wanted to get them there and then, but Buster was coming to the house, and so you graciously allowed Alex to go greet his son, and then you went up and got his clothes, correct?
Yes.
And when you got his shirt, Buster was coming to the house, and so you graciously allowed Alex to go greet his son, and then you went up and got his clothes, correct?
I have deja vu.
And when you got his shirt, did you? Well, let me back up. You were standing in the doorway as he was changing.
Yes.
So you could see him changing.
When he took his shorts off, I gave him some privacy.
And then he came out and dropped the shorts in a bag.
Yes. I can't remember if he dropped them in there or if he handed them to me and then I put them in there.
And if he handed them you would have had latex gloves on for sure, right?
Yes.
And did you put the shorts in one bag?
Yes.
And then drop the T-shirt in another bag?
Yes.
And the shoes, I guess, in a third bag?
Yes, sir.
And did that happen sort of in the hallway?
That happened right there while I was standing in the doorway, yes.
And at the time, Alec was wearing, I guess, sort of like gym shorts or something he'd put on?
He put on clothes after he had changed, yes.
Do you remember what kind of clothes he put on? Like,
not exactly, no, sir.
Were they shorts?
I don't recall what he put on afterwards.
Was it a T-shirt?
I do not recall what he put on.
Inconsistent testimony.
Can you say for sure it wasn't a pair of khaki pants? Can you say for sure it was not a pair of khaki pants?
I do not know what he put on afterwards.
Quite the
now we've heard about a pair of khaki pants laying on the floor in the bathroom. Did SLED, Agent McAllister, anyone ever seize a pair of khaki pants from the house?
Not to my knowledge.
One of the things that you testified to, and I just want to see if we can clear it up. I don't. You stated in your testimony that Alec indicated he attempted to contact Nolan Tootin that night. Are you sure it was Nolan and it wasn't Rogan?
He contacted Nolan Tootin that night and attempted to contact Rogan Gibson that night.
Okay. And you also mentioned that as you're driving from Charleston, it's intermittently raining, sometimes hard, sometimes not so hard.
Yes, sir.
And then when you got to Moselle, it looked like it had been raining. Sometimes it rained hard, sometimes not so hard.
Yes, sir.
And wasn't it true that rain was dripping off the rooftop of the kennels and above the feed room onto Paul's body?
That's a fair assessment.
And on his body, and then it was washing down the concrete pad. I mean, that's a fair assessment also, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And if the jury has seen in this trial photos of puddles of water that may look like blood, it's very easily explainable that it came from the rain dropping on Paul's body, right?
Yes.
Not a cleanup attempt.
Now, I think you covered this. Alex Murdaugh called you multiple times, June and July and early August, asking for an update. Did he not?
We communicated. Sometimes it was via text and sometimes it was via phone call.
You're right. And not only did he want an update for himself, but he also kept wanting you to update Maggie's parents as well.
And I met with Maggie's parents. Yes.
Sure. But Alex was requesting that of you, was he not?
Well, he was requesting that of me, yes, but I also intended to meet with Maggie's parents regardless if he requested it or not.
Okay.
Why are you argumentative on this point?
And you're also aware that
Doesn't want
Alex
Alex to
and
seem like a good
Buster
guy.
and his family put up a reward for tips.
I knew a reward was offered. It was under my impression that it came from the law firm, but I know that a reward was offered of $100,000 with an expiration date.
What lawyers wouldn't put an expiration date on a reward offer?
I wonder if the firm collected the 100,000.
Yeah.
Right, as payable to themselves. They're used to that kind of thing, right?
And in the interview of August 11th, one of the questions that Alex had of you was essentially whether Maggie and or Paul suffered.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And I think you told them that if they did, it wasn't for very long, a matter of seconds. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I think this guy is punching bag number 1 for the defense.
He's
Now,
getting dismantled.
He's a good target because he's supposedly the lead agent that presented all this. So and he's near the end of their case, so they can really go hard on him.
Yeah.
We'll talk about the shot shells. The shot shells that were found in the feed room where Paul was murdered. There was a buckshot and I think it was Winchester dry lock waterfowl.
Yes, sir.
That's not turkey load, right?
I was told it was turkey loaded first. I'm not a hunter. I'm not 100% sure. I know it was small pellets and big pellets.
Right.
I know the difference between small pellets and buckshot.
Boy, scientific here.
And that after, okay. So you were operating lead investigator under the impression that it was buckshot and turkey load, right?
Yes. Someone told me that night that it was turkey load.
And turns out it wasn't turkey load. You agree with that?
I agree.
Okay. And I think Agent Croft got involved because of his knowledge of firearms and shot shells and the works, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned that in the interview, you told Alec that that there were multiple guns found on the property that were loaded with buckshot and turkey load. Do you remember that?
I believe I used buckshot, birdshot.
Okay. Well, I mean, Agent Croft had testified, but can you identify any weapons that were loaded with buckshot and birdshot that were found in the house?
Repeat the question.
Can you identify any weapons found in the house at Moselle that were loaded with buckshot and birdshot?
No, sir.
Wow. Obviously, there's no way there's no way they could have excluded him.
When you told Alec that there were multiple weapons loaded with that same load, buckshot and birdshot, I mean, was that an investigative tool, or were you just under the misimpression that was the case?
Investigative tool.
So you lied to him.
So you lied.
I'm allowed to use trickery to elicit a response.
Good.
He lied.
Good.
So
Point
you're
out
trying to
that he
trick him.
lied.
Agreed?
I'm allowed to use trickery to elicit a response. Yes.
Nice.
Aha.
Good.
Are you
And
using
you're allowed
trickery
to do
now?
it, and you did it.
Yes.
Burn him.
Liar.
But you also testified under oath in front of the state grand jury. You said basically the same thing, that there were 4 shotguns on the Moselle property and they were loaded with buckshot and turkey load.
Are you allowed to lie to grand jury?
Now, were you mistaken then, or were you trying to trick the state grand jury?
Nice. Get him.
No, I was not trying to trick the state grand jury.
You were mistaken.
No.
What, did you not?
The shotguns that we recovered from the house had 2 different loads in them. They weren't Winchester or Federal. They had different loads in them. So when I tell the state grand jury that there's different loads in the shotguns, there were different loads in the shotgun.
So you're saying you weren't telling them that it was buckshot and turkey load, but you were telling them it was just different brand names of something.
I may have used buckshot and turkey load or birdshot, but they were 2 different loads.
So you may
Well, I
have
think we
lied a
established
little
that
bit
you
to
did
the
not
grand
find
jury.
SLED did not find any weapons at the house with buckshot and turkey loaded in, right?
That is correct.
A liar. What a ridiculous liar.
Another little inconsistency that you have to explain. Okay. It's not like it's important or anything.
Yeah, it's just a third-degree
Hey,
felony.
drink that water, buddy. Drink that water.
Is it perjury?
Glug, glug,
Lying to a
glug.
grand jury is a perjury, right?
It is.
Just checking.
So if you lie to grand jury, would you lie to us?
Page 48, line.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, that'd be a good follow-up question. So you're mistaken the grand jury. What are you mistaken about now? Nothing. Sure.
Objection. Which
Can I read from the transcript?
Yeah,
Yes.
so he's trying to wiggle out of it,
Impeach.
but he's already said it. So here we go. Here's the way you do deposition impeachment.
Are you going to impeach in bad space of the grand jury testimony?
Make him read it out loud.
Hey, gentlemen, do you recognize that to be a copy of your state grand jury testimony?
Oh, this is freaking great.
Oh, this is so good.
This is like the most uncomfortable page flipping in you. It's like, damn it, yes it is.
Hey, maybe Griffin's wrong here. Maybe he'll blow it.
Sure.
And what date
Want
was
to
it?
take a wager on that, Bronca?
Tuesday, November 16th, 2021.
All right, and if you'll go to the page I had open, and I tell you, I'm going to read the question. If you'll read the response,
so you can lie to us.
says,
Please say exactly what you said.
at line 7. All right, and were all of them, to your recollection, loaded that like that? And your answer was
They were located loaded in a similar fashion.
question in a similar fashion.
Yes, sir.
Question with one turkey load and one buckshot load.
Response, yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Holy cow!
That was not
Freaking liar!
Correct.
Wow. The only reason we're here is because he lied to the grand jury. That's what he just told the jury. Oh my God. Just right to
People
his
do
head.
make mistakes, do they not?
Yes, they do make mistakes.
And
I wonder who
people
else
make
might make a
mistakes
mistake.
about time frequently. Is that right?
I would believe that would be the most mistake made is Tom.
Oh, so
Okay.
if you made
And-
mistakes and his mistakes.
And here, you were asked to identify inconsistencies with Alex's statements to you, and the one that you pointed out was times. Do you recall that?
Well, the inconsistencies is they kept changing.
Well, that's right. I mean, you said that he said on June 8th he was at his
I
mother's.
might rewatch
for
this
a
testimony
little
on my
while.
own stream because this is just so fucking
And you
good.
said he changed it on June 10th to 25 to 30 minutes.
Do a
remember
recap of this
testifying to
testimony.
that?
Just watch it
I do.
again and just revel in
You
its
said on
glory.
August the 11th, he said he was there 45 minutes to an hour.
Yes.
Okay. And you found that those were inconsistent.
Well, there was a difference between 20 to 30 minutes and 45 minutes to an hour.
Well, let's work on that. He left well, let me tell you, he told you that he left the Moselle property between 9 and 9:10, did he not?
He showed me his text messages and it was narrowed down to 9:06. Yes.
All right. So he clearly told
9:04, 9:06.
So on the night of June 7th, early morning hours of June 8th, he told you, looking at the text message, I left here at 9:06. Is that right?
Correct.
And he got back when he called 911 about 10:06, right?
Correct.
And so he was gone to his mother's
For an hour.
almost an hour, was he not?
He was away from Moselle for an hour, but my question to him was, how long were you at your mother, or how long were you at a meetup?
Did you specify
And,
including or excluding drive time?
And in
You
your
gotta be kidding me.
investigation, as we established in my cross-examination of you moments ago, I don't know how long I've been standing here, a few minutes ago. It's your investigative belief that Maggie and Paul were murdered sometime between 8:50 and 9:06, correct?
Yes.
So for your investigative purposes, does it make any difference if he's at his mother's house 25 minutes, 35 minutes? Obviously, he couldn't be there an hour and make it back and call 911, but I mean, isn't that really not material? How long he was at his mom's?
If I'm trying to build a timeline, yes, it is.
Well, your
This guy's
timeline
an
is
idiot.
you're focused on is 850 to 906, right?
Well, my timeline and what we're talking about is how long he was away from the house when he says he went to Alameda. So he leaves Moselle at approximately 9:06 is when he sends the text to Maggie. And the 911 call comes in at 10:06. So I know he's away from Moselle for an hour. And he says he goes to Alameda. How long did you spend at Alameda?
Right.
He tells me 20 to 30 minutes. Then he goes 45 minutes to an hour.
I see. I got it. So it's possible that he was only at Alameda for 5 minutes and he was spending the other time hiding evidence. I mean, that's to understand that would be what you're looking at, right?
Yes.
He's got something.
General Motors has sent their records in, and we know he went straight to Alameda and goes straight back, right?
That is true. But if you look at the GPS points that came from General
What do you
Motors,
think he did? He
one of
rolled
them
down the
puts
car
him
window and
way
tossed
in
them out the
backyard
window as he's rolling
of
down the
Alameda.
street?
Right.
Is that your
Not
theory of the
in
case?
driveway or where it's normal for them to park.
In the backyard at the door where Miss Shelley Smith says he knocked on.
I believe that point's closer to Miss Libby's work shed.
Okay, we'll get there. Okay.
We'll get there. You're in for the long haul, buddy.
I hope he keeps going for another 2 hours. This is awesome.
This is freaking great.
What time does the state get to invoke the mercy rule?
But we know from phone
Never.
records essentially when he got there, like 9:22, correct?
Yes, sir. I believe that's the time, yes.
And we know from the GM telemetry data and the GM OnStar and other records what time he left, about 9:45, right?
Yes.
And so we know exactly how long he was there.
Yes.
But the fact that he couldn't recall whether he and Paul rode around for an hour and a half, two and a half hours, you found that significant in your investigation.
Yes.
So this is the moron that's got your life in his hands.
Yep.
Now you also testified that
This is why the state doesn't have a coherent narrative of guilt, because of all these gaping holes.
A beyond a reasonable doubt calculation has definitely changed since this guy started talking.
then in the fall of 2021, there started up a financial investigation into Alex financial dealings. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said that overlapped and fed off each other with what your murder investigation was doing?
Yes, it involved Alec.
Right.
So we were looking at the totality of the circumstances and seeing if there was any paths that crossed or.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, I'll skip one part. In your interview, and as of August 11th, you told us that you had excluded everyone from the circle who had come in to the circle except for Alec, and he was your one and only suspect at that point in time.
Yes.
And you talked about interviewing CB Rowe and him telling you where he was on June 7th, right?
Yes.
But you found out he lied to you about where he was on June 7th, right?
Yeah, he came forward and was honest with us without us even approaching him.
All right. But he was initially told you one thing about where he was, subsequently told you I was not honest about where I was.
Yes, he didn't want Mr. Murdaugh to know that he was looking for another job and fear of being fired.
So that one you accepted.
But part of this financial investigation that overlapped, you developed information that Alex was stealing money from a law firm, client money to support a drug addiction, did you not?
That's what was purported, that it was for a drug addiction, yes.
And you learned through your investigation that Alex was paying up to $50,000 a week to a guy named Curtis Eddie Smith for drugs, right?
That's a lot.
That's what was told to us, yes.
And you learned through this investigation, what was told to you, that Eddie was buying these drugs from other folks, members of Sandhill Drug.
How do you even use that much drugs?
Gang, right?
Yes.
And the Sandhill Drug Gang was a precursor to the Cowboys drug ring, right?
I'm not familiar with the Cowboys, but that's what I've been told, yes.
And you learned that Eddie owed these drug gang members a lot of money for drugs that were sold to Alex, didn't you?
I believe the information came into that they weren't worried about what was owed because they knew they were going to get paid.
That came to you after the Maggie and Paul were murdered, right?
That came to us after September-ish incident as well.
And did you ever conduct a cell phone analysis of these drug gang members to see where they were on the night of June the 7th?
I didn't have their phone numbers.
Oh,
In my experience that they don't keep the same phone numbers. They use what's called burner phones. But we also did an analysis around Moselle, trying to encompass anybody else coming in, and that information did not pan out. There was only 2 people identified, and they were emergency first responders.
And you're talking about the geofencing stuff.
Yes, sir.
There was a lot more than 2 emergency first responders there, presumably with cell phones.
Did you ever
that shows that
obtain
the data is not
any DNA
reliable.
samples from these drug gang members to see if they matched Maggie's fingernail?
No, sir.
And you really never put them in the circle, did you?
The investigation into that, in my understanding, I'm not investigating the drug aspect. That investigation is still ongoing from my understanding.
It's part of the murder.
Ongoing.
It's part of the murder that you're investigating. What do you mean? Just because it's
It involves Alex. The financial involving Alex was enough to bring that in.
Yeah.
To overlap and feed on it.
Wow.
Ongoing.
This guy's 3 minutes away from screaming, "You can't handle the truth." You want me on that wall. Yeah, I did it. Yeah, I lied to the jury. You want me on that wall. You need me on that wall.
I'm gonna have to go watch back Emily's chat. I'm sure they're having fun over there.
There's probably a meltdown happening.
Maybe I'll just watch her.
There's
tonight
7,000
for
of
my
you
recap.
watching. I'm 100 people away from having 90,000 subscribers for the first
Wow.
time in my channel history. If you guys can
Congratulations.
please hit like and subscribe, I would really appreciate being able to cross that threshold. You'll be able to find me tomorrow when we're covering this. This skewering here, oh my God. I don't know if we're at a luau. I don't know if we're at I don't know if we're at some rodeo where there's a hog tying thing going on here.
Looks like a pig roast.
My God, this guy is being destroyed.
Chandeliers made it to top left corner.
Oh, God,
There's
we're not
drama
doing
happening here.
We're not
The
doing
chandelier
that.
seal clock trifecta. Oh my God. Chandeliers replace seal. Wow. Sorry, that's a little drama for my channel. We can move back to other things.
I want to see Kurt's line by line destruction. Yeah, you got to do a full stream on this one. Just this cross, because this guy this is technically perfect.
It's
very, very good. It's very, very good.
It's really amazing. You're privileged to be watching this right now because it's a masterclass in how you just take a witness, which was honestly probably the most lethal witness so far, and just rip him to shreds. This was, this is their golden boy. Everyone who's watching, who's looking to see Alex get hanged for this murder, was cheering on his direct examination.
There's some background.
And now it's like he's been exposed that he admits that the raincoat / tarp thing, that he never showed the actual thing to the person who identifies and ties it in there, that there should have been either a combination of GSR and blood / DNA from the murder backsplash onto him from when Paul, because he was Paul was shot at such close range, and they find GSR, but not finding any DNA, which is what tells us that the GSR had nothing to do with the night in question, but they specifically threw it in front of the jury and in front of the grand jury, in front of everyone, to mislead the jury and grand jury into thinking that this is somehow highly relevant, even though it's completely irrelevant. That they're basically sitting here trying to stitch together fake pieces of evidence in order to convince the jury, or irrelevant evidence, and portraying it as being highly relevant, so that they can mislead a jury into thinking that this is actually, indicative that he had committed these crimes. The way they're ripping him apart. I mean, now he's starting to get into him on the gun shells. He was ripping him apart with respect to. I'm just trying to go through like the genius of this.
Well, the one that really threw me was the complete annihilation of the blue tarp evidence.
Right. I mean, well, that's what I was just covering.
That was like after the fact that they said, okay, we've indicted him. He's already there. Go find something that matches this, that looks similar. And they just found it like a month ago, and they slapped it together, like throw that in the case too. I mean, that was very disingenuous now. I mean, that really showed what a lie that was. I mean, he's exposed as a liar, right? Does everybody know the ginger reference? Just asking.
No, what's the ginger reference? There was another massive lie that he was exposed on also that I'm drawing a blank on. But
well, the lie to the grand jury was another one.
That, about the gun load. And that he basically
I didn't say it was birdshot and gun and buckshot. I didn't say that. Well, let's go to the tape. Can you please read this line?
The way he did that too, the way he sat right next to him and read it, like, let me ask the question, you do the answer, and then he has to repeat it. Right? Oh, that was freaking brilliant.
Yeah, no, he's
very nice little bit.
He's on the timeline and basically saying, like, you made such a big. The only reason we're here. Let's think about this. The reason we're here is because you lied to the grand jury about the tarp. You lied to the grand jury about the whole loading of the gun, and you kept him in the circle because of this inconsistency of time. Which basically, there's no inconsistency. He said he was there 45 minutes to an hour. One time he said 20 minutes to 45 minutes. Honestly, it probably sounds like one time he's describing how long he was at Almeida. Another time he's talking about how long he was away from Moselle. One time is including the drive time. Another time he's not. There's literally no inconsistency.
The blood
here.
splatter. He lied about the blood splatter on his clothes.
Yeah. He basically made Alex look like less of a liar than he is. Because we know you lied to the jury and grand jury about the whole tarp thing and the relevance of that, which we know is garbage. You lied to the grand jury about the loading, and the only reason we're here is because you think that Alex is such a big, massive liar about the whole time thing that just doesn't add up for you. This is just, it's so asinine. He hasn't even gotten into like the statements that he made that there likely were that there could have been multiple shooters, and how it is that we narrowed it down from that being it. He got in the whole testimony about how maybe this was a hit. There's so much here that he is just slashing and slashing.
The whole drug hit people. He's paying at $50,000. That's the first time I think we've heard a number attached to his amount of drug problem. Right?
A week.
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of drugs. I mean, Kurt was like aghast. He's like, 50,000 a week. I mean, think about that.
What is that? Like $8,000 a day?
Yeah.
I don't know. My
How
mind
do you spend $8,000 a day on drugs?
Yeah, $8,000 a day on drugs is
overperformer.
He's spending like $2 million a year. He's spending what's that? That's 50. That's 2.5 million. 2.6 million per year.
And I also like the way that he eliminated all of the firearm and shell, all that evidence. He just put it in the dumpster in just a couple questions by saying, so all these guns, none of those are involved in this murder at all, right? The way he did that was perfect.
It was hard for me to actually focus on all the questions because the entire time I kept hearing that voice from Karate Kid that was going, get him a body bag. Like, that's what I basically, I was like, this is just like, finish him. He was just lethal. This guy is really
and they've been saving up for this type of cross. They've been looking for the right witness to do this with, because they've been letting, all the guys is like, not my job. And I'm just the guy. This is a guy who's in charge of it. He's the one testifying in the grand jury, and he doesn't have any sympathy factor for the jury. There are no relations, no losses. He is just the lead investigator guy that they can go full bore to the balls to the wall and nail him. Yeah.
Wow.
We're seeing a work of art here. This cross is phenomenal. I loved there's so many little elements in here, because if you notice, he goes in. Here's another thing. This is very fine technique. He goes in and he lays all his predicates out, exposing him as a liar, and then he flips into the, oh, but you deceive all the time. That's part of your job, right? So he gets all that stuff where he's admitting that he's inconsistencies. Then he says, oh, and you're a liar. And then he goes into, I mean, the way it was done, the way it was put together, perfect. I'm loving this.
90K.
Woohoo!
Thank you.
Cheers.
I love each and every one of you. You guys are awesome. God bless you. Oh my God. I'm so, yeah. Wow. To cross that threshold in the middle of this cross-examination. That's awesome. This is the best moment, best moment of this trial. And you hit the 90,000 at the best moment of this trial right now. And this is such a Matlock. This whole thing just it took a
This is very Matlock, very Perry Mason. This is the moment that you want for in this trial that you never get.
You never get this. You never get this. You need to have a seasoned attorney and a crooked cop. And I mean, this is just
as an observation. See, the problem that we generally have is the cops are marginally smarter than our clients or criminals generally, not specifically, but and so they get away with this because they're more competent, and whereas this client is not dumb. He's got an A+ defense team. They've been able to spend oodles of money investigating every little lead, and so you're getting this. But this is very typical. I must say, this kind of top cop testimony is very typical. Sadly, he should not be so defensive. You got it as a cop. You need to tell the truth. Be honest.
And to stand up there and say, I'm allowed to use trickery. Oh my God.
They are, and they do.
But it's such a bad look.
It is. And they shouldn't. They really should be careful with that, because you get buried in deception. Hey, Joe, man, congratulations.
So much, dealers could have been charging. Yeah, I have a lot of super chats that I got to get to. I don't want to. We're only going to be. I don't have enough time to start getting to them now. I'm going to have to come back because I think we're going to be back in jury mode really, really soon. What topics do you think he has left to cover?
Well, seeing as the state's case has been completely decimated, I guess we'll have OnStar guy to testify to the fact the car didn't stop along the way was new information I didn't have. I mean, we always kind of suspected it based on the timeline, right? That it couldn't stop along the way, but now we seem to know that as fact. And it's like, okay, so he was completely correct, and he asked some questions that I've sort of been asking rhetorically. It's like, wouldn't this tarp have the blood in it? Because you just did this major shooting with the shotgun and close thing. You'd have blood or brain or other DNA matter. It would have it on the tarp. You didn't find any, right?
And the only reason you have the tarp, the reason you're using the tarp is because there's blood on it and DNA on it. You don't want it getting everywhere, because you're expecting that it's going to get on the tarp, right? I mean, that's why you're using a tarp.
And he didn't stop along the way. So what did he do? Open up his window and just throw the guns out the window as he was on his way to his mom's house?
And I'll tell you, and the fact that
bullshit.
Exactly, that's exactly right. I mean, this guy supposedly he took these guns and disposed of them sometime on the way there and back. And we drove through, right? I mean, they would see him on the side.
And he didn't have any time when he was there, because the entire time he was there, he was visiting his mom. Right. So he's like, because it says, I was there for 20 minutes visiting mom, hanging out with her, which sounds, very plausible. He spends time there, time on the way back. He doesn't have time to ditch the guns in some sort of side room or something. It's like, what do you think is going on here?
Plus, he's been feeding them an alternate theory of the case with the whole mob hit thing and all of this, which you spent a full week putting up testimony about how he's in so much financial trouble and he has to steal money because he's in so much financial trouble, and you're sitting there saying, well, obviously he's got plenty of money to pay off on his drugs, so there's no way that would be a hit. That's how do you rule them out? It's insane to rule them out as a potential suspect, and there's no justification for it so far.
And as a
when you see it, sorry, I was just
as a
making sure
defense attorney, I wonder if he's going to go to the circle around the Paul's girl in the boating accident circle, because you know, I keep correcting people when they say her family, because I don't want to slander her family. She's lost, and it could be, like I always say, a friend, right? A friend or somebody admired her from afar, somebody who wants revenge for the Paul boat accident issue. But you know, as a technique for a defense attorney, if you're going to put a target on somebody, it would be better to put the target on a drug dealer than it would be about the family of a decedent who has a lot of sympathy.
Yes, because that has justification and right, exactly. It draws the sympathy. Plus, you can what I'd like to see him ask. One of the things I'd like to see him ask is whether, you know, how many times he's seen a murder of this brutality, this nature, and is this not more consistent with a drug hit than a father killing his own child? Would you not?
How much money did he owe these drug people?
Right.
He's consuming $2.6 million of drugs a year. How far in arrears was he though? Would anybody feel comfortable owning a violent drug gang? $2.6 million. You know, when you owe a bank money, the bank's got a problem. But when you owe a drug gang money, you got a problem.
$2.6 million seems like a lot of loan from a drug gang. Not that I have a lot of experience, but
how he came in the investigation.
He's in the middle of cross-examination at this moment.
Okay, can I ask him when Eddie Smith came into the investigation?
You want to ask him questions?
Well, I didn't want to do anything to mistrial, and I was surprised that came up.
I understand, and I agree with you.
You get redirect.
But now is not the time for you to, in the middle of his cross-examination, to bring the jury.
Yeah,
Wow.
screw you.
Wow.
Based judge, suddenly based. Two good decisions today. Hey,
Yeah,
I'll give
indeed.
credit where it's due.
Indeed. Wow. No, but the point that I was making was that I want him to ask this witness, when you're trying to figure out who to eliminate from the circle, would you not assess the brutality, the nature of the murder, to try and figure out who's more likely a suspect and who's less likely a suspect? And would you not agree that the brutality, this level of brutality, is far more indicative of a mob hit than a person who's so widely reputed to be, you know, to have a deep affection for his own son? And there's no way he can answer that. Yeah, I'm sorry. How can he answer that negatively for you? Yeah,
if I were the drug gang, I'd run an advertising campaign around Alex Murdaugh. Look, you can consume $2.6 million of our drugs a year and still be a multi-million-dollar a year attorney.
I've got you in
Our
here.
drugs don't inhibit your performance.
I've got you in here twice, Steve.
We deliver demand.
I'll kick one of them out.
We can supply huge supply. We can deliver $2.5 million a year reliably. Okay. Best gang ever. How's that drug war going, guys?
God.
The state wants to interrupt Cross.
Thank you, Duncan.
I don't believe I've ever seen that.
We continue.
That's a desperate move.
That's how bad it's going. That's how badly it's going.
Can I just talk to him for a second?
What?
I doubt it.
Loose ends,
I just want to put a tourniquet on our witness, Your Honor.
In your investigation, you did not identify any life insurance on the lives of Maggie and
Yeah,
Paul.
get to the motive. Get to the motive.
No, I did not.
The paper thin motive.
And one of the things that was asked of Dr. Reamer about a conversation she had with you as to the stain on Maggie's calf. Do you remember whether Dr. Reamer told you that there's a bruise there as well?
Well, this guy's not getting laid when he gets home. He's gonna have to put on a dress.
It's in my notes. Hang on just a moment.
It's gonna be on the couch.
After this crust,
according
Griffin
to my
should propose
notes,
marriage.
We talk about believes first shot was to Maggie's legs, then abdomen, followed by the wrist to headshot with funnel rear headshot. There was a bruise on Maggie's left calf that coincided with possibly shoe print, but Dr. Reimer did not feel someone intentionally stood on her leg. And that's according to my notes.
Yes, sir. And your notes related to, there was a muddy thing on the back of her calf, and Dr. Reimer noticed there was a bruise there as well. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Lastly, fingerprints. Were there any dusting for fingerprints done in the feed room at Moselle?
I am not aware if there was or not. I wasn't in the feed room with the crime scene the entire time.
Okay. And the
lead investigator.
And we talked about the DNA swabs. I mean, one of the people that was supplying Curtis Eddie Smith is in custody, is he not?
He is in custody, yes, sir.
Have you gotten a DNA swab from him?
I have not, but I know one has been obtained, yes.
Okay. And you know if it's been cross-checked against?
It was not obtained in this case. I don't know. I believe it has been cross-checked.
Okay.
I don't have that report in front of me.
Yeah. Another point, just understand you were not made aware of the negative hemotrace confirmatory blood test until sometime in November of 2022. Is that right?
That is correct.
How is it that the lead case agent is left out of the information channel for something so significant?
From what I was able to figure out, when the lab issues reports, pursuant to my case or any other agent's case, we have email notifications to go in and find that report, or there's a new report available. Once I figured out that report existed, I searched my emails and I did not have an email notification that report was there. There's multiple other reports. I had been in there multiple times looking at other reports, and that report, I did not see that report. I was not made aware of its existence.
Sure. And it wasn't until after you saw that report that now you changed focus to the clothes he was wearing in the Snapchat video. Is that correct?
Restate that question.
It wasn't until after you became aware that there's no blood, hemotrace confirmatory test of blood on Alex shirt that you start, asking questions of folks about the clothing that Alex was wearing in the Snapchat video.
Well, I asked him on August the 11th of 2021 because I had that Snapchat video. When did he change clothes?
Okay, and he said
he didn't know.
Didn't know. Okay.
Well, if you didn't know,
but you never asked for those clothes, never tried to find those clothes, never executed a search warrant for those clothes, have you?
No, sir.
Okay.
I wonder if the defense has those clothes.
Did you develop any information that Eddie Smith was skimming money, that Alex was paying him for the drugs, that he wasn't paying the Sandhills gang everything they were doing?
I am not aware of that information.
Maybe
and the last thing,
they were killed.
You had mentioned that part of your, and on the tape interview with Alex, you had mentioned that the blackout cartridges that were found near Maggie's body matched, or they were ejected, extracted from the same firearm as used to eject, extract cartridges at the house and the shooting range. You remember telling Alex that?
Yes.
And, but you were informed, though, that forensically at the lab, they could not say with 100% confirmation that they did actually match until the missing firearm is recovered.
That was my understanding, yes.
And that's what Agent Greer or others that he worked for and told you as lead case agent.
That's what Mr. Greer told me, yes.
That he couldn't say with 100% certainty. Is that right?
Of which he couldn't say 100% certainty which firearm that came out of until he had a firearm to compare it to.
Thank you.
Nice. Very nice. Well, Your Honor, our case is devastated.
The side of the house and the
Too
shooting
late for a
range
plea
were all
deal.
cylinder and came from, had been in the same gun at one time.
Yes.
And when you asked the defendant on that in the third interview, they said this was told him, Jackson, what I told you. So it was a family-owned gun, right?
Yes.
And then he kind of responded, how did they get it? He was almost going with you. How did they get it, right?
Yes, sir.
That was one of the ways you get somebody out of the center by asking them to give statements.
Yes, sir.
Tell me what happened.
Yes, sir.
And on June 7th, did you say, tell me what happened?
Yes, sir.
And on June 10th, did you say, tell me what happened?
Yes, sir. And on June 10th, I wanted more detail.
I'm sorry.
I wanted more detail on June 10th.
And did you get more detail?
I got more detail on June 10th, yes.
And on August 11th, did you give some information and then try to gain some information?
That is correct.
And Mr. Griffin asked you about that shirt and all. Did he say, Bo, hold on, let me go get that thing and bring it back to you right now?
The shirt? No, sir.
He didn't say, hold on, I'll go and get that shirt right now.
Talking about the white T-shirt?
No, sir.
the
I'm
blue
talking
shirt?
about on August
That's
11th.
what he should have
No,
done.
sir.
He was talking.
No, sir.
That's what you should be thinking about. How?
And he tried to describe it. Did this what is described as a seafoam shirt?
This is direct.
Were you familiar with that?
Come on.
How would that shirt be described? You know,
I'd like you to answer yes or no to my statements.
Ms. Blanca said.
Ms. Blanca described to me that she saw him leaving the house that Monday morning in a seafoam pullover. I believe she characterized it as a Vinnie Vine shirt.
He said a polo shirt leaving that morning.
Yes.
On this video he showed you with the tree, how would she describe that shirt in the tree?
A blue button-up she described as a Columbia-style shirt.
Columbia.
So he's
Seafoam.
asking. He calls. He might be calling.
Don't lead the witness.
Did she tell you what color she thought it was?
The one leaving that morning.
No, sir.
No,
The one on the tree.
blue.
On June 7th, June 10th, August 11th, did Alex Murdaugh ever mention anybody else that might be a potential suspect in this case?
Burden shifting.
Yeah. All of a sudden, it's his
No,
job
sir.
to
Other
figure out who
than
killed him.
He continued to
Objection.
mention the boat case, but no specific individual.
Did he mention to you anything about these cowboys that Mr. Griffin's asked you about?
No, sir.
Did he mention to
Did
you
you
anything
ask?
about a Curtis Edward
Objection.
Smith?
No, sir.
June 7th he didn't?
No,
June
sir.
10th he didn't?
No, sir.
August 11th he didn't?
No, sir.
When did he ask you about Curtis Edward?
Does he
When
work
did
with
he
you?
bring in Curtis Edward Smith into this investigation? He
And
being
now
Alex
he's
Murdaugh.
trying to go into the
September
suicide
4th,
attempt again.
2021.
September 4th, 2021. And could you tell us how that came about?
See here.
Objection.
Objection.
Overruled.
What?
Overruled.
Are you kidding me?
Continue.
How did it come about that Mr. Murdaugh
Here it
Can we
goes.
rule on
told
this
you about Curtis
morning?
Edward Smith?
On September 4th, 2021, I received a phone call from Randy Murdaugh that Alec had been shot.
I
and they
can't
were
believe
concerned
this.
For his safety.
What the
and
hell's going on
what was
here?
Going on. And I immediately responded along with other agents to the scene. And the scene on Old Salcahatchee Road in Varnville, Hampton County.
And did you go to that scene?
I did.
Didn't
And
we
did you
rule on
see
this
the
morning?
defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
They did object.
No, I did not. He had been
He got
transported to the
overruled.
hospital.
Why?
And do you know where he was transported?
I believe it was Savannah, a hospital in Savannah.
And at that point, did you or another SLED agent go to Savannah Hospital to interview the defendant?
2 other agents went to the hospital to interview Alec.
And was one of those agents Neil?
No, Agent Kelly.
Agent Kelly? You in the courtroom? Yes. Will you please stand?
What the hell's happening?
Is that him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. And in the hospital, and what day was this?
September 4th, 2021.
September 4th, 2021. And at that point, did the defendant, or did you learn through an investigation, did he say somebody shot him on the side of the road?
Yes, through the investigation, that's what's told to us.
Well, did he identify anybody on September 4th who shot him?
Not by name, he gave a description.
He gave a description.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Did he attempt to pick somebody out of a book?
No, sir. There was I believe a SLED forensic composite artist went down and did a composite drawing with him.
So he helped get a sketch of the person who shot him?
Yes, sir.
Describe the person?
Yes, sir.
Did they actually do a sketch?
Yes, sir, they did.
And at that point, had he mentioned anybody's name else in the investigation that you ought to go back and look at about Paul and Maggie's murder?
No,
I
sir.
can't believe that they're allowing all this in.
Don't suggest the real killer. That means we find you guilty.
Did the defendant tell you or your law enforcement friends he was lying about the roadside incident?
Objection.
To the extent it's hearsay, if he didn't tell this agent, then it's not the appropriate witness.
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant give another statement about the roadside?
Yes, he did.
Did he admit he was lying?
Statement to you or to someone else?
Statement to someone else, sir.
Objection sustained.
At what point, in response to their question, did the defendant bring in Curtis Eddie Smith's name to this?
The state's going to want another week for their case in chief.
He ever brought Curtis Smith's name into it. It was through
We never
investigation
rest.
that we developed
Then
him
they can't rule against us.
as a suspect or a subject involved in the shooting.
And did the defendant give an interview with Mr. Harpootlian and Mr. Griffin via audio phone call where they mentioned Curtis Edward Smith?
This is so dirty. That's what such a
Objection's
dirty
over.
prosecution.
I know an interview
It was a Hail Mary.
was
They're
conducted.
desperate.
I don't know who was present. I was not present for that interview.
Did Curtis Edward Smith come through this chief investigator's name come out of that interview?
I do not know, sir.
But prior to that day, had Alex Murdaugh ever mentioned to you Curtis Edward Smith or anybody else that might have been involved in his sons or mothers, his sons or his wife's murder?
No, sir.
Objection bullshit.
Yeah, so now it's his job, the defendant's job,
Yeah.
to solve your crime.
Yeah, on recross, how much does he get paid to work for you?
Yes. Wait, can we say burden shift here?
After the roadside incident, and whatever he told whoever's going to be called, that's when he brought in other people.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Griffin's asked a lot of questions about the search.
He sure did.
The crime
Let's review
scene
those
where the
questions.
two bodies were, was that secure?
Yes, it was.
Was evidence gathered?
Yes, it was.
Well, there you
Were
go. He's
swabs
guilty.
taken?
Yes, they were.
And I think he asked you about the Suburban, his Suburban, and whether or not there was anything wet in the back of his car. Are you familiar with what's known as
There
a
was
cooler?
something wet. My tears.
Yes.
A good old cooler?
Yes, sir.
Could you put wet garments in a cooler?
Oh, now we got a
You
cooler.
can, yes.
You can.
Yes.
Oh, new theory.
And he asked you about anything in the car. Was there blood on the steering wheel of Suburban, that car?
There was blood found on that steering wheel, yes.
And that DNA from that blood came back to whom?
Maggie Murdaugh.
Maggie Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
And
Oh
he
my
asked you
God,
about
her
some
blood was
guns.
found in her
Did,
husband's car.
The defendant hand you a gun?
Yeah.
He handed first responders the gun. yes,
After
sir.
he checked his body, got
On
in
the
car,
steering wheel.
When I say you sometime, I mean law enforcement.
I
I
understand.
No
apologize.
blood from Paul, though.
And as a result of swabs, was blood identified on that gun?
Yes, sir.
Whose blood, whose
Maggie.
DNA was that?
Maggie Murdaugh.
Maggie Murdaugh.
Yes.
And was that 12 gauge shotgun consistent or inconsistent with the weapon that killed Paul Murdaugh?
It was the same gauge, being a 12 gauge.
How was it
and
loaded?
Firearms examiner was not able to exclude the gun.
Which means you could include it but not exclude it.
Correct.
Can you fit a gun in a tarp in a
And Mr.
cooler?
Griffin asked you about getting out of the circle. When you talk to somebody, are you looking for consistent statements, inconsistent? When you're examining or talking to somebody who might be involved, why are you asking them questions?
To learn more, to see if they tell the same story.
And if that story is contradicted by other witnesses, do you want to know that?
Yes, sir.
And were you going out to check his story with other witnesses?
Yes.
What he told you versus what other witnesses told you?
Correct.
As a result of that, were there contradictions between what Mr. Murdaugh told you and what witnesses told you?
Yes.
Objection.
Shelley Smith?
Yes.
Blanca Simpson?
Yes.
This is leading.
And he asked you to spend a long time about this time frame. Why does it matter when he got out to Alameda? Would it matter if somebody's hiding guns somewhere on Alameda?
Leading.
What is all these speculative
Would you need time to
questions?
do that?
You would need time, but if you're familiar
Speculation
with it,
is a kind
I
of
don't think you would
evidence.
need that much time.
But would it take time to go hide guns?
5 minutes, 10 minutes. Yes.
Would it take time? Would that be a reason
You have
you might
experience in hiding
have
guns.
a contradictory statement? How long you visited?
Yes.
You probably do, you
Yes.
corrupt son of a
And your
bitch.
car would still be there, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Objection. Oh my God.
This is so speculative.
Did CB? He asked you about CB Road. Did he ever identify an did he ever tell you about a cooler?
Are you
that
an
was
expert
found
on
out
hiding
there at some
guns?
point that wasn't
How long
using
do you
that?
know? How do you
Yes,
know?
out by what's been
hiding
referred
guns?
to as the skin
Exactly.
shed, where they process meat.
What was that about that cooler? In course of your investigation, had that cooler been there before this night?
CB Rowe told us it was not. When he left on Friday,
Maybe you're an expert
prior
on
to
planting
the-
guns, but that's not the same thing.
Objection sustained.
Did you see that cooler after Friday?
did I see the cooler on when CB Rowe pointed it out? Yes.
You did see it.
Yes.
And was it there Saturday? Excuse me. Did you see it on Monday?
What is this
Or
stuff?
Monday afternoon, Tuesday morning?
Monday night, Tuesday morning. Yes, I did see it.
Did you see that?
Was there
cooler
blood in
again?
it?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did they test this cooler at all? It sounds like this is brand new information.
He asked you about the
Recross
rain
will be
jacket, the
epic.
tarp, and asked you if was there any blood or notes that was giving me.
This guy's from the state, right?
Yeah, this is
Okay.
the
Is that code?
Oh, is this
that
redirect?
repel-
Redirect.
It is
Yeah.
redirect. Yeah,
Yeah.
he was
That
was
jacket,
destroyed
rain
on
jacket?
cross. Like admitted he
Yes, I
lied to
would
the
think
grand
so.
jury condition
Yeah, rain jacket.
multiple
Cops don't-
times.
Joseph, cops don't lie. How dare you?
Oh my god!
boy lied to the grand jury on some pretty significant stuff, wouldn't you say?
And forced to read his own contradictory lies from
And the
transcript.
record. That was pretty good.
Hey,
That was
you,
so
you know,
freaking
you guys aren't out there fighting criminals. Sometimes you just forget stuff. Oopsie
The
poopsie.
GSR located on that rain jacket.
Criminals, they know everything.
On the inside
Yes.
of it, yes.
Say it again on the where?
On the inside.
On the where? This is so cool. This is Micah's and Vinny for sure. This guy's the
He asked
prosecutor
about
for Micah's and
blood or
Vinny.
DNA. Was there a whole bunch of GSR found on that
Yeah, it
inside that
is.
rain jacket?
Yes, it was.
And he asked
Whole
you about,
bunch.
Yeah.
38 particles.
Shelley's testimony or about seeing that rain jacket. Did you say he was holding it like this?
Yes. She said it was balled up in his arms.
And he was asking you about timing, I think, unless I'm crazy.
Oh,
That could be there 5 years, 10 years. When did Blanca System, when did she, Shelley Smith, I'm sorry, tell you your investigation, hey, I saw him with this blue vinyl coat. When was that in relation to the murders? Was that 5 years, 10 years? How long?
Objection, Your
objection.
Honor. He's misstating the
Objection is
evidence
overruled.
in the record.
Oh, come
The
on.
pacing reeks
She
of
told us she saw
desperation.
it the day after Mr. Randolph Murdoch's funeral, which through my investigation,
Section's overruled.
which would have been
How the hell is that not hearsay?
June 14th, the following Monday after Paul and Maggie
Don't
were
ask
murdered.
questions like that.
So 7
Be
days.
happier.
Just leave it alone. It's a comment.
I mean, I just lost a fucking bench trial, so I'm a little salty.
Yeah.
Jesus. Yo. Rule 801 does not exist in South Carolina, apparently.
What's there?
Is it your opinion the jury should convict this defendant?
Yeah, why not?
It's your
That's
opinion
great,
he's a
you know?
bad man.
Identical.
Just call the ghost that never
Well-
lies at this point. It'll be faster.
Your testimony to the Carlton grand jury.
Yes, sir.
I didn't know it was out there. Did you give them a summary of the case?
The grand jury, yes.
And did that include timeline?
I believe so, yes.
Some of his financial crimes,
Yes, sir.
background?
Yes, sir.
Sounds like your summary left out important things.
It actually
Did
included.
that
some
include
false things,
information the jury hears from some of these lawyers and the financial issues?
like how the guns were
Yes, sir.
loaded.
Did
And
that
that there was-
include whether blackout casings near Maggie were consistent with those or match those found near the house and the property?
It did.
What do you mean by
Did it
consistent by?
include
What do you
that the
mean
family had
match?
3
What do you
blackout
mean?
Rifles?
Yes.
Alex originally gave 2, but remembered in the follow-up, one of them had been replaced.
Yes, sir.
That you've confirmed that?
Yes.
He's just testifying now.
Present whether or not shot codes of similar make and.
You're going to repeat the entire grand jury testimony of this
Yes.
guy?
Did you present that Alex was in possession of a shotgun?
leading-
that was consistent with one of the murderous weapons? Couldn't be excluded?
Correct.
And did you mention to them about Shelley Smith and kind of what we've just been talking about?
Yes, sir.
Did you mention to them about defendant denying going to the kennels 3 times?
Yes.
Leading the witness.
Thank
Lead the
you.
witness.
What did you tell them about him going to the kennels?
Come on. This is
She just
freaking
asked that
ridiculous.
That after dinner, he stayed at the house and took a nap. When Maggie went to the kennels and Paul left, he wasn't sure where he went, but then he was never at the kennels after dinner.
Did you mention to them about Rogan Gibson?
Leading. Still leading.
phone
Stop
call.
leading.
That he had with
Learn to
Paul,
ask a
and that
question.
Rogan had heard. Paul was talking to Paul on the phone, heard Maggie in the background, and he was 99% sure that he heard Alec in the background. And that phone call would have been around 8:40.
That sounds like double
8:44 p.m.
hearsay.
Did you mention about this to the grand jury? This video ultimately got located or downloaded?
That it was found on Paul's phone.
And did you tell them the contents of that video?
Yes, that Paul was taking a video of the dog, Rogan Gibson's dog, his Chocolate Lab, and that Maggie was in the background, and that Alec was in the background.
Hey, law students, this is a clinic on
Did
how
you present
not
them
to do
about
direct
the-
or redirect.
I think some of what we heard, the money he acquired, he being Alex after this incident, the money he came into.
Yes.
It should also be about the professional roles of responsibility.
Unless
Did you
you're
mention to them about whether Maggie intended to go to Moselle that night or not? What did you say to them about Maggie going to, and her plans, or whether she was going to go to Moselle that night or wanted to, if anything?
That Maggie had intended to go to Edisto, but had received a call from Alec requesting her to come home, that Paul was there, which contradicted the statements from the sister, Marion, where Maggie, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Maggie had called Marion and said that she had received a call from Alec, that Alec wanted her to come to Moselle, that Paul was there and his dad was in the hospital. But
How
during
many
an interview
levels
with
of hearsay
Alec in
is that?
August, he stated
3?
that it was basically a surprise. He didn't know she was coming.
4?
Did you mention to them that an reward had been offered on the offer?
That a reward was offered, $100,000.
Who said that? What said that? Who said what?
And who was surprised?
Tell them whether or not there was any other information
But how
or
did
any
it
other
make you feel?
credible evidence pointing to anybody else.
I did.
Well, that's what I mean. Is he saying that the person who said that to him secondhand was surprised, or is he surprised?
It's all confusing. It's all vague and it's all non-specific.
It's all highly speculative. I don't know who he's talking
Griffin asked you about the scene.
Isn't it true he lied
Very
3
bloody.
times?
They've just given up on defense, haven't they?
Said he had touched and rolled, tried to move Paul.
Yes, sir.
Or they're just going to blow him out of the water.
No,
Your eyes.
I did not see any on Alec. No, sir.
Mr. Griffin's gone. I don't know if it's a good question or not. Did
It probably is.
Did they say go to Alameda?
Well,
Did who say go to Alameda?
No, sir.
Alex Murdaugh, any of the lawyers there?
No.
Give you consent to search Alameda that night?
No, sir.
They said go
They went
search Alameda.
No, sir.
They went ask for permission to search Alameda that night?
Is that funny?
What?
I'm sorry.
Objection.
Him addressing me. If I found your question humorous, I'm sorry. I thought it was a funny question. It was a rhetorical question. I asked the court to instruct him not to address me, but the witness.
Thank you.
Ooh, get him sooner.
That's the
That's
point.
a prosecutor
Griffin said they
losing
were
his
bending
mind.
over, one to help, one to do all this.
The pacing is desperation.
Never mention Curtis Smith or anybody else until September, right?
Leading.
Can't lead the
I'm
witness.
sorry. I apologize.
Yeah.
Ever mention anybody else who
Still
could have
leading.
done
How about
this,
sustained?
could have been involved with, who could have killed my wife and my son from June 7th, 2021 until September of 21. Did he ever mention anybody else?
No, he did not.
Objection. I don't even know what the right objection is. Reversing the burden.
It's not his job to point
Objection
out.
bullshit.
Yeah.
Burden shift.
Objection. Was he dusting for fingerprints? He didn't help you do that?
There should be an express instruction from the judge to the jury that there's no duty on a husband to provide witnesses for potential suspects. to the
yeah.
police.
You know, is it true he didn't help you swab the guns?
Further questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh,
Yeah, I got some
fucking light him
questions.
up. Oh,
Light him up.
Unlimber the Browning. Let's go.
Let's do another hour or two.
Police
Let's go.
procedure that the suspect of your investigation is supposed to solve the crime?
Thank you.
There you go. Thank
Ah.
you.
It's not.
That
It
is
helps to have
comically
information from other sources.
And you were asked a number of what ifs. One what if was like, what if he hid the guns in Alameda? How long would that take? And you said 5 minutes, right?
I said 5 or 10 minutes, depending on if you know the area.
What if you'd gone over there that night and searched Alameda? How long would that have taken?
Quite sometimes, large property.
And we would know today that there were no guns hidden on the property.
Well, that night, Alec was not considered a main suspect, and I had no information to go search Alameda for guns.
At what point in time did you
He was
ask
automatically
Alec, did you
in the
hide guns
circle.
at Alameda?
I didn't.
First time that question ever came to you was on February 15th at 4:30 in the afternoon. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Who else was in the circle that night besides Alex?
Now, I think you testified
He
about
wasn't the main suspect.
item 22, and I just may not have heard you correctly, but and Mr. Greer's testimony will speak for itself, but the results were he can't say it's item 22 is the shotgun that Alec had when Deputy Green came in, but he can't say, he can't exclude it, he can't exclude it. He can't say anything about it.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned what Shelley Smith told you in an interview, I take it. Did she tell you? Did you ever interview Shelley Smith?
Yes, I did.
And you testified that she told you that Alec came over there on June 14th in the morning, right? That's what you testified to this jury. That's what she told you.
She told me it was the day after Mr. Murdaugh's, Randolph Murdaugh's funeral.
All right.
Through my research, would have been June 14th.
And you were here in the courtroom when she testified under oath in front of this jury that Alec came over there 3 days later, and it was June the 16th on Wednesday. You heard that testimony, didn't you?
That's what she said in court, yes.
That was her sworn testimony, correct?
Yes.
That's all the question of that.
You may step down.
Thank God.
Shit, dude. Mercy.
I need the pregnancy test.
Call your next witness.
State call is David Grubbs.
All right, starting a new witness at 4:50.
Was that David Owen? Was he the lead investigator?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
Okay. And he was in the interview room, right, for that they played earlier.
Yes, that was him.
I do. You would please, sir, be seated, state your full name for the record, spell your last name.
My name is David Grubbs, GRUBBS.
Good afternoon, Mr. Grubbs. Where are you
Afternoon.
employed, sir?
I'm employed with the South Carolina Attorney General's office.
All right. And what
Okay,
is
are you a
your
liar?
job title at the Attorney General's office?
I'm the Chief Forensic Investigator for the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force.
All right. And
To bring up his
just
pedophilia
briefly
predilection.
Let the jury know what the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force does.
So we assist agencies throughout the state as well as have our own investigators, and we look into
You commit crimes against children.
peer-to-peer downloads that go over the internet, usually containing child pornography in them. We also do chat ops throughout the state, posing as minors to attract suspects.
Okay.
My unit specifically does the computer forensics for those cases.
Okay. When you say forensics, you mean, for instance, cell phone forensics, correct?
Yes.
So as part of your job duties, you perform cell phone downloads, extractions, and analyze them, correct?
Correct.
And you've gone to a number of trainings in the past to that's focused on that.
Yes, sir.
Correct. All right. Can you read for the jury your training in this area, please?
Sure.
I'm going to duck out. Okay, I'll be back.
So I am a Celebrite certified operator, a Celebrite certified physical analyst. I'm a certified blacklight examiner, which both of those are cell phone data extraction tools. I'm certified in Forensic Explorer, which is used to analyze computers. Griffi analyze training, Detigo in the area of magnet forensics, which is magnet makes the tool Axiom, which is one of our primary tools that we use. I've received advanced iOS and Breakkey training, advanced iOS examinations, Magnet Axiom advanced mobile forensics, Axiom-based computer forensic examination, and Axiom advanced computer forensics. I'm also a member of the United States Secret Service Cyber Task Force, Cyber Fraud Task Force to be specific, which runs the National Computer Forensic Institute in Hoover, Alabama, where I've been sent to for basic network investigations, Macintosh forensic training, digital investigation supervisor's course, and I received an award in 2020 and 2021 being ranked in the top forensic examiners with the Secret Service. I've had training from the National White Collar Crime Center, which is called NW3C, in basic data recovery and acquisition, intermediate data recovery and acquisition, basic cell phone investigation, cell phone interrogation, advanced wireless network investigations, GPS interrogation, Windows artifacts, social media, identifying and seizing electronic evidence, encryption,
Brutal
and legal
comb
concerns
over.
for digital evidence responders. I've also been to the SANS Institute for multiple trainings for advanced network forensics and analysis, advanced digital forensics and incident response, hacker tools, techniques, exploits, and incident handling.
And I have the current high score in Hogwarts
service for information security. And then for other forensic softwares, I have had Access Data Bootcamp, Access Data Mac Forensics, NKC
Access
Computer
Boot
Forensics.
Camp. Oh my God, bar the door.
And, in addition to that,
It's a real hacker.
Pretty much every year except for when COVID was going on, we'll go to a national training for law enforcement on child exploitation in Atlanta.
All right, thank you.
Where you practice
At this
exploiting
time,
children.
state would move to enter Investigator Grubbs as an expert in cell phone forensics.
No objection. So qualified.
And Investigator Grubbs, there are 3 cell phones in evidence in this case, and the data associated, you've analyzed some of it, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's talk specifically about Paul's phone. And to your knowledge, was that originally extracted by, I believe, John Van Outen of the Secret Service?
Yes, sir.
And then provided to, that information provided to Lieutenant Brick Dove?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you received that cell phone information from him, and you've analyzed it as well, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you were asked to focus on a couple of specific areas in your analysis of Paul's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
One of which was Paul's battery habits and battery usage on his cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 530. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That is a report that I generated concerning Paul's phone and battery and shutdown time with the phone.
Okay. And you looked in the week prior to the murders, you looked at how many times Paul's phone it died because of its battery ran out, correct?
Correct.
You identified those times, right?
Yes, sir.
Times.
Yes, sir.
So how many times that week did his phone die in total that week from the battery?
4.
All right. And what days were those on?
It looks like June the 3rd, twice on June the 5th, and then on June the 7th.
And June 7th, it died when?
It is 22:34, 10:34 p.m.
10:34 p.m. Okay. And one of the pieces of information that cell phones log is when a phone is plugged back in after it's died to charge, correct?
Yes.
All right. And when you looked at this data of when the phone died that week, Paul's phone died, did you identify when it was plugged in?
I did, sir.
All right. And can you just tell the jury on those two, when the phone died each of those times and when it was plugged back in, please?
Sure. So it is logged that on June the 3rd at 12:30:27 p.m., the phone died, the battery went dead, and at 12:34:03, it had power again. It was reconnected.
And I'm going to take that from you. And at this time, State would move to enter Exhibit 530 into evidence.
Submitted.
This is so crazy. Might a good reason for a cell phone not being charged back up being that the owner's been shot dead? Yeah. Does that fact tell you anything about who shot him dead? No.
The only thing that would be curious is if this thing started charging in after he died.
Yeah, and we would have heard about it.
Should read it now.
Can you see anything on your screen up there? Oh, here it comes. All right. Sorry about that. Okay, so can you zoom in a little bit? There we go. All right, so on June 3rd of 2021, what time did Paul's phone die?
On the 3rd, 12:30:27.
All right, what time was it plugged in?
12:34:03.
About 4 minutes later.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
A little less than 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
June 5th, the first time, at what time did the phone die?
10:18:33.
All right, and what time was it plugged back in?
10:36:17.
So that would be roughly 17 minutes or
Yes,
so?
sir.
All right, and then June 5th, the second time, what time did it die?
29, excuse me, or 9:23 p.m.
Okay, and what time was it plugged back in?
21:30:21 or 9:30.
Okay, so roughly about 7 minutes later.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
All right, and you just didn't focus on when Paul's phone died in the data you reviewed, correct?
Correct.
And did you find in what you reviewed, did Paul frequently let his battery get low?
Yeah, he seemed to kind of fly close to the sun. The phone was always getting down to 1 or 2% before he plugged it in.
And would you say, in your opinion, from the data reviewed, the majority of the time he let it get that low, would he ultimately get it plugged in before it died?
Yes, sir.
Except during that week for those specific occasions, correct? All right.
Well, this tells us a lot of nothing.
One other thing you were asked to look at on Paul's phone were the times when his screen came on, correct?
Yes.
And when it came off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's sometimes referred to as the backlight on a phone, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you're specifically asked to look at the time on Paul's phone starting at about 8:49 p.m. on the night of June 7th, correct?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you it's been marked as States 529. Take a look at that. And what do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I created this.
All right. And what is that?
It shows the backlight for the phone when it's kind of going on and off throughout that night.
For what time period?
From the period of 8:49 and then the final time of 10:34.
Okay. At this time, state would move to enter Exhibit 529 of evidence.
No objection.
Submit it. And let's before we talk about this specific data, let's just the jury's here heard some testimony on this screen backlight and the screen coming on. Under what conditions, generally speaking, will a cell phone screen come on?
There's a lot of conditions that'll cause a cell phone screen to come on. If you pick up your phone, that can have the screen turn on. If you get a message or an alert from an app that you have, that can cause the screen to turn on. If the phone senses motion in a particular way, it'll turn on. There's a whole variety of ways that the backlight will
I
activate.
think you may have mentioned this, but the screen can be tapped.
Yes, yeah, you can simply tap your screen and that will cause it to turn on as well.
And so just to in a nutshell, the screen can come on for sometimes there's no human interaction, correct?
Correct.
It also can be turned on by human interaction.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay. Let's look at the information on your report real quick. All right. Okay, so at 8:49 p.m., looks like the screen goes off, correct?
Correct.
On Paul's phone. And what time does it get, the next time that screen lights up?
The next screen on is at 10:08 p.m.
Okay. And in your review of Paul's phone, did you determine during that same time frame, starting at 8:49, was Paul's phone locked or unlocked?
It was locked.
Okay, so it was locked and the screen was off between 8:49 and 10:18.
Yes.
And then at 10:18:08, we see the screen come on, correct?
Yes, it appears to come on for 12 seconds to 10:18:20.
Okay. And then the screen goes back off.
Do they not know why?
10:18:20
Okay. And then it comes back on.
at 10:20:08.
All right. And how long does it come on at 10:20:08?
It goes until 10:20:20, so 12 seconds.
12 seconds. All right. And then what happens with this screen?
It goes back off at 10:20:20.
Okay. And it stays off until when?
10:34:16.
And is that the time Paul's phone died?
Yes.
All right. And so the screen may have come on briefly as the phone was.
It
shutting
looks
off.
like for 4 seconds.
Okay. All right. In your review of Paul's phone, did you identify some of the communications that came into his phone?
Yes, I did.
And did you identify the last text that was sent to Paul's phone?
Yes.
And do you recall who sent that text?
Rogan.
All right. And you may not remember this exactly, but well, first of all, do you recall contents of that very last text from Rogan?
Yes, it just says yo.
All right. And did this jury's heard testimony that cell phones will log when someone actually reads a text.
They
correct?
do.
And did you find any log that text yo was read?
It was not read.
Okay. And do you recall roughly the time that text hit Paul's phone?
I don't off the top of my head.
All right. Was it between 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock p.m.?
Yes.
Roughly speaking? Okay. But that was the last text. No other text came to his phone after that text from Rogan that said yo.
Correct.
And in your opinion, if anybody had been looking at that screen that came on at either 10:18:08 or 10:20:08, would they have seen a notification on that screen?
Most likely, yes. You can set your phone to not show contents, or sometimes if you have a text that comes through, it'll show the whole text and the contact. It depends on how it's setting, but yes, typically.
How is this one
you
set?
want to see the home screen of the phone, there would be the notification.
And so, depending on the settings, there's a good chance if anybody happened to be looking at that phone screen either of those times, they would have seen a text notification from Rogan Gibson, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you just testified, we don't know exactly why the screen came on at that time, correct?
We do not.
All right. It could have been somebody tapped it, correct?
Yes.
Somebody may have briefly picked up the phone, correct?
Yes.
It could have been any number of things, correct?
Yes.
It could have been an alert from Google.
You can't tell us exactly why, though.
I cannot.
Now, this jury's heard a good bit of testimony about phone orientation changes, and we'll talk a little more about that in a minute. But in your opinion, is it possible for someone to just briefly pick up a phone see the screen come on, put it back down, and for the phone not to record an orientation change.
Sure.
Well, you don't know the settings? Didn't you go into the phone?
Okay. Moving on.
They went into the phone and found
And
all
you also
the
asked to
videos.
look at Maggie's phone, correct?
How do you not know what the settings are?
And specifically, what database were you asked to take a look at on Maggie's phone?
Knowledge C.
All right. The jury's heard some testimony on the Knowledge C database, but just please refresh our memories what that is and what kind of information is contained in a Knowledge C database on an iPhone.
Sure. So Knowledge C database is something that Apple uses in the background to kind of track things that you're doing. It tracks your battery level, it tracks when you plug your phone in and when you unplug it, a whole bunch of stuff that is going on in the background that typically people have no idea is even running.
Okay. Okay. All sorts of information in that.
All sorts of information.
Would some folks be surprised if they saw the amount of information a phone was recording?
It can hold millions of
So
articles.
much information. Tremendous
I'll show
amount
you
of
State's
information.
Exhibit 528. Can I ask if you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And have you reviewed the contents of that CD?
I have. It's a digital copy of some timeline reports.
Okay.
From Maggie's phone.
And specifically for Maggie's phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that timeline report would be from the Knowledge C database?
Yes, sir.
And specifically, you said that a Knowledge C database can contain millions of artifacts, correct?
Yes.
When you prepared that timeline, did you kind of narrow it down a little bit? to
Yes, I
focus,
did.
And roughly what times on that?
I believe from 8 to past 10.
All right. And at this time, State would move to enter Exhibit 528 into evidence.
No objection. Submitted.
Can I have the computer, please? Okay, I'm going to pull up this spreadsheet on the computer that's in evidence on the CD. Even with a fairly narrow time frame, there's still a voluminous amount of data contained in this database. Is that correct?
Lots of data. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and specifically, let's take it to start time and end time. For this particular report, you kind of limited between time. What's that start time? The first
2053 to 8:53 p.m.
Okay. And we'll scroll down to the bottom real quick. And it looks like it stops at what time?
2108 to 908.
9:08 p.m.
Yes,
On
sir.
what date?
That would be June 7th, 2021.
All right. And there's just a whole bunch of stuff here, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh
well,
my God, I've
let's
made
take
jokes
a look
about
at
this before, but we are literally doing the spreadsheet now.
A couple things specifically.
Oh my God. Why?
Excuse me. Starting at 2053, we see some orientation changes, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And in your opinion, when you see an orientation change on a phone recorded in a Knowledge C database, what does that information tell you?
Typically, that's that somebody's handling the phone.
So while a screen coming on or off may not necessarily tell you somebody's handling the phone, the orientation change definitely does, correct?
Yes, it's the phone logging that it's going from either vertical or landscape to the other.
Okay.
Maybe the phone is just in motion.
So let's look at line 1149 starting down to about 1154. You see what I'm talking about there?
Yes, sir.
These lines here, and it says camera. What, in your review of this information, can you draw any conclusions about what's going on? Why that camera pops up at about 854 in this database?
All I can say is that the phone is interacting with the camera in some way.
All right. Did it interact for a significant period of time?
No, sir.
Do you recall roughly how long the interaction took place?
I believe it's 1 second.
Oh, man.
Okay. All right. let's go down to line 1210. This is at 855 or 2055. And we see some things. It says iOS snapshots.
Yes, sir.
And there's looks like it says something about Facebook to the far right there, correct?
Correct.
What, in your opinion, what's going on with the phone at this point?
So a snapshot or an iOS snapshot is something that your phone does when you minimize an app in the background. So if you close Facebook and put it kind of in the background, it takes a little snapshot of it. So when you pull it up, you can see what it is. It'll do this for, as we see here, Facebook, which we can pull up and see. It does this for a bunch of apps. Not all apps take a picture of it. Some things will just be a blank screen. For example, if you do your camera, it's not going to store a picture of what your camera was looking at. When you have it, it's just a black screen.
Okay. And so it does, in your opinion, does this mean anybody's actually accessing the Facebook app or actually physically taking snapshots on this phone?
No.
All right. In fact, it's not doing that, correct?
Correct.
All right. In fact, in your view, the time frame on this report's 8:53 to approximately 9:08 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And during that time, in your review, was Maggie's phone locked or unlocked?
It was locked.
Okay. And it remained locked starting at what time? You may have to draw on your memory because this doesn't start till 8:53, but it was prior to 8:53, correct?
Yes.
All right, and it remains locked until the next day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then we're going to scroll down, sorry, line 1243. I see a whole bunch of stuff here. And just generally speaking, what is all this stuff in this database at this time?
It's just background processes that your phone's running.
Completely useless. Give us something. Something. Help us figure out if Alex is the murderer. Something along that line.
And I think we already skipped by that, so I'm just going to ask you real quick. But in this this time frame, we also see looks like the Siri app pop up in the Knowledge database.
Yes.
Correct? And
what can cause that? Anything.
Triggered?
What does it tell us?
It could be a background process that's going on, or it could be triggered by somebody holding the power button or interacting with Siri.
Okay.
Siri, who killed Maggie and Paul?
We're almost done here. I'll be done by video.
It should have been done 10 minutes ago.
Okay. Well,
All this.
the information.
It's like we're back to the first
Did you
witness.
identify a time after 9 o'clock when Maggie's screen turned off?
When her screen turned off?
Yes.
Yes.
And was that at 9:07 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And after 9:07 p.m., did you identify at any point over the next few minutes or over the next 20 minutes that Maggie's screen turned on?
I believe it turned back on at 9:31.
Okay. So between 9:07 and 9:31, Maggie's screen is off, correct?
Yes.
All right. And also, you just said this a minute ago, it's also locked during that time, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so if Maggie's phone were thrown between 9:07 and 9:31, when the screen's off and the phone is locked, in your opinion, would you see an orientation change?
No, sir. That version of iOS that she has on her phone did not log that at that particular time.
So that version, which was what at that time?
14.6.
All right. And that version of iOS, if a screen's off and the phone's locked, the phone's not going to record an orientation change.
That is correct.
Okay. No further questions, John. All right.
Do they think that he magically appeared by her phone from Alameda at
We're going to
9:30?
adjourn for the day, ladies and gentlemen, and resume at 9:30 to
How does that help the
morning.
state? How the hell does that help the state?
But everyone will stay in place until the jury leaves.
Yes. Decorum, people. Decorum. So that guy will be back for cross in the morning.
Yes, he will. When the state's supposed to wrap its case up tomorrow, I will be streaming again tomorrow. I urge you, make sure you like and subscribe so you can find me. And my fine
tomorrow's the day where they make it all work, Joe.
They would
Tomorrow's
let-
the day they're going to come with that bombshell. Man, we're going to say guilt. Can't believe we're doubtful this long. Oof.
Last week they were saying they'd be done today.
With regard to the court's earlier ruling excluding not allowing the roadside shooting incident during cross-examination, I find that the defense opened the door to all of that testimony by questioning the witness as to the relationship between Mr. Murdaugh and Eddie Smith, payment of money to buy drugs, indebtedness, his overall relationship, and in order to not mislead the jury. And
so that everything he ever did with him is obviously relevant now.
Doctrine
How
of
does that-
completeness and fairness. The court reverses its decision and will
Wow.
I'm not sure I see that one,
examination
Judge.
of witnesses regarding that
So now we're
relationship.
gonna have Eddie Smith in here.
And we'll be in recess till.
We'll get an extra week of court, an extra week of the state's case in chief. They're
Oh
not
my
finishing tomorrow.
God. Ugh.
They're busy lining up all their Eddie Smith witnesses right now. Every member of the Cowboys gang or whatever the hell,
including
the
Eddie
Sand Hill
himself.
gang,
Including Eddie himself, no doubt.
Eddie and the Jets. Everyone is coming in to testify.
Well,
You're coming in to testify, and you're coming in to
about the drugs he used.
Wow. Wow. So the judge makes a good decision and has to make up for it before the day wraps up with a blow that out of the water, terrible reversal. Okay. All right. I don't know where he's coming from. I don't know what his thought process is. I think that overall, this was probably a day that was looking terrible for the defense for a good bit. And by the time it wraps up, has been a pretty good day for the defense.
We're getting pretty meta now. we're at what, five inner circles of trials now, gears within gears within gears.
It's unbelievable.
It's the 9 levels of hell. Will the judge stop when we get to the center level?
Yeah, I have
Call Heisenberg to the stand while we're at it. Talk about the production of all the opiates and how he was his number one customer.
I have a bunch of super chats to get to, and I'm going to give each of you gentlemen an opportunity to tell our audience who you are, and if you and allow you before I start reading them, and then if you want to step out while I wrap up over here with everything.
Cool.
So while we work in a clockwise direction here, I'll start with you, Andrew.
All right. Check out the book. The Law of Self-Defense teaches you how to be hard to convict if you're ever compelled to use force in defense of yourself, your family, your property. Check out the reviews on Amazon. 1,200 plus reviews, 5-star rated.
Don't buy it on Amazon.
Do not buy it on Amazon. Amazon will charge you for the book and the shipping and handling. We eat the cost of the book. We only ask you to cover the cost of shipping the book to you. Very nominal. You can get this book for free, folks, at lawofselfdefense.com/Joe. And if you'd like the beautiful hardcover edition, same book, but in hardcover, makes a wonderful gift for husbands, uncles, fathers, mothers, and sisters, anybody really in your family who you would like not to spend the rest of their lives in jail. You can get the beautiful hard copy cover of Law of Self-Defense Principles at lawofselfdefense.com/gethard.
All right. Uncivil.
Well, I'm going to be doing this cross-examination on my channel tonight.
I don't blame
because it was epic, and I'm going to break it down and just relive the flow of the tears of the state, because it was just everything that I think we've been waiting for. Nick really missed out. Nick has been slogging this trial, and he misses his payoff, man. What an unfortunate reality for him, but good for us over here, and we'll be looking forward to covering that. So I'll probably be doing that probably 45 minutes or so. I'll be reviewing this testimony, maybe a little bit longer, and going over it again and just really enjoying the schadenfreude that is
should be great
destruction.
Have fun.
It's definitely gonna be fun. You guys should check it out. Make sure you sub up to both Law of Self-Defense and Uncivil Law. They are phenomenal. I'm very I scrutinize who I allow to come in on my panels here, and they both easily made the grade. Yeah, they both easily made the grade. So I urge you guys to make sure you sub up to them. and check them out. I'm going to start getting into. I lost Sean, so I don't know.
Hey, before you
happened there.
do, I do have something I have to take care of, a kids event this evening, so I'm going to have to duck out before you do the super chats. But thanks for having me. I'll
you,
plan
and
on
I'll see
being
you
on again tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, take care. Take care, Kurt.
Take care, my
Bye-bye.
brother. All right, Kurt, you want to prep up for your stuff? Like,
yeah, why not? I'll go ahead and bail. Have a good end of stream, and I'll see you guys over on my channel in 45 minutes or an hour or so.
Yeah, I should be wrapped up before that.
All right, see you then.
All right,
Bye,
take care,
guys.
brother. All right.
You can redirect people over my way. That'd be good.
I will.
I'll set up the stream.
I will.
Thanks.
I will. If you
All
send
right,
me, if you send me a link, I'll try before I close out of here to redirect.
Will do.
everyone to you.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Of course, my pleasure. All right. There we go. Let's run on through. Taylor Cook says the problem with judicial review is that it obviates other governmental bodies from the responsibility of upholding the letter of the Constitution. That is a problem with judicial review. I concur wholly. I think Paul shot Maggie with the 300, and Alex shot Paul because of it with the shotgun. That's one theory, I guess. You spelled Venmo incorrectly on the banner. Oh, so I should change my banner. This is the banner that I have here. He is correct. I did misspell it in there. I'm going to actually correct it before I put it back up there. I left the N out of Venmo. So in case you want, because I do say no shekels, no peace. So if you want to send me money through Venmo, I'd say to you, God bless you. You can steal that 35% from Susan. No cameras at Alex's home. No cameras where his mother was. Damn. I wonder if they checked any closed circuit TV cameras along his path of travel. I don't know. Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. Who can tell? Randall Gully says 2 miles times 1 mile would be 1,928 acres. So yes, Joe is almost right for once. What's for once? What's for once? You guys are so harsh. For once. It's not for once. It's not rare opportunity for me to be right. Gosh. No love. IFID says Branca should comment on the Sidney Watson deal. Yeah, I didn't want him to do that on my channel. Although I didn't see that super chat earlier. John Diaz says, can they ever charge someone else with the crime based on the current evidence? Does new evidence have to come to light? Someone else? No, they can charge someone else. But of course, the defense will say, you charged Alex Murdaugh the first time. Are you ever going to get it right? It doesn't, they tend not to do it because the success rate is, I believe, fairly low because everyone knows that this is your second. Before you were saying beyond a reasonable doubt that you were positive is this one. Now beyond a reasonable doubt, you're that one. It's not a good look. It's not a good look for a DA. So they rarely do it. Why are prosecutors like this? Is it that the job attracts the wrong people? I think that human nature is inconsistent with the eternal thoughts as to our hope for what we're expecting from a prosecutor. Here's the problem. In fact, let me just deal with Lady Logic for 1 second here. Who's give me like 1 second. I'll explain what the problem is because you're touching on something interesting here. Why? So here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. People tend to naturally be driven by self-interest. That is the natural drive of people. And people who are good at being good litigators tend to be very competitive. Competitiveness is something that tends to be something that is consistent with that inner drive for success. And I think what happens is that when you're finding someone who's looking at an ideal prosecutor has a hunger for justice, but that doesn't really. But self-interest, I think, comes in where it's like if your ability to get scalps, the line starts becoming blurred after a while, where your ability to get scalps is something that gets recognized rather than your ability to implement justice. So a great prosecutor, a genuinely great prosecutor, should not be getting as many scalps, and they're not going to be noticed. The ones who are going to be noticed and potentially rise to the ranks are the ones who are getting scalps. So you're more likely, I think, in my estimation, to see people who are a little bit more corrupt when you're a little bit hungrier for scalps rather than justice. And scalps mean that sometimes you bend the rules. if you lose sight of what the objective of what your job is. So I think that's why that we tend to see that. It's a great question. Joe User, they're saying use a pistol to get a shotgun, use a shotgun to get a rifle. Yeah, I guess. KP Carter, Joe, has there been any alternative theories as to who the shooters were and how they got the guns if it was not Alex? Alternative theories from who? I've been calling this a mob hit for the last 2 weeks. Which finally the defense came out and said, why would you not think it was a mob hit? The brutality of this murder to me says mob hit. This was a very, very brutal murder. Anyone who's handled a gun before, my handling of guns is very, very limited, and I recognize that a shotgun to the head is likely to sever that off. And yeah, that's not the sort of way you would anticipate a parent getting rid of a child, especially when the relationship is described as being so utterly healthy. Like, even if he flew into a rage, you wouldn't think, even if he flew into a crazy rage, you wouldn't think that that's the way he would do it. So I don't know. As far as alternate theories, the state certainly doesn't want you to hear of any. The Rat King, how should I go about replaving my fliver? I don't know what that means. My liver? What that means. If I was in trouble, I would resurrect Jerry Spence. Never lost a case. Good luck with that. Adrian Hansen says the first couple of stages in the read technique are to keep the interview positive and friendly. Designed in the 50s, this method is still effective. Yeah, we did see that in the interview. John says debate with Emily would be interesting. She's wonderful. I agree with you. She's phenomenal. I love Emily. It'll be nice. I reserve the right to post at least a few sarcastic chats, though. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to happen, but I'll tell you right now that I nothing but mad respect for Emily Baker. Whose DNA was under Maggie's nails, and what are the options for how it could have gotten there? Apparently, the state doesn't know whose DNA. It seems like it's not his, which that should be a red flag right there of reasonable doubt. Anything other than scratching, like hugging, I don't know. All we know is it's too little DNA for them to be able to identify whose DNA it is. Chris Cianti says no one else's DNA besides the one set of male DNA that isn't anyone in your family or you, but we won't worry about that. Yeah, I mean, it's very, very strange. It's very strange that it's like that's not like a big deal to someone who's actually interested in finding justice rather than just finding Alex Murdaugh as the murderer. Rockforce says state never uses gloves with raincoat, gun, etc. Mentioning that in close for defense as evidence the state knew no biohazard was on there. A fair point. I don't know if anyone thought biohazard. I mean, is DNA biohazard? Is blood biohazard? I don't. How do you know that they never used gloves when they first were handling it? I'm not sure. We would have to hear more about this in the defense's case in chief. I might be 15 minutes off when I had lunch. That's okay. Oh, you're saying 15 minutes off when you're saying as far as estimating time and Alex's estimation of time. Yeah, everyone's off on these sort of things. Quote, we have no one else's DNA. The defense needs to jump on that. Unrelated male DNA was found under Maggie's nails. They think Paul was killed first, so Maggie scratched the killer. It's a good chance. Good chance indeed. We, quote, we have this financial crime thing, and we want to stitch him up for making us look bad. Yeah, seriously. Seriously. Kurt, I have one for me. Can't drink during the workday, but this is a train wreck in more ways than one. Kurt, I pledge $100. I think he saw those while they came in. Lancelot says, so he may have added 20, 30 minutes to staying at his mom's, and his voice was heard on a video that's a few seconds long. That's a whole lot of evidence there, State. Yeah, indeed. That's pretty much their whole case right there. That and some made-up information that it was loaded the same way when it actually was loaded differently. Yeah, this agent is special, all right. Oh, this guy's puckering up his cheeks. You can tell by the straining he is showing in his face. And if you watch it with Kurt soon, you'll see that his face is turning bright red throughout that cross, like redder and redder. Sandy Simmons says, anything is possible. I think Alex really loved Paul. I agree. So do I. He cries every time they mention how he was murdered. That's not the part that sells me on it. It's all the evidence testimony about how much time he invested in him. Every time. Thanks for covering today, Good Logic and Company. You're very welcome. Thank you for joining. I appreciate it. Nicholas Starrow, is he in the circle of suspects or not, officer? I don't, yeah, that's a great question. And like, how is he not the only one in this circle at that time? I mean, on the night in question, who else was in the circle? That you weren't like zeroing on him from the get-go. Daxon's Rule says, detective making an issue at time his mother is saying nurse stayed 20 minutes. If Alex is mistaken regarding time, why can't the nurse be mistaken? Yeah, very good question. Very good question. Although we know that he wasn't there for a full hour because he left. He was at Moselle 906 and back at 1006. He had to spend some time driving to Alameda. So that is conflicting a little bit. That's conflicting a little bit. Let me give me a second to set up a redirect here. Copy link address. Where are you? Go here. And control. That redirect is now set up for Kurt. So we're good with that. All right. Colin Cepeda, get Officer Farbo off the stand. Miscellaneous says prosecution has served a bag of nothing burgers advertised as first-class cuisine. Indeed. Not just that, but it blew up in their own faces. It was even worse than that. It's like the jury got to watch Special Agent Owen like literally eat his own feces there on the stand. That's how ugly this was. This was terrible for the state. JMM says, with Tobin, prosecution witness will crush case mark evidence. Testing of the critical underlying premise of undiscernible uniqueness in firearms tool marks. That's found on ResearchGate. Okay. I don't know what this is. I don't know what you're trying to say here. I'm sorry. Stephen Crater says, I'm behind, but the reason the videos are playing in full is because defense asked them under the rule of completeness. That's probably true. That makes sense. I think a few people have mentioned that. You're the only one who's super chatted, but I think you're correct, Stephen. Emily D's chat has claimed the prosecution needs someone to, quote, play dirty with the defense. I think a lot of people in our chat are probably very upset with that cross because it was a dismantling. And I highly recommend you guys check it out on Kurt's channel if you missed any portion of it. And even being able to watch it in slow-mo. It's great. It's really great. Ferguson says cops don't like to be the ones questioned. That's true. And he was getting blown up. It's me, Josie, says jury is like raising its eyes. Jonathan says, seems like Special Agent Owen lied to the grand jury. Is this common? You'd like to think not. You'd like to think not. Rarely is it ever called out at a trial, though. You don't see that every day. The DCV Titan says, think this guy is watching that pension sail over the horizon, never to be seen again. I think he'll still get his pension. But I do think that he might get a demotion. Damn, too bad Nick isn't there watching this unfold. I've had good fortune so far during this trial. This is why you should tune in tomorrow. I've had good fortune of great witnesses, much better witnesses on my days of streaming than he's had. I feel bad for him because he has put in the work, and I've come in there. I'm like touchdown Tommy Bardell. It's like he basically carries the ball all the way down to the 3-yard line, and then they basically hand me the rock to like smash through there, and then I stand in the end zone going, woo! Tuck it in there. He's like just like carrying another 4 yards, boom, another 5 yards, boom, another 7 yards, and just like marching through and getting dragged down, and we get down to like the 2-yard line. They're like, "Here's Joe. Here, Joe, take this testimony to stream today." And I'm just like marching on through. All he needs now, seriously, this would be like, it would make me laugh. I don't think it's gonna happen. Imagine if the state rests tomorrow and the defense opens up and they say, our first witness to testify, Alex Murdaugh. I will be laughing and laughing and laughing. I will be crying with laughter if the state opens tomorrow and they start with Alex Murdaugh. Oh my God. Can you even imagine? I would feel bad for Nick. I would feel bad for him. I would truly feel bad for him, but oh my God. I'd be like staying there. Touchdown on paper, on Brennan. Oh my God. Poor Nick. I love you, brother. Get that butt defense. David Case says, is this something that will get SLED agent fired? Probably not. Because I'm sure that I'm sure that they knew what he was, he's not the only one who's done this. Probably from SLED. Jonathan Reagan says, I'm sure this guy's going to have a gaping hole after this cross, much like the prosecution's case. Yeah. I said it's got a gaping. The hole in his testimony was much larger than any one of the ones that were left in Paul that night. Can this guy face any penalty charges for lying to the grand jury, and how likely would it be? Could he? Yes. How likely? Almost impossible. He would have to be charged by the DA. They would have to be really mad at him. You think they didn't know? You think they weren't complicit? Come on. A toast to base Jim Griffin. Amen. Hear, hear, Jim Griffin. That was great. That was great. I have a poll up, speaking of Griffin, as to whether that was the best cross like you've seen in the last year. And I basically said, I gave you Griffin dismantling Owen, Camille dismantling Amber, other, or I never watched Cross, it's unsettling, which I thought was funny. And right now, it's close. It's pretty close. You probably want to vote. I'll try to get back to it. Right now, there's a slight lead for Camille dismantling Amber. We've seen some great work, some great crosses. Serves knows right for missing his first day. LOL. It's actually the second day. So I covered on Friday, and I will be covering again tomorrow. So. Vitea says, might have been pointed out already, but defense required that entire videos be used, not clips. I think to avoid your Rittenhouse issues. Yeah, that's probably true. I think that's what someone mentioned. Palmyra Production says, Emily D. Baker is literally losing her SHT right now. She's trying to come up with every excuse in the book. So funny. I didn't see her coverage of it, so I don't know. NW Food Factory says, poor Nick, missing the point in time that makes these past 17 days of pain has been all worth it for all this cross. This cross was delicious. It was so good. It was like Matlock. It was like watching a great law drama. M. Mahathi says, Emily Baker said the geofencing statement actually makes prosecution case and this witness look good. Do you think so? I don't even know what I don't even know what geofencing statement she's referencing. I'd be curious to see that. Geofencing statement. Okay. I have to review what she said about that to respond appropriately. Congrats, Joe. 90,000 subscribers. Thank you again. Thank you all. You guys are amazing. I'm very, very excited to have hit 90,000. Thank you so very, very, very much. Brian says he was getting ripped off on the drugs. That's why the amount is so high. He was a clear mark. That's probably true. Trickery. Tina Lewis says the dealers could have been charging $50,000 a week for just 100 pills. The cost doesn't indicate how much it was bought. Possibly, maybe, just guessing. It does seem really high. Seems like a lot. Michael Kingswood said, I loved how right after getting the cop to admit time memory is faulty, he started questioning with, you just said an hour ago. Shoot, I can't. You just said an hour ago. Shoot, I can't remember how long we've been here. Brilliant. Yeah, it was great. It was great. I agree. His whole old folksy Southern country lawyer style is so endearing. It's very, very endearing. And it seems so innocent and innocently shredding. It's great. I'm a big fan. I had stopped watching Emily's second week, no hate, and switched to Nick, and so glad I found you fantastic people. Well, thank you, Angie. I appreciate your presence here. Thank you so much, and appreciate your support. Not Heisenberg says drugs are BS. He's either offshoring money or doing kickbacks for claims. That's possible, I guess. That's pretty speculative. Could be. Moni2489 says the defense just opened the door to a roadside shooting by bringing up Eddie Smith. Very prescient of you, Moni, because that's what the judge claims. That's what the judge claims. I think it's kind of backward. It's kind of backward. It's like, you sort of have the state bring up stuff that, how are you going to cross him without asking him about which witnesses he looked at? It's like, what's any defense attorney supposed to do? And then you're going to say, so now this is open and now anyone could, it's like, it's so unfair. It's like, you're basically saying, by that, you're correct. Technically, he did ask about it. But now let's say that once it's been asked about, we're going to allow everyone to talk about it and bring whatever evidence you want on it. It's kind of, so what's he supposed to do? He's supposed to do an ineffective cross? You know that they talked about it. It's so dumb. It's really unfair. It's unfair to the defense. The state's case now reminds me of a scene in Liar Liar. He balls and twists a piece of paper, presents it, and says, "A goose." I have a confession. I never saw that movie in its totality. I've seen clips here and there, but I've never seen it in its totality. Derna, is this, quote, why didn't he offer to bring the shirt unprompted thing, not attacking the defendant's Fifth Amendment rights? Bring the shirt, no. Fifth Amendment rights, it's not like he was a suspect. I thought about that when it was happening. I had a similar question in my mind. A right to remain silent. That's really... it's burden shifting. It's implying that there's a guilt if he fails to come forward with a theory of the case. Well, because he didn't come forward with this theory of the case beforehand, now he's guilty. It sounds, in that sense, it's wrong. I wouldn't classify exactly as a Fifth Amendment violation, but I would say that it's an unfair type of burden shifting where it's implying for the jury to think that there's, that his failure to do that is a reflection on him. That's the clear implication, and that's unfair. I don't know if I call it a Fifth Amendment violation, but it reeks of something close to it. Like I said, I had a similar thought. I'm a little reticent to label it a full-blown Fifth Amendment violation. The DCV Titan says, "What's going on here is diverse." All right, I don't want to. I think that this judge is individually perplexing. Why he is the way he is, I think, is far more a reflection of his personal life than anything else, or abilities. It's certainly not a reflection on it. So I don't think I'm a reflection on other people. I know I'm not a reflection on anyone else other than myself. And so I don't like to sort of attribute that anyone else is a reflection of anyone else. So sort of read that into that. Or I think it's too easily read into that super chat. Lancelot says, "What does September have to do with this? He never mentioned it on cross." It's got nothing to do with it. It was ridiculous. But this judge has such a long, slippery slope that you could be like in a trial room next door and information in there. It's like, well, it was in the room next door. We'll allow it in here. That's how long that's how wide his net of what's allowed in here. So Jim opened door by talking about Eddie and Cross. Like I said, he had no choice. If like Eddie was one of the people he looked at, and you're talking about who it is that he looked at, so it's ridiculous. The DCV Titan says, "Wait, so the gun Alex had out has Maggie's blood on it, but it's the type of gun used to kill Paul. So Alex must be the killer." No one can figure out what the hell the state is trying to say. Your questions are good questions. They're fair questions. If we sat here and thought about it, we'd probably come up with 100 more questions. You're right. You're right, DCV Titan. You're completely right. I don't understand. It's so baffling. Duncan Idaho says, "Potentially you should tilt your camera down to something. You're totally obscured there." He noticed your chat right when you said this, Duncan, and like he tilted it, and it basically went from like here to here. We were able to see his hair afterwards. I was laughing. I thought that was hilarious. Congratulations on 90K. Thank you so much, John. I appreciate that. Thank you. It was very exciting to get that during such a brilliant cross. Cinch says, talk about kangaroo court. Judges clearly biased and prosecutors are doing whatever they want. Yes. I don't know. I have questions about what this judge has done. Many, many, many questions. Biased is a strong word, but I don't blame you for using it because that's how it looks. It definitely looks that way. Some of the stuff with the flip-flopping, the wide net of circles, letting in the financial stuff, calling this motive evidence more probative than prejudicial, which sounds to me to be logically asinine. I think as a gatekeeper, I think he leaves a lot wanting. Bobby Cat says, hello and greetings from SoCal. Question, was this jury sequestered? No, they were not. Sequestration is a rare thing, but to my knowledge, they were not sequestered. Oh, I get it now. Richard says, oh, I get it now. When a citizen is mistaken, they're lying. When a special agent is lying, they're a mistake. A rule that is 99% accurate. Never voluntarily talk to cops. Never voluntarily talk to the cops. Certainly without an attorney there. For the love of God, a good attorney. John McElligott says, I think on civil law should carry the feed tomorrow to build up his subs. He's got more subs than me. And besides, how would anyone find me? How would anyone find him? Well, I guess people would find him. But I see Ricada is calling himself Grubbs now. He doesn't look like Ricada. I didn't see that. Zemeno, 90.1K. Congrats, Joe. Thank you, Zemina. I appreciate that. Zemina? Well, thank you. I appreciate it. John Diaz, I can't decide if these people are liars or just really bad at their jobs. Tanny Simmons says, I feel bad Nick sat through 2 weeks of crap to miss the only action so far. Good job, Joe and company. Can we get a recap of all those lies the cop told? I had to actually work for a bit. So I'm gonna push you all to Uncivil to watch his stream for that. But basically, he lied about the tarp. He lied about the bullet loading. That he lied to the grand jury. Those are two things he lied to the grand jury. One of them being basically that the tarp / coat basically had gunshot residue, and it should have had, and if it was used by him, it should have had gunshot residue and blood / DNA. So why are you bringing this in as if it's relevant when it only has gunshot residue? If it was washed off, it would have lost everything. If it wasn't washed off, there should be blood here. So what we know about this tarp and all the time spent on this coat and everything like that is it wasn't used by him to carry the guns that night. And yet you invested all this time and effort and told the grand jury that this was highly relevant when it has no relevance. It could not have been used by him to transport the guns that night. Transport the bloody guns that night. So there's no reason to think anything happened that had any relation to that night, but you basically made it as if this is how we know he's guilty. That's asinine. He claimed that there was different types of load for the guns that were in his house was similar to the load used at the shooting when they were different from each other. Like flat out, completely lied, misrepresented that, told the jury that it's the same type of load when it was a different type of load. Same type of load that we found in the guns in his house. That's what we saw residue of. We saw evidence of at the shoot when it was a completely different load. And evidence that should have been used to help exonerate him, they used to try convicting him by lying about it. I mean, it's astonishing. They should have seen that and said to themselves, no way that he did this. Instead, they lied about what it was and said, this is how we know. I mean, that right there should be a mistrial. That the whole grand jury evidence was perjured. John McElligott says, my mistake, Kurt has great sub base. Maybe have Branca cover it. Oh, okay. Yeah. Deco Runo says, the lead investigator said they placed the time of death between 8:40 and 9:06. Was there any reason for 9:06 besides Alex leaving presupposed guilt? Yeah, well, no, the reason for 9:06 is because when he calls her at 9:06, her phone is far away from her body and being thrown onto a road. So she had to have been dead by then. So that's how that came to 9:06. Great question. And there's some evidence. That was testimony that came in a few weeks back, which basically leads us to know that she must have been dead by 9:06. Now, whether Paul was dead at 9:06, we don't know. But her being dead by 9:06, yeah. While we're on no new evidence, congrats on 90K, Joe. You demand. Thank you so much, Holy Ozone. I appreciate that. No, you demand. No, you demand. How can I be demand? You demand. How can I be demand? You demand. That's a dated reference that probably no one's going to get. Suzmart says, can the defense claim that they stopped short of the roadside shooting because it had been excluded earlier and that they didn't open the door? At this point, the judge has decided the door is open. I think wrongly, but he's already made that decision. So once that decision is made, that's not going to be undone. It's not going to be undone. That's where we're at now. I thought they should have fought harder on it. I think they should have asked to send the jury out to fight on it, because I don't think that we're going to have another 4 days of evidence now on this garbage. Congrats on 90K. Thank you, Desmond. Much obliged to you. Cheryl Meyer says, please explain. Why would Alec take tarp into mother's house, take it upstairs and back downstairs, then leave it draped over her rocking chair? Tarps are used outside, rarely inside over furniture. We don't think that we don't know what the heck happened. We don't know what the heck happened. But a better question to me, respectfully, is please explain why there's gunshot residue and no DNA and no blood when we know that those guns must have had some of both on them. So if you think the gunshot residue was from the moment that that either Paul or was from shots that were fired to kill Paul or Maggie, I mean, why is there no blood or DNA on it when this agent admitted that it would have been on the gun? Makes no sense. So what was happening with the tarp? I have no idea. I have no idea if it was his lunch. I have no idea what the heck the tarp was. I don't know that he was carrying a tarp. We don't know it's the same thing because she was only shown a picture and not shown the actual thing. And a tarp, and what they found was a coat, not even a tarp, which is much, 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 much smaller. If you need help, find a cop. If a cop needs your help, find a lawyer. Well said, Legendary. Well said indeed. So after today, over under on Alex being found guilty, who the heck can tell? Who can tell? How can anyone know? No one knows. Anyone says they know what the jury is thinking is grifting, and bad grifting. It's not. There's good grifting and there's bad grifting. What I do here, I consider good grifting. It's entertaining. It's fun. You become part of the show. Bad grifting is when you claim to have knowledge that there's no way you could possibly have. That's bad grifting to me. It's a different kind of grifting. And I'm ending the poll now. Best cross I've seen in the last year. The winner is 52% Camille dismantling Amber, followed second by 40% Griffin dismantling Agent Owen, 5% saying other, and 3% saying I never watched Cross. It's unsettling. So there you go. That's how our poll ended. Personally, I would have taken Griffin. I think that that cross was a tougher cross than Amber's. Although Camille's cross was amazing. Amazing. I had a lot of fun reviewing it. All right. Tomorrow morning, 9:30, I'll be back here covering this. You should be back here too. Until then, I'm also going to plan on streaming tonight at 10 o'clock. So please make sure you like and subscribe. I'm sending you over to the inestimably talented Uncivil Law, who's going to be breaking down this cross-examination in vivid detail. So you probably want to check that out. Tarp was a canopy tent outside his mom's house. Oh, okay. Well, that explains it. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. Don't think I did. I also urge you to check me out on Locals in the description, which is goodlogic.locals.com. Sign up there. Good things will happen if you sign up. Only peace and blessings to you. And until tonight, if you catch me tonight, or if you catch me tomorrow morning, 9:30, I say to you, only the best. Gold speed.